this is the round. This is the one where 5 Power really has to get started, and they have to do it now if they want a chance in this half. CLG, dominant defense. Even with
the line, he uses his own.
To be fair, been effective. I mean, the one-op is doing fine, but that double-op is actually,
Feeling pretty confident, just going to be forcing them back, but actually Ricky will be the one to go down. That was a boost into drop that doesn't pay off, so finally a man advantage going the way of the Chinese. Still looking confident on the CT side, however, still holding aggressive angles, at least over towards that A site. But let's see if they can actually bring something back here and do something in this round. They've got the tools needed, they've got all that utility, and they're also set up to do it with the man advantage.
They have to capitalize on this. Not only the man advantage, but look at the defenses. I mean, they're pretty split. Two players were in A long for some time, and they're still not rotating. Now it's going to have to happen. Ethan throws out the Molotov. That's going to be a good delay. Buy time for the rotations to come in. Leading the way out of drop. And now actually Cutler is here. Kusta is still sticking around at that A bomb site, but the hit's coming in.
Ethan going to be the first man of contact, just waiting the edge of the smoke. There's so many players there, but he actually loses his life to drop. Now Finesse is just completely isolated, and Forget has done the work. Cutler. Yeah, but they're being absolutely dominated at this point, and well, what would you even say is the minimum amount of rounds that you can get away with on that T side?
Yeah, I mean, it's right at about 5, right? Or 4 maybe sometimes you get away with if you have like a very good, defense on it, but this is a tough situation for 5 Power to be in. So, I mean, they'd have the right idea. You could see there he's actually looking directly for this position, but just the fundamental, the discipline to actually clear it all the way. Trying to cut corners, and it's not going to work out. Pretty good spread of kills on actually, I mean, on the CLG side of things. 2 players, 12, 2, 10, and then I think there was one at, was it 6, 8?
I think it was 9. I think
it 9?
I think it was literally 12 to 9. I think there was really no beneficiary, I suppose. They're just spreading the kills evenly at this moment in time, and well, like you said, probably buying till the end of the half is going to be further invested.
Have been like the solid buys for the 5 Power team.
Well, they had that one wall of smoke that we saw, but the problem is I think CLG was so confident they just ran straight through it, which is not something you would normally see. A lot of teams in that scenario may go for more of a retake, but we are going to see back towards B once again. Now, they've already lost the player over towards drop, isolated by a Molotov, but it doesn't matter. Not Seven, just stepping up, gets himself two. A little bit of help from Kuka to get him another, but Ricky spraying away. Brings back a couple. It's all on Kusta. He's going to go running through the smoke, and it's not happening this time. Third round for 5-Power. The force buy works.
CLG really hasn't had a great answer. That's 2 rounds now that 5-Power has won on that B bomb site from just dropping at a broken wall and having the first 2 players just turn right, head towards drop, clear out the rock. And this is some of the good things that we see from Asian teams is you get these players in open spaces and they're gonna hit some shots. But I mean, that's a dicey position from Finesse. As you can see, just 1 flashbang and he's blind for the full amount. Can't really do anything from there, and then it's just an awkward angle to fight. So 10-3. Power do claw 1 more back on the board. Will it be enough? It's going to be a fast play towards the B bomb site. Looks like a rush. Counter nades from the CLG side are going to slow things down, and actually I think it just stops that idea in its tracks.
They're actually going to throw out further utility, though. Molotovs used to try and clear some of these angles, and it looks sort of like they had this idea, and now that it's been slowed down, they may just get a little bit stuck in their tracks. I think a lot of teams do have this problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well. We talk about map control all the time, right? Since they sent 5 people towards B, they have no control over towards A. So if they want to go back, you can do it. It's not impossible. It's just you have to spend a lot of time clearing. You have to be very cautious about anyone being pushed up. You've already used some utility, and yeah, they're just going to re-execute on the B bomb site.
Yeah, they've thrown absolutely everything in towards this B site, so now they're just going to push out, and it seems like the CLG side are ready for this. Ethan just holding in the cubby, waiting for further pushes. The drop-down player is gone once again, and they all line up for Ethan. Absolute destruction. 3 kills done and dusted. Last man down, and an easy round from the cubby.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the thing. When they go for that rush, they use so much utility to start with. I mean, not only are they light on smokes to block off positions, but they used a lot of Molotovs as well. So, I mean, even if they wanted to clear out that cubby, they've really no utility to do it. You can see everyone that's dying here is clean out of nades before they fall. It's an easy round off the back of Ethan. Good defense from CLG, and I think that should about seal a very, very solid half for them.
Round to go, and it is going to be one of those sketchy buys once again. A couple of Deegs, a couple of UMPs, and an AK, and minimal utility. 1 HE and a Molotov, in fact. So not even a smoke, but it works out for Kuka. Gets that first kill onto Kusta. That AWP is out of the round. They've actually sent 4 players early on over towards that A site, so this leaves just 1, Ethan. They relied on him in the last round, but to do everything alone, this could be a little bit worrying for their side at the moment. He's just going to hold over towards Chicken. They're already out on the site, just looking to clear these angles. Now, everything else has been cleared. They have not checked Chicken Coop whatsoever, and eventually he will be spotted out. Ricky already back into the site, though. Picks up a double for himself, and, well, not quite there for Ethan this time, but it's still back into this 3 versus 3. Forget, looking for more with the Deagle, spamming away. Can't quite connect onto anything, but Schwaderpai is able to do more. Back to 2 versus 2, and, well, spamming away with his D. Can he finally finish it? No, he can't. Finesse gets it to the 12-3 marker. A dominating half for CLG.
Yeah, that was very good stuff. It seemed like this match could have been dangerous. In fact, Sadicus was crazy enough to pick 5-Power to beat them. Going a little bit too ham on day 2 of the tournament for Sadicus, but I mean, that is just a solid performance out of the CLG side. 5-Power never really could get the economy going, never really could string rounds together. They're going to have a stellar defense of their own against a lot of these skilled younger players from CLG, so we'll see if they have it in them when we return from the break. desperate situation for 5-Power, an extremely rough first half. Even with the Forest Doppelganger stepping in, they still can't manage to get a decent amount of rounds on the board. 12-3 was the scoreline. It's got to be some kind of a monstrous CT half from the Chinese if they want any chance to come back.
Straight in with the pistol, and already, well, it's not looking good. Kuka is down in mid. Only one man to try and stop them, not 7, and they're not even throwing any rotations. It's the straight push in from CLG. Smoke already going to go down. He's left isolated out of the site, and that's the site down already. There's nobody else. They have to try and retake this as a team. They don't have a kit to play with either, so the bomb will be comfortably going down. Luckily, they'll be able to trade one back, but Cutler's still here, trying to deny any further pushes, but the CZ does its work, gets it back a little bit further, but will eventually clean up from Finesse, and that will be the round finished.
Yeah, so quick. Once that first kill goes down, there's only that one remaining defender at those double doors, and once that smoke gets deployed, he's used all his ammunition, you know, just trying to get a pick at long range, and when that doesn't work, he has nowhere to go, but he has to fall back and reload. So no defense in the site, and CLG run it over. Looks like they're in the mood for a quick finish, 13-3 with that pistol round 1. As long as they convert these, it really should be no issue. 5-Power, I mean, like we saw in the first half, just gonna be force buying.
Yeah, it seems like the story of their game at the moment. Just force buy after force buy, trying to get themselves back in, trying to recover from the problems they had previously, and it's just not happening at all at the moment. Passive round coming out from this T side, still able to take quite a bit of map control, but not going for any over-aggressive peaks. They know there's going to be a force buy on the other side. There'd have to be some level of madness to try and save here and just win it out on your buy rounds.
Control of the A halls goes to CLG. I mean, smart from them. They're basically approaching this like it's a gun round. Like this would be a full buy out of them. Oh, nice shot. Kuka with the deagle drops Ethan, trying to spring out unexpectedly. Molotov's utility used. They're going to attack this A bomb site, not 7, just hiding in the site, trying to get some information. He commits to that fight though a little bit too much, a little bit desperate with that CZ. There's the deagle again. The Doppelganger is out. He's at APC right around the smoke, but he can't find anything. Now he's going to make his move. Actually, not quite yet. There's the jump up. Now they know.
Spotted again, and just nothing going the way of the CT side at the moment other than that first pick. They do actually have an AK in hand though, so makes things at least a little bit more interesting. Rookie going to be holding and the peak comes out. Kuka gets another, but they've got to move quickly if they want to challenge this round because they do not have a kit to play with. Kusta with 1, but he's now down to low HP, and Kuka is expecting some sort of peek back, but Kusta's just happy to waste his time, bait him out, hope that he peeks, and while Finesse is just given a freebie once more. Kuka doing the damage still, at least making things costly, but costly isn't really going to do too much. The bomb is just ticking away at the moment. They're baiting out that time. Kusta with a long rotation back, and Cutler will finish.
A couple nice shots almost gave him a chance here. And I mean, this is much like what we saw from Navi yesterday. This is what Duncan mentioned this morning, talked about on the desk last night. At a certain point when Navi was up so much, it's not that they were like playing silly, but like taking peeks they normally wouldn't, taking fights they normally wouldn't. You're seeing some of that out of CLG here as well at times. 14-3. Just a matter of time now, and 5-Power. I mean, even in this round, they're just saying if we want any chance, right? We need to get rifles in our hands to be able to fight this off.
Yeah, and the other thing is, at least against Na'Vi, they managed to get themselves a pistol, have some economic presence on the map. In this one, they just haven't been able to do anything, and well, you can just see CLG at the moment going for sheer aggression, expecting there not to be too much, but they have actually got 3 AKs just in case it was a full force buy in from the 5-Power side.
The nice thing they did last round with the AK-47s was it was mostly the SMGs that took over the bomb site, and you saw like Kusta with 1 AK-47 was far at the bottom of ramp, trying to use the range a little bit, and they have that option here. The only thing that 5-Power really had in this round, they had 2 HE grenades, but I mean, where are you going to use them when it's a fast A rush and they already have the site? So, looking for some exits. I don't think CLG is going to chase, and as I say that, Kusta is just going to do a drive-by with the MAC-10.
Yeah, making himself some extra money. Not that they particularly needed at this point. Kuka with the dig. Managed to do some damage in the previous round at least, and will make himself an extra $300, at least trying to finance that deagle. But will lose his life and, well, do have Forget just running around the back of the map. Doesn't want to hand away his life, so just decides to fade away.
It would have been nice to have an AK-47. That's just hoping for one solo player to be trying to exit by that fountain, maybe not paying attention. Either way, 15-3 now. North America on the board. That's what I'm talking about. It's the beginning of the end.
I imagine you would have sort of hoped that they would have done that in their first match.
This is cool. I like this picture. Yeah, that would have been nice as well.
They just managed to do this to Astralis. That would have been impressive. Not quite to be. They will actually get an AWP onto the CT side. Not something we've seen from them, I think, at all the whole game. Mainly due to economy.
Money, did they? Yeah.
But, oh, this is just cruel, Ethan. Straight through the edge of the smoke. That AWP lasts a matter of seconds, and it's already gone. Maybe able to be picked up by another member of the team. But again, man advantage over to CLG.
I'm actually glad you brought that up. I mean, I know, Cuca's a guy that I've been told is a pretty decent AWPer, where he's, it would have been cool to see him have some opportunities, but I mean, in reality, that's a product of their own kind of tactics of how much they bought in the first half. So really the only round we see that AWP in his hands was just now. And in jumping onto a box, not a whole lot of utility, no protection either, and Ethan takes advantage of it. Now here goes the A bomb site. It's getting cracked open with ease. Ricky with a headshot. Down to 14 HP, but I think this is all she wrote unless Schwadapai can do something incredible.
Yeah, his teammates are falling left, right, and center. It's onto one. Elise dropping the bomb, but he has the challenge versus everybody, and this will be an absolute whitewash. 16-3, dominating from CLG. Moses is a happy man.
Very happy. I'm going to celebrate somehow. Yeah, CLG gets a win. Good to see him get on the board. 1-1 now. I mean, more than anything, really, it's just kind of like, this is one of those matches where it's like, listen, you should win this. Just go in, get the work done. Just put, head in the office.
Maybe a little bit of confidence booster.
Early in the day, you can go relax. You can start, watching some of the matches, look at who you're going to could be playing against in the next matchups, and kind of figure it out from there. You have a lot of time to just kind of chill. But either way, I mean, it is good to see someone not only winning, but winning emphatically, not letting it get close at all, never really being in danger. And especially, going into the second half, how many times do we see a team, maybe just, with that kind of a lead, just kind of let their focus slip just a tiny bit, pissed around goes the way of the opponents, and all of a sudden we've got a game in our hands, and they never let that happen, so that's nice.
Yeah, well, they look confident all the way through, and it has to be said, like, even with some of the buys they were going later on, they weren't taking any like ludicrous risks. They were just going, okay, we'll keep the rifles, we'll have the SMG just roaming around to actually just find out the information, but they didn't go for anything mad, like keeping all the, like we saw from Gambit actually, with like the 4 SMGs. They just played it safe. They played it smart.
Yeah. So I mean, just clinical. And I'm trying to think. I mean, there was no real like crazy individual performance. We mentioned at halftime the scores are all reasonably close. I don't think anyone could have skyrocketed their score from there. But either way, we'll now get to hear what all the big North American fans on the analyst desk think about that matchup.
Thank you so very much. Yes, just 10 frags at the top of the scoreboard for the Chinese, unable to make an impact really in this game. There was a little bit of a discussion between myself, YNK, and Thorin as to what they could achieve after their showing yesterday, but the relative unknown factor of 5 power fall flat versus CLG. Bit more logical than perhaps you would have anticipated into Cobblestone. I think the discussion starts here, Duncan, by saying Cobblestone is a map. Do you think that's where the first mistake was made by the Chinese?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, they had to hope that it was a good map for themselves. So, like I said, it's the one that they beat Tyloo on. I mean, the fact that CLG was willing to play them on it shows that CLG wasn't really afraid of them as a team whatsoever. Unfortunately, like, there's probably a reason why 5 power aren't touted. Here's the thing, even within people within the Asian region, they were never saying, oh yeah, expect big things from 5 power, they're going to do a lot. They were kind of like, okay, it's kind of a fluke that they qualified. Maybe we'll see what they do where they play Western teams, but no one really knows. It's not as though, because you have to remember, this is a key detail about the Asian scene, is that they actually have a very developed scene in terms of just domestically. They have lots of LAN tournaments. They have tons of online tournaments. So in theory, the quality will show through, and that's why Tyloo, Vici Cyber, then the future Flash Game. These teams are good teams because they get a lot of results, actually.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, Yanko, from a gameplay perspective, this is where, of course, I ask you to point out the flaws that they'll be trying to identify in their gameplay. When they look over this demo, what is it to think that they'll be able to observe went wrong for them?
I think to start, individually, they weren't really up to par with the CLG players. I mean, one situation that stands out is the QK one where he was just holding an angle. The guy comes into his crosshair. He still doesn't get the kill now. I mean, it happens to all of us. We remember the cold Zira miss spray on Cobblestone as well from Kabi. Happens even to the best players in the world. It just seemed that, in a number of these situations, it's just like not enough. That was actually, it was the first gun round as well. So that's like, when you start off like that, losing a round, it really sets the tone for the rest of the game as well.
This was brutal as well. Just Ricky and Finesse just ripping apart any sort of attempts they may have had.
In general, at times, like, not checking the correct angles, just the small things. They have the execute. Like you can see, they have the set smokes, flashes, and everything. But when they actually have to get into the site, you see them more often than not getting like multi-killed by a single player. For example, this as well. You just don't see it happen in the Western scene or like between tier 1 teams because they're, perfectly aware of what's going on, and if they have an execute, they're aware of the positions on which for which they have to keep an eye out for.
Left waiting, but Kusta got his fist bump in the end, and you can talk about the scoreboard. A fist bump definitely was deserved too. Ricky, top of the scoreboard, easy for him to go ahead and do the necessary damage. In fact, the full 5 from CLG are the map's best players.
This is actually one of the few situations where you actually can keep an eye out for the kill-death ratio because it's so high on the CLG players. It shows you, and now it makes sense when you see the firepower players as well. They were just so down. They didn't die all that much. CLG, they just weren't dying. So the rounds that they won were pretty dominant as well.
And actually, you don't see it all the time, but it's actually 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 kills.
OCD people.
Yeah.
Rejoice.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's awesome. Awesome perhaps for us, not necessarily for firepower. Bit of a flush. And so QKA and Ricky, you can see the comparison there. Yeah, complete disparity between the two. And I guess this is back to what we anticipated, Duncan, when it came to the unknown entity that was firepower. Back to the point you made before, though, about them having a very kind of consistent and powerful domestic scene.
Sure, yeah.
Seeing these guys break through, what if I've asked you to put a clock on it when we see more of this happening? When do you think, in the time frame of Counter-Strike Go, when do we actually get to see this working well for firepower, working well for China?
Well, the main thing is, like, first of all, every now and then when I see events like this, I'll go and I'll look at the actual qualifier that actually took place to see, okay, who did they play? Is it just a bunch of randoms? And I've noticed as the months have gone on in CSGO, more and more of those Chinese organizations from League of Legends, Dota, the big ones, do have teams. Now, they don't have the best teams, and obviously at the moment, there's not really the players, the big name players outside of Tyloo Flash Game to get. But I think what that means that at least they're looking towards the future, that CS is on the radar for them. So that's a good sign. For me, I still think all the power lies with Valve. If they can sort out the publishing aspect and get it so that when you go into a random PC cafe in Shanghai, Beijing, wherever it is in China, it's just installed on the machine.
Yeah.
And that sounds like, what's the big deal if you're a Westerner? But that's the entire deal to getting a lot of people to play these Asian countries, is that basically you need the kids who go there and just play the games randomly. It has to be an option for them. There has to be a game that they know exists in that sense, whereas it's not like the West where you own the game and you own your own PC and you just see a game. Boot camps and all the things that we know they can do, because actually China has one of the most developed esports scenes in the world. It's just at the moment CSGO is on the fringe of their radar.
I agree, and then one day, the up-and-coming Chinese players could have the likes of somebody, DD, Mo, like in their nickname, not trying to copy Forest, of course, from 1.6
Forest
days.
Wow, yeah.
Forest Wow, that's just...
Perhaps he forgot his name.
Blasphemy, honestly. He got what he deserved for trying to go with that. You don't mess with the legends. Just don't do that.
Fake knickers, never understood exhausted it really, but we can.
It's like the first time. No, that's like hilarious since we have the time.
Yeah.
It's like the first time you're at an international tournament, a tournament of this scale. No one's ever heard of you. What am I gonna do? I'm going to fake nick my way through the tournament so that no one even knows.
I mean,
what my name is.
I'm laughing, but that's all UK players do. But then again, we're not on the international scene, so what can I say about that? This is what's happening today, though. That's done, and believe it or not,
12.
Dusted.
That's obviously the time it takes place.
He ruined your catchphrase.
Still get Faze Immortals. This is one that a lot of us at the desk and indeed just at the event are looking forward to. This is you're hearing me correctly, a lower bracket game. Yes, Faze and Immortals both 0 and 1. And we get to see how they do fare up next. And following that, you get that Danish derby as well, North and Astralis. 2 games to look forward to, and they are both coming up next this afternoon, so you can go ahead and clear your schedule, sit down, relax, and watch some Counter-Strike.
Production already predicting the score for the G2 game, I see.
What did it say?
16-0.
16-0, all right.
There we go.
Dank memes aside, we will probably go ahead and take our break, because we want to get ready and set for what could very well be the highlight of the day. It's Faze and Immortals. It's going to be fantastic. One best of one, an explosive game hopefully to come, and an explosive, exciting opportunity for you guys as well over at Hellcase, provided by one of our sponsors here. It's just a free case you can go ahead and grab with the code SLTV. You can check it out. It is all details beneath me. Still, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Faze Immortals up next. You do not want to miss this. We'll be back in about 10 to talk through it.
Gaming Bets. Online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
From this position, they've already pushed quite far in. There's the headshot, there's the Molotov on Henny. Now he's trapped in the corner, has to try and jump up. He's still on fire. Walking out, so now they know where he is, and he's gonna get shot.
Config and Magician now the last 2 alive, and Config still in the fight.
So the UMP turns around, gets the kill on Bolts, almost unbelievable, and Meg is still alive. Config picking. Guessing is probably what they're going to try and go for. Yeah, the first flash already being put out. Oh, he's actually waiting for it. He did have it selected, and now it's going to be way too late. You see it coming in after Pasha's got those 2 kills, so a bit of a mistiming. Actually, if you looked at the HUD in the corner, you can see Argency was, priming the grenade. Just wasn't enough, and Pasha. Now they can't change their mind, and Cole's going to pick up one more kill. He can't get a headshot on somebody, but
in the Molotov standing. Somebody taking a lot of damage, and Captain Mo very nearly down and out. So it's a 3-on-3, yes, but they don't have the health for it here, Tai Luan. The bomb is not even planted. Great spray coming through. Didi hitting the shot on for taking him down. Now Fallen giving up his position. He's going to miss another shot. Pistols out instead, and Didi turns it into a quad kill.
It's a double bluff, I guess. But they are just going to push in. It's going to be Xyp9x up close. There's plenty of players waiting. He'll try and transfer, but actually Kusa going to get another, so they now have the advantage themselves. Glaive is going to be nice and close, though. Denies the plant. The peak needs to come out from upper, maybe able to finish him off, and Kusa does just that. The rotation of the remaining two, however, will be in. They still don't have that plant down, but still enough time to play with 35 seconds on the clock. The bomb will be going down.
Yeah, Kusa is raining down death from above and actually puts himself in exposed position, but wins it anyways. 4 kills for him.
battles, and once again he gets taken down. That's quite easy for a player like Shox. They're ticking away. Just have to push through this, I think.
And they relocate with the up going back toward Emo, and then now over to Bebop. They bring the rifle back as well. Stop it all in. Do they anticipate it's going to be over on the left on the entrance? They'll just do absolutely not. This should just be out of the body. This should just be a slaughter. He's going to get one at least because Shox found the other kill, but they know he's there. Swing out, get right, last alive. 10 seconds. Found bomb was never going to be planted with that many CTs in the site.
Correlations we've had from online performances that have come true. What?
Can we see this? Guardian with 2 quick kills down middle.
He wants more as well. Here we go. Oh!
Tries it. Still a chance. Goes back out. Sets in ready. There's 3. And actually turns out, although QKA lives, you think, all right, that's fine. He's got a chance. They know exactly where he is.
Faze and Immortals, both standing 0-1 here for the Star Ladder I-League Final Season 3. And it's a little bit of a surprise for us here at the desk. Myself, Machine, joined by Moses now and YNK. We're all ready to talk about this one with microphones and all. And I think the first thing we have to kind of think about here is the fact that head-to-head, Faze have not had any trouble with Immortals over in Katowice. I couldn't believe it when I had a look. But we've got 4 consecutive wins in favor of Faze in one event. I'm not sure quite how that worked out. I'm sure you do, Yankee. You're nodding.
Yeah, one of it was the tiebreaker that we had on Train. So, but that was 4 different maps. It was Inferno first,
I've got it
no, Mirage first, then Train, then Inferno, then Overpass.
I don't know how he does it.
That's not bad. Well, I mean, to be fair, it was only like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't even remember what I had for breakfast. So
true. Well,
so
no one really knows. No one really knows what we had for breakfast today.
Yeah, man. I think it
was something wrapped in a tortilla shell.
Oh, actually, I was awake early enough, Jason, to have breakfast at the hotel. Anyway, waking up aside, we'll see if Faze or Immortals wake up, because I mean, the fact that both of them are in the 0 and 2. What do you make of that, Jason? I presume the Hellraisers game stands out to you.
Yeah, I thought Faze actually looks like it's kind of scary because Faze looked so good in Katowice, and then I think in this matchup against Hellraisers, they looked very one-dimensional, and I think it boils down to a little bit of. For whatever reason, as much as we all praise Kerrigan's in-game leading in this particular match, I don't know if it just was like a lack of research into Hellraisers, a lack of a game plan on cash, whatever it might be. Like they weren't adjusting to anything. They weren't making any changes to what they were doing. It was just literally running default round after round after round and allowing Dead Fox plenty of spaces to just pick off one person. And I mean, the fact that just one AWP was able to just ruin their entire T-half was so worrying to me. So yeah, they've got to get back to that ability to kind of adapt to adversity in the middle stages of this match.
Certainly, I think adversity is a good word for it. And of course, we're talking about powerful AWPs. There's no absence of that versus Immortals as well. Do you think they could run into the same problem twice, or have you got a degree of faith here?
Well, it depends, because it would be kind of unlucky for Faze to first run into a Dead Fox who's playing super well, and then Henny, because they're both pretty inconsistent, as it seems. So, sure, there is danger in that sense. I mean, Faze have a formidable offer of their own in Alu, who, again, had a quiet game yesterday for the better part. So, I don't think all of those things are going to repeat themselves. Surely, one of the win conditions for Immortals is Henny having at least a good game, not necessarily an amazing game, but he needs to show up to some extent, at least being the main opera of the team. And he's also one of those playmaking type of operas, right? He is explosive, he is aggressive, so if he doesn't have a good game, that means that probably he's just dying without making an opening.
This was obviously Dead Fox against Faze on cash and the 4 points he put in, and it wasn't necessarily the amount of kills, it was the impact he was having on these rounds and the way that he was limiting and the mobility he had. And it's important to note, yeah, Faze has a good opera in Alu, but Alu versus Dead Fox, Alu versus Henny, it's 2 very different playstyles of the AWP. Henny and Dead Fox like to be aggressive with it. They're like kind of that playmaking opera. Alu's a little bit more of like your classic style, where he's going to just be passive. He's going to hold an angle. Very, very good hit rate when they walk into that angle that he's holding. Like he hits his shot consistently, but he's not like that opera who's just going to take a peek and dictate how the round plays out.
Well, I mean, while we are on the topic of Alu, he's quiet in his game, often quiet out of game, but we do have a chance to actually talk to him. There is an interview available with the Finnish AWPing superstar. Let's check it out, of his feelings coming in off the back of a loss.
I mean, we started the match pretty well. We led 6-2, and after that something happened and we lost 13 rounds in a row. As CT, we lost pistol, 2 first weapon rounds, then we won rounds, then we could string in a couple of rounds, but in the end it was not enough, and they played great. They outplayed us as a team, and we also played a bit different than we usually play, so no, not really. We know that they are really strong opponent to play, and they had a rough time as well. Yesterday they lost to North 3-16, so I'm sure that they will come to this match full of fire and ready to prove themselves, and so are we, so it's going to be a fun game. We don't really care. In the end, you will, a Swiss format, you will never play the same opponent twice, and of course Immortals is one of the strongest teams that we could get, but we should beat them, so we have no excuse.
Looking to replicate some of the success they found over in Poland with just a couple of days practice. Now 4 weeks of online play, not a single tournament for them to compete in, and then Faze looking to try and replicate exactly what they did in Katowice. Not a great start, of course, conceding the loss. We heard from Alu himself stating that the problems really did lie with themselves. I don't think there was any kind of, not a great deal of praise towards Hellraiser, simply, reflecting on their performance as FaZe. And I think that's what we did on the desk as well, Yanko, that the flaws really lay with FaZe and their individuals.
It is true. You could hear it in the interview as well. He said we played differently than the way we usually play in that Hellraisers game. I'm not sure exactly what he meant. I think FaZe maybe got tunnel visioned a little bit in that game in the first half because they were so close to resetting the money of Hellraisers, and they were getting the bomb down and they were getting those afterplan situations, sure, at a disadvantage, but they maybe figured we just need to win one of those. Let's keep doing what works. Sometimes the call in itself and the general idea of the round is good. It's just that in the afterplan situations, you maybe make individual mistakes and you lose the round. If you get to the bomb site every time, then the general idea is okay. I'm not saying that was 100% the case in the FaZe game, but maybe that's what they felt. Someone says, hey, I lost us that round, I overpeaked or I didn't peak, and then the in-game leader's thinking, okay, they're playing passive when we can get into the site. Why don't we just keep going for it? Let's just be a little bit more focused once we get the bomb down and win that round. Unfortunately, they couldn't win that one round for 5 or 6 consecutive rounds. Then the half got away from them a little bit.
They also probably got caught a little bit off guard because they actually started that half, they punished Dead Fox in the aggressive plays he was making, I think, twice. They actually got out to a 6 or 7-2 lead. And when you're in that, we always talk about, you can't lose that focus. You can't take your foot off the gas. I don't think they necessarily did that, but I think it just kind of caught them by surprise when Dead Fox all of a sudden got on a run and just started dominating them. And then all of a sudden the match is tied up. And then all of a sudden, I think Hellraisers end up winning something like 14 rounds or 13 rounds in a row after that. Something crazy.
Then 14-6.
Yeah,
15-6.
14, yeah.
That just can't happen. It just can't.
Now, and while we're on the topic of this, when you are talking about players like Dead Fox who came out of relative obscurity, when you talk about Immortals, who some of them did come out of what felt like thin air to a lot of them with the Western scene, and we got to see what they were capable of, and the fact that we've seen them, of course, achieve big things already. I think the discussion I'd like to have, just given the time, is that there is this kind of level of players that are not both undiscovered but also very capable. I just think this is always a bit of a public service announcement that there are Dead Foxes still out there, aren't there, Jason?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, it's why does he say it like that? There are. I mean, it's not difficult to, as a player, to get to the level of individual skill of where some of the pros are actually. Sure. I mean, it's not the hardest part of becoming a pro. It's everything that comes around that. And you even see this is the big leap of why Immortals has never become a tier 1 team, and Hellraisers are not a tier 1 team, is because their players are certainly capable and it's certainly possible of having these performances, but it's not consistent. It's better to have 20 kills per map consistently than it is to have the 30 kill blow up and then you're getting 10 to 12 every single that consistency is something that as a team you need to be able to rely on. You're making plays that you can replicate game after game after game, and that's when you can start building things around it and using your performance as a tool to win the match. And this is what Henny talk about his inconsistency. The only consistency he's had in his game is when he's in Katowice. It's both Katowice events where he's been absolutely unreal, and then from there it's the occasional map.
You do get occasional reminders of why there was so much hype surrounding him, and it does seem like a recurring theme where we get excited about one player or one match, and then they do seem kind of once again fall off. That consistency is a big factor.
To be fair, when you have a playstyle like Henny does, it's hard to be consistent because it's so explosive, relies on flick shots. It's just unnatural to begin with.
And it does look like we're doing the veto. Good to know. FaZe and Immortals are about to be duking it out in a best of 1. Looks
the
like
unfortunate part for Immortals is, like you guys just mentioned earlier, is they've lost 4 different maps to FaZe at Katowice. So it's just where do you go? You have 3 maps left. You're going to have to replay one of those 4, I would imagine. So, I mean, it's kind of what's the game plan going into this when you've been systematically beaten by FaZe on multiple different locations?
And the scorelines as well were by no means close. You have 16-6, 16-9, 16-10.
The playoff match was a blowout. That series they had in Katowice, everyone thought Immortals might be able to take it, but it was just complete stomp.
I didn't.
You had faith in FaZe.
A lot of people thought that Immortals would win.
This has been quick, though. Look, Inferno taken by FaZe means we've got 2 options left, and they have already played both of them. It's Train and Mirage that are yet to be selected. Now, let's not forget they played that ridiculously long overtime tiebreaker in Train.
It is a bit interesting. I mean, you can't know what FaZe was practicing. You have the games they played in Pro League, but, I am a bit surprised that they would go for Mirage, Veto Inferno instead of Mirage, because for Mirage, it's a map Immortals play a lot. It's one of their favorite maps. So if you have practiced Inferno, then why not ban Mirage and leave Inferno in? But I guess it's just preference from FaZe at this point in time.
It also might be something where 0-1, probably not feeling comfortable with where they are in the group, but not expecting this, and not wanting to maybe bring out. It could be a little bit of a while. Yeah, maybe they've practiced it. Maybe they just don't know how confident they can actually be on it. Like if this is going to decide whether you go 0-2, do you really want to go to a map that you're like, yes, we have worked on for the past week, but we haven't really tested it against like in tournament situations, and this isn't the time to do that. We saw SK risk that with Nuke in Katowice, and that didn't turn out well with them.
On the other hand, Mirage is a map where Immortals really did rely a lot on Phelps when he was in the team to make those plays around window room, towards like ladder, generally in the mid area of the map, right? He would just have great timings, sometimes even walking through a smoke, Immortals through themselves and catching a player off guard. Things like that. It was very like spread out around the map based on like individual plays. Bolts would like walk out of A ramp, get a kill there. So now with FNX, as we mentioned yesterday, they probably need to change that playstyle a little bit, focus more on playing as a team. And they also have some set plays they go for, like Henny, for example. I think everyone knows by now on the CT side, he throws that smoke towards underpass and just like is on the edge of it, trying to get someone top mid. So they needed to have worked on the map to be competitive on it against the best teams in the world, because those are some of the gimmicks that you can pull off once or twice, but then once people see them, they can't really work again.
So on the topic of best teams in the world, we are talking about FaZe, who did get a good result in Katowice, and in some rankings are considered to be top 3, if not top 5 already in the world.
Nice.
Now, Jason, where do you believe FaZe do stand in these kind of rankings? Of course, everyone has their own personal ranking to an extent.
I'd put him. You could put him in the. I'm assuming these are all.
This is the Katowice
head
results,
to head.
yeah. Head to head.
The last 4 are Katowice, and the first one is really.
I would say they're in the top 5, but I think it's like a very weak top 5 in the sense that like
lots of changes have happened.
Like, once you get like past like VP, I think you put it obviously Astralis, probably put SK up there in like the top 3, and then that 4 and 5 spot I feel like are just going to fluctuate and rotate. I think we have a lot of teams who can compete for that spot.
Right.
And at the moment, I don't think the Katowice
is enough.
Final getting there and losing it is good to put them there, but it's not going to keep you there for very long. They need to have a repeat performance. They need to do it quickly.
A quick repeat of Katowice necessary to put them in the top 5, Janko. Does that kind of resonate with you? I think there is no doubt that there is faith that FaZe could do that, could be in top 5 consistently. What do you make of it?
I definitely agree. I don't think it's enough for a number of reasons. A lot of teams can just have a one-off tournament. Yeah. Towards the end of last year, we had 10, 11 tournaments with a different winner, something along those lines. So everyone can have one tournament off. Also, people say FaZe only had 3 days of practice. That's true, but also FaZe was a new team and no one could know what to expect from them. You couldn't anti-strat FaZe at the time because you couldn't know how they're going to play. Now with a couple of pro league games behind them, you get a general feeling of how FaZe likes to play, how aggressive are they as a team. So you can do at least some level of preparation for them, which is going to mean a bit more difficult road for FaZe as well.
It's kind of cool to see this project finally reach a bit of a culmination in success after what's been so long without it. I do want to just touch on the Kiyoshima discussion just for a moment. Kiyoshima. I don't know, it sounds nice.
It does sound cool.
It sounds really nice. But yeah, Kiyoshima Kiyo. We've seen how he kind of did get one of the few French players who was in the top teams fall out of love with the French rosters, and he's moved away. There's very few French players that have done so, and finding success as well. What do we make of Kiyo in this move to FaZe?
He's moved so far away. He actually lives in the UK.
Yeah, represent. Well, we'll see for how long. Theresa May's got looking out for him.
Politics again.
Why is
with
this
Alex
happening?
Machine Richardson.
It's happening at EPL too. Matt brings it up all the time.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay, we should start.
What's wrong with you guys? Yeah, these Commonwealthers.
Let's not do it.
I mean, Kiyo was always like This is kind of like one of the criticisms of just how the community views players and teams in general, is it's always going to be the role players who have the microscope on them. And someone like Kiyoshima, obviously in the French teams, was the one who everyone kind of looked to and was like, he's the obvious one underperforming. Now, that being said, he was kind of not having the impact that we were used to seeing him have towards the end of his time in the French teams. I thought the best thing that could happen to him is FaZe actually did a very cool thing with him and Jacob, where they actually did utilize that kind of bench system. Yeah. And like normally when teams say, yeah, he's benched, it's just kind of like lexicon for saying he is cut from the team and we are benching him until we find someone to sell him to. Well, in this case, Kerrigan comes in and he's like, no, I want Kiyoshima. I like what he can do. I want to use him as a role player. I'm going to use him as my chess piece. He's been performing so very well, and that's the thing. That's why it's effective in the bench, where it's like you're not playing in this role well, so take some time off. If you're not going to perform, we're not going to put you in the game.
What piece would Kiyoshima be?
What, a chess piece?
Ooh, chess piece.
Fun.
That's not a bad question. I think he would be.
I've got one in mind.
I mean, you can't do pawn. That's a bit cruel. I think he'd be a knight.
Knight. I was thinking the same.
Yeah, were you?
Yeah.
Attaboy.
I would give him the
bishop. You're a bishop man, aren't you?
No, wait. What's the one that is like a horse? How do you call that?
That's
a knight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, look
I
at
would
that.
have given a
Yeah,
knight.
yeah, the horse.
Yeah.
I see where you've gone with that
I
one.
thought
Yeah.
bishop is a knight.
That's okay.
No, bishop is the diagonal one.
Yeah,
but I don't think really the names of the piece matter to you. You just wanted to go for the horse thing, didn't you?
Well, throwing me under the bus on that
Yep.
one.
Yes,
That's how we do
indeed. Chess. Yeah. So in the game of chess, Kyo is the knight, and while we're doing this comparison,
Kyo is the horse.
While we're doing this comparison, what does that make Nico? What does that make Nico?
The
Queen.
He's the queen.
Queen.
Nico the queen.
Definitely a queen
Have
with
you
that
ever seen
hairstyle.
that haircut?
Yeah,
Definitely a
exactly.
queen.
The map is Mirage, and we're going to be seeing the various chess pieces of Faze, see if they can indeed checkmate Immortals. Dude, imagine if Immortals do end this day 0-2. The chances of survival, I imagine, just become almost nullified. 3 consecutive map wins just...
That's the issue. This game is like do or almost die,
Yeah.
basically, because it's not impossible for these teams. Obviously, when you're 0-2, you're going to get a weaker opponent.
Yeah.
Then, with some luck, you might get a weaker opponent after that and get up to 2-2. But if I imagine that when we get to the 2-2 section, right, the end
There's gonna
day,
be so many good teams.
there's going to be so many good teams. Like, you're going to get the likes of, maybe North
Yeah.
or maybe perhaps Astralis, maybe, I don't know. It's
SK.
definitely, yeah, it's definitely going to be a good team. So, winning 3 games in a row against the level of opposition you have here, I think it's highly unlikely, unless you get lucky with a draw as well.
Well, absolutely, there is a degree of randomness to the Swiss format, but the guys here at the desk have made it oh so clear. This is a huge map. 1 game of Counter-Strike and you very much are close to elimination. The likelihood of getting through with 3 consecutive wins is dwindling, and the knife round is about to go down. This is where we start the discussion surrounding predictions. Who do you believe is going to be on their last life at the end of today? Jason, I'll let you jump in first.
I think Faze is going to take this one, to be honest. I'm going to go with Faze. I wasn't as high on. I know a lot of people were pretty excited when, maybe not excited, but when FNX went to Immortals in that Phelps swap, people saying, now he's going to have this star power. He's going to be able to drive this team and they won't lose too much of a step. I actually was the other way. I thought they would lose a big step, especially when you talk about now on Mirage, Phelps was a big piece, so you're just going to lean more on Henny, who's inconsistent. I like how this Faze team is tooled, and I think losing that first match, I think they're going to come into this one and I think they're going to be a lot looser than what we saw yesterday. I don't think we're going to see as many defaults. I think they're going to let some of the individual skill, someone like Nico can have his way, make things happen. We've seen what he can do on Katowice on this map. He can open up that A-bomb site with 2 to 3 kills very quickly.
I think this is a tricky matchup for FaZe because even if they could have gotten an easier team, but I think when you just talk about if they could get the team of the same level as Immortals but just a different team, they would have preferred it because they beat them so many times, and you don't really go back and think about those games. While Immortals, on the other hand, obviously are going to really go back and see what went wrong and maybe try and figure out what they can do differently in order to beat FaZe this time around. So a very, very tricky matchup for FaZe. That being said, I do believe they're simply the better team in pretty much all aspects of the game. And I feel like they are going to perform better today than they did yesterday, and they're going to go 1-1.
Not forgetting the last time they did meet on Mirage, Nico had one of those games, Nico games. I think he dropped, I had it in front of me, 26, the next one was 18.
It was actually that game where they won 2 or 3 rounds with pistols on the T side. And it was a round where Nico got a kill from A ramp on Henny, who was ticket with the op. And everyone else just played super passive. And that was a full eco from FaZe on T side. And Immortals just lost the round because players got into jungle and close to connector. They just lost so much ground because they were afraid of dueling the Deagles of FaZe. You could see how FaZe instilled fear into Immortals in that game. And you cannot play scared, not against FaZe, but against anyone pretty much. So Immortals need to, get some cojones in there.
You could also use that as almost a way to kind of say Immortals has a good chance in this, because you can't expect a team even at this level, even though they're not a tier 1 team, to be losing 2 to 3 rounds in one half against just pistols. That just doesn't happen frequently, no matter how good a team is with deagles and pistols. It just doesn't happen that frequently.
I mean, that was going to be my next question, is when we're talking about Faze and we're talking about rounds where Nico just blows Henny's head off with, what is that? I mean, what, 5,700 investment at 5,750 with just an AWP Kevlar with $700. I mean, Faze are one of the few teams that can do that and do it consistently, not only in that game, but in gameplay in general.
Well, it's interesting. I don't know if Kerrigan said, like, it's fun if you lose both pistols because we play 4 pistol rounds. Meaning, even if they lose pistol, they get pistols again, and they can still win those rounds. I think the ratio of the rounds of which they would lose pistol, win second round in Katowice was something insane. But obviously, it means a lot. That's what you know when you talk about and say how teams need a good start. You know, teams were unlucky; they would win a round and lose the following round. Their economy was always getting reset. Yes, but you cannot expect in this level of competition to always have like healthy buys. And if you just win your good buys, you're gonna like win the game. You need to be able to manage with like low economy buys, force buys, pistols, Galils, UMPs, whatever. That's what makes the best teams in the world truly best. They have prepared like tactics, or just they know how to play those rounds out, and that's where they can win. Even when they have inferior equipment, they manage to win those rounds and turn the game into their favor.
I mean, that's the name of the game that is Counter-Strike Global Offensive, right? You have to be able to work with the SMGs and those pistols.
I mean, so much relies on the economy, obviously, like that. That's not even something you ever really need to discuss because everyone knows it. But the difference is between this and like other games of Counter-Strike is how powerful the pistols are. Yeah. And just the fact that they're so powerful can just throw an entire half into ruin. I think also, I mean, if you just look at how, I mean, look, we're going to have Kiyoshima and B. We're going to have like Alu on Catwalk with the AWP. It's a pretty solid duo there. They do good work. It's also a map, remember, like Kerrigan, this is like a specialist map for Kerrigan. Like, we haven't even gotten to him yet. So, I mean, I don't know if he's not ever going to put himself in a position to like take over the game like he used to at times when he was in Astralis and TSM. But I mean, this is still a map that he's very, very good on individually. So there's really no weak point anymore in this Faze team.
Yeah, cross our fingers for some double AWP action. Be good to see Kerrigan doing his thing, and it is time to find the side choice. It will be Faze on CT after making their decision after winning the knife. And we've made the decision to bring your casters into this one. It's Henry G and Sadakist waiting in the wings to guide you through this lower bracket game.
Thank you, Alex. You got it correct this time. I'm very pleased to be called by my proper name. And with that, I'm very pleased to know that I am doing lovely in my predictions today. I've gone for Faze in this one.
You have, which is, I think, is the correct decision. Very wise and informed of you.
I wanted 5 power to beat CLG. That was my way back in.
It didn't work out, did it? Didn't go too well.
I'm just, you know.
Here we go, Matt.
If I'd won that one.
Still going?
I would have won enough money off that one to make up for all the others that I've lost.
Okay.
So, you know.
Anyway, should we get into this one?
No.
No? Want to keep going with that?
Yeah.
Anyway, Faze versus Immortals, right? We had the matchup we had in Katowice as well on the same map. Faze ran away with this one, but you have to say that's when Nico just joined the team. Bit of a honeymoon period, if you want to call it that, and he went absolutely wild in this match. He dropped like 30 frags against Immortals. He was the difference maker to get them that victory.
I think I'm a little bit disappointed to call it a honeymoon period. I was hoping it was going to be pure invigoration.
I call it that.
No, okay, but it is. I know what you mean. It's because it was new, it was fresh. No one's really got much going against them. They're excited. Everyone plays loosey-goose and has some fun. My point is that I expected this team to do more than that. I expected this team to not just have that period like every other team does and then drop off. I expect them to be invigorated to finally win. I think they've got a little bit complacent with how well they did and thought it was going to be all too easy because they have let off the gas pedal a little bit.
The thing is as well, Yankee makes a very good point in the fact if no one knows how they're going to play when they turn up with that kind of 3 days prep and all that sort of stuff coming into it, it's very difficult to download demos and kind of take much away from it. So it makes a lot of sense they turned up and looked so great. They're obviously very excited when Nico joined the team and they could play that looser play style. They let him do what he wants. And maybe since then they've tried to maybe reel things in a little bit and have more structure, and that could be to their detriment considering the amount of firepower they have. One interesting battle this will be going on this game as well, the Orb Duels coming in. Alu versus Henny. Kerrigan may be joining in as well. He's known to be very good on this map with the AWP, especially in his tenure with Astralis. But I think that's going to be the main battle as well, along with the economy. One thing I've always said about FaZe as well, one of their biggest assets within their team is Alu as a whole. Him being an AWP player, they need to allow him to get on the AWP. If they lose a pistol, they always force buy too much in the CT, in my opinion. They never let him just go full eco, and then they can go 5 or 6 rounds before he actually brings out the AWP. And then they're smooth sailing after that. They never seem to learn that let's just get him on the AWP, whatever happens, and we'll normally be okay. Henny, on the other hand, a very good, flashy AWPer. He had some very amazing performances in Katowice, to be fair. Like that cash game especially.
Cash game, yeah, exactly.
Nuts. But the thing is, he's quite inconsistent, and he only really goes off like once every few months, and then he's quite average, I have to say, apart from that. So I'm hoping to see a big performance from him, and we have a real good orbital coming in. I do think Faze will pick this map up, but hopefully we'll have a nice, closely contested game. There's Kiyoshima on the screen as well. He's actually been very impressive for me overall in this Faze project. I think he's actually come back to form incredibly since his envious days.
Well, you've broken it down nicely. I think the Henny comments are accurate. Bolts close to camera. I mean, everyone on this team now has played with Fallen at some point in time.
Indeed.
The Brazilian scene, especially these top 10, have played a lot together. And then there's also, I mean, Luminosity stepping up as of late.
Yeah,
with Showtime.
They're qualifying some tournaments now. It's actually looking quite exciting for them. But here we go, Matthew.
Yeah, the fact that 3 Brazilian teams can show up in North America and improve like that, while North American teams can't, says a lot about mentality. But we're underway with a double push through the underpass. Alu goes first. He dies second. It's Kiyoshima that actually takes the bullet from Lucas to start things off. Rain tried to push up to compensate for this inside of the apartments at B. They'd found success in the kills, he would have been in perfect position to capitalize. Now he's got to sit and be patient and hope that they walk back his direction and he can make up for what they've lost.
Yeah, it looked like Immortals were almost expecting that underpass push coming in. They lose 2 frags just like that. And the good thing from Immortals right now, they've got so much time to work with it. This is perfect. You don't give anything away. You don't start committing right off the bat. You know the CTs have to react to this. Mirage, by its very essence, is a very reactive map. As soon as you lose frags on the entirety of the map, you have to be pushing and getting something back in return. And that's what Rain's trying to do right now. He's considering pushing a little bit further. Steel's waiting for him as well. This is looking very nice for Immortals. There's still that 2 smokes as well. This should be a guaranteed round for them, but not if Rain is hitting shots like that. Amazing stuff from him.
Said he had to make up for it. Manages 2. Lucas, oh, that's going to end it though. Gets Nico and then follows up by finding Rain as well. It's all on to Kerrigan in a 1 versus 3. Needs to rotate over from the A side of the map with a smoke, no armor. Does have a kit, but no armor is the bigger problem. That's Bomb that's gone in toward the jail position, but they're just clearing it first, and Bolts finds the kill.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Faze, went for the aggressive stance off the bat. That straight towards underpass. It's a nice idea, but you could see Immortals had that area locked down. 2 players watching it, got both the frags to kick things off. Rain did absolutely everything he could towards those B apartments there, but got shut down. Lovely stuff by him, to be fair. What a great couple of shots those were to bring the round back into contention at least, but unfortunately he got shut down. Nico went down on the other side of the map as well, and it's going to be 1-0 in favor of Immortals. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so Alu's gone full eco mode. Maybe they're listening to me. Maybe I should be coach for these guys.
Well,
NIP didn't work out. We can maybe lose one.
I mean, nice Molotov.
So this is the problem for Faze. Historically, he'd be joining in with the Deagle and armor as well. He really struggled to get on the AWP, and then it looks like they've kind of addressed that issue, and he will be full eco at this point. So he will have the AWP in the first gun round. Not a single dollar invested.
I was going to say NIP didn't work out, not because of you. I think you were the strong suit for them.
Yeah, they should have stuck to their guns and they kept me.
I mean, they didn't look good without you yesterday.
What I'm thinking. Still time. I'm still available.
Always available.
Yeah. Anyone wants to pick me up as a coach, I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
You could end that sentence with anyone that wants to pick me up.
Let's in general. Let's go.
Flash out, Kyo. Close corner catwalk. Can't find the shot, but he was forward to the flash. Nico's taking a lot of damage. In fact, more than just damage, he's taking death. Prescribed to it. As FNX takes a shot from Rain. This is actually turning around because Alu gets the shot into Lucas, and suddenly Bolts getting 1 kill back. It does bring it to a 3 versus 2, but the fact that there's a double deagle setup and an armor on both, if they can pick up one of the guns that's dropped down, they have a chance still of pulling this back their favor. And Kyo, I think, spotted this is going A. In fact, he's let 1 slip by. He could catch the bomb right now and steal. Oh, it does. I thought he missed the shot, the headshot at that, but by getting this kill, leaves him open to Bolts. Bomb down, buys time. They've got to go back for it. They don't know where Rain is gone. He knows exactly where Bolts is. He's going to try and find that with the deagle. He's got it down to a 1 versus 1 and the gun available to him on catwalk.
Ooh. God, that was close. Rain, known as the clutch master right now, certainly makes things exciting. Great awareness from him. He actually sensed the play, obviously. Killed his teammate from the vents, takes him down when he's rotating towards short as well. The time's ticking away. The bomb's down in the A. He's got to come there at some point. Brings it down to the 1v1, but out-dueled there by the AK-47. So a very exciting round there from Faze, and able to convert it to a victory. So that will be 2-0 in favor of the Brazilian side here. So this will be the full eco for Faze at this point. Immortals will be aware of this. They don't have to work too hard at this point. Just hold back, run the clock down a little bit. Don't want to rush, don't want to run into any sort of stacks, and just try and find each frag. 1 by 1. We'll have a look at the little setup here from Faze. It looks like there's 2 players towards Winder, and from what I can see on the mini-map. That rings true. We'll find out momentarily. Rain's got a deagle after picking up a couple of frags in that round. And we have one flashbang for Alu. Suggests maybe it's flash towards the middle. They are pushing up right now. I expect the flash to come in momentarily. And then Steel, he's in a great position there. He can fall back as soon as he gets flashed.
Yeah, and Henny then turns. That's the whole point of the setup. Henny staring at the wall means he won't be blinded, so even though Steel goes down, Henny's perfectly positioned. That's why it's similar to the A main position on Cash. One stares at wall, one watches the entrance. When the flash is in, you just swap it out. Henny's done very well. We've had a player drop, and that was a disconnect after Kiyoshima died, so all 5 were killed. The money's going to be correct, but they've got to call a technical, so as expected, we will take a short minute.
We will. A time to
just
reflect.
A hot minute.
Hot minute. Why not? So Kiyoshima drops out. Technical pause coming in, of course. So there. It is going to be the 3-0 for Immortals. That was the full eco. Not really much Faze could do there. Try the flash towards top and middle. Maybe get a couple of frags. Dent the economy of Immortals at least. But so far, Immortals looking pretty strong. They did lose all... Well, lost 4 players in the round before that, so they can't have a bonus run, anything like that. They have 5 AKs, maybe an AWP will come in. I'm not sure they can afford it into that first gun round, but Alu certainly can. Like we said, he took a full eco, and there it is. He brings it out. He's got body armor as well, so that's the benefit of going full eco as an AWPer. Henny will be dueling him, though. And it looks like a full A execution. You see 4 players outside A here, 1 towards middle, Molotoving towards the window. And this should be smokes, or maybe a contact play. We'll see what they bring to the table here as Rain gets up close and personal, seeing if he may push through this smoke. Looks like he's considering it.
Bolts will watch the wide side of said smoke as Rain backs off. So we did go through. It would have been a tough order. This will be top stairs. Bounce once, bounce on top. Lands, jungle smoke thrown as well, but Rain's underneath the balcony. Forward of the smokes, they've got to chase him down. Steel, manages to do so, but a flashback in, and Nico takes him. Spray control, as ever, very good, takes down Henny. And Lucas is left versus 4. Good start as he finds the headshot onto Kiyoshima. Reads that, in fact, Kerrigan is very likely to be rotating B, but Kerrigan knows he's in connector and goes the smart way around instead. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense, right? The bomb's down, they have vision of it. There's no reason for him to face or even challenge this frag. Allow Lucas to commit and then to take him down as a team. That makes a lot of sense here. Alu, AWP towards CT spawn. No one's giving anything away here. Make him touch the bomb, even commit to a plant before you give him any contact. And give him nothing to work with, not a single target. That's the objective at this point.
Hunting now for that information
like
not given to him.
It's like a trifecta of Doom right now. Look in the top left.
Trifecta of Doom.
It's good, isn't it?
Is that your metal band's name?
It might be, actually. Do you want to join?
No, that's okay. Good shot, Alu. Seemingly the sharpest point on the triangle.
It seems that way. So good round from Faze. I don't mind that at all, though, from Immortals. After the force buy in the second round, going for a full set piece in a map like Mirage makes a lot of sense. You know, the CTs potentially don't have the incendiaries or maybe even the smoke grenades to actually hold you off effectively there. But Rain and Nico, some amazing work, especially Nico. That spray control from the steps position was phenomenal. And that's what's so good about this Faze clan. They don't really rely on the strategic side or maybe the utility so much. They've got such good aimers there. Happy to take duels all day long. And they will pick up the first gun round here. And this is on the AWP, of course. And you can see Immortals, after having that close second round, they will be onto a little partial buy here. Eagles, Tech 9s, a couple of smokes. Looks like they're going towards A once again. Same smokes probably coming in. Either they do steps and jungle smokes. They actually,
okay.
Little love tap there.
Good
luck. Make sure he's paying attention.
Yep. Didn't mean to press 1. Sorry, dude. Trigger bot failed. Alu through the smoke. Okay. Trying to find an opening. Nico again, though, pushing is going to be in a prime position. In fact, off the stairs that time, so we can see above it, but got hit by Lucas, who continues to show good form in terms of accuracy. Unfortunately, the form is all phased now that the guns have been purchased. It's going to go to 3-2, bomb to be defused once they grab and collect the extra pistols that they would like.
Yep.
And that'll bring us a little bit closer. I think the money at this point in time for Immortals should be...
It'd still be stabilizing.
Yeah,
that was only a partial
plant.
That wasn't a full investment at that point. So that was the objective, get the bomb down. They successfully do it. Took a couple of kills as well, so not too bad at all. And yeah, plenty of money to buy. I'm not sure they get the AWP. We have to look at this image. So we'll find out momentarily.
Nah, I think there's none. Yeah.
Okay. So 5 AKs. They've been doing a couple of set pieces the last few rounds. This will be back to default for now. You don't want to keep chucking that in there.
Alu has a fast ace spawn. He could try and pick through the arch.
Or Palace, maybe.
Could go Palace.
Mix things up.
Yeah, Alu could. I see him more the one to peek. Yeah, A-main. Yeah. He's gone there. I don't think I've seen him push Palace in a very long time.
Oh, the bug comes in again. Nice.
Yep, that's frustrating because he's looking to try and... Part of the fast plan is he can cross over at A-main, that's fine, but he can also get to connector. So he was really hoping to get that peek. The Molotov was very smart, and they get kills off of it. In fact, one of them was from Flames, as they burned, I believe, Nico.
Lucas with those 2 kills. His brother's gone down, but they stand 1 man up, and they'll try and take the B site, fortified by that of only Kerrigan.
Yeah, a lot of aggression there from short. Faze does not pay off. Nico Kiyoshima going down, and once again, finding this early man advantage so early on in the round with 1 minute remaining as well is such a benefit position for Immortals. They will be executing towards B. This looks like a full commitment. Kerrigan in a great spot to get 1 frag hit, but he does get flashed off and have to drop down at this point.
Kerrigan does drop down indeed. Looks to the right, finds Bolt, but FNX takes Kerrigan back. That will allow the plants, again, still with the man advantage from early on. It's been trades ever since, but they've not yet been able to equalize the Faze side. Nade goes through. Decent nade at that because 2 players have been to take minor damage, but Steel gets the shot on Rain, and Alu, I think, is going to keep this AWP.
The HG grenade actually works against Rain at that point. The HG was still kind of dissipating, and the teammate couldn't actually help him out whatsoever. He gets taken down at that point, and it's going to be Immortals striking back after finding the initial aggression from the CTs at short. They get their man advantage at that point, and then going towards B for execution. It's very difficult to hold it off with the limited manpower towards that side of the map, and Immortals run away with it. The retake comes in from Faze, doesn't work out though. That HG grenade, a small little nuance for you there as to why Rain couldn't pick up the frag. But it's 4-2 now. Immortals take quite a comfortable lead at this point. It's going to be a force buy from Faze. It's not the best. 2 UMPs, a shotgun, 1 M4, and Kiyoshima's on a deagle, but he's very good with that pistol. We'll see whether we can get anything going. And then looking at the setup, there's real aggression coming in. We have 1 player towards short. That is Kiyoshima with the deagle. And only 1 at A, so they've taken a bit of a gamble towards the B side of the map.
This push from Steel could be so good. Nico's there. Oh, come on. Someone, please, watch them both back off. Steel's thinking about it. He's gone. Now we just need Nico to go back.
Thing is, Nico's so vulnerable to the flashbangs at that point. Alu goes down on the
He's
other
gone.
side.
Nico's going. He's going around that corner. Surely does. Take Steel. We don't see it. But it was shown just before we left that perspective that he was pushing toward the doorway, and Steel was already starting to consider the balcony. The B apartments instead. The apartments. It's the B apartments.
Apartments. Is that what we're calling it?
Apartments.
Apartments. Okay. Cool. Well, once again, this situation heavily favors Immortals 4-on-4, which is going to spread Faze even thinner than they already are. They have picked up an AK-47 for Nico, though, so that's going to be an interesting factor going forward. Only Kerrigan towards B right now. There is some backup coming in the form of Nico towards short. Kiyoshima's joining in as well, so in terms of the actual positional control, Faze are looking very good. Look at T-Spawn as well. Rain's coming in with the UMP, so they've actually got them pincered here. A lot of information gathered. Nico's still an underpass. Got a little bit tricked by the old mini-map there.
Nico is going to go again. This is perfect timing. Kerrigan as well. Shotgun. Ooh, took 2 despite being that close. The second one, not so much. Oh. The third was actually Nico. I thought from that range, that's incredible, but FNX gets in behind the smoke, finds Rain, and with the bomb not yet planted, he's got massive problems. 7 seconds. He's just got to get away. Stay alive. Get out. Get out. Run. Bye.
There it is. Fortunately for Immortals there, they get caught out of position. That was all down to Rain getting a T-spawn. You can see as soon as he gets there, he's pushed the A ramp and given his team so much information to work with at that point. They're already clutching at straws. Nico found them something to work with there. It was sort of 4-on-4 once he got the AK-47. But him and Underpass and Nico and T-spawn, they can make an educated guess as to where the T's is going. They're in the B apartments. Nico spots a grenade going over as well. He comes in, they pincer him, and Kerrigan stepping up with the Mag 7 as well. 2 frags after missing the first shot. It's rare that the T's don't check that corner, but he gets away with it. And we go back to a force buy for Immortals at this point. 2 AKs for them, and 3 pistols as well. They have opted for more utility instead of firepower here. Holding up for any aggression towards middle. That's going to be Lucas and Henny. Find any of it, though. We have got Kiyoshima pushing off towards short. He's actually got himself in a very advantageous position, all things considered now. 2 pistol players towards top and middle. Could get 1 frag and fall back. Steel's coming from underpass.
Keo dodges, well, partially dodges the flash. Not that one, though. Enjoy your blindness. Steel is going to temporarily receive the same treatment. Flashes everywhere. More importantly, though, Steel's got position on Keo, who doesn't know it. He looks below, and down he goes.
Wasn't really required, that risk, and now it's going to fall apart. FNX find another frag as well, but Rain's fighting back, so's Nico. Good teamwork there towards the A side. Steel's got to get this back in favor for his team, but he's been smoked out of connector.
Yep, they knew he was there. They knew he'd gotten down below with that kill on Kiyoshima, so a smart read to hold him off. Henny wants around this corner. Doesn't have much to work with, so Steel's going to try and come back him. Not much to work with is a CZ-75, and in the world that we live in, that is a lot to work with, because he's going to get the bomb down. Molotov's off toward the window as well, and he's picked up the laser. to Mag 7.
Right? Is that the name of the skin or something?
No, it's just a laser beam when you're,
Ah.
you know, if you get the right RNG, the headshot,
Okay.
you could probably kill from this range with it.
Fair enough.
Don't ask me to explain things. I don't think. I just talk. Rain starts to work in. Had to hold up. That's what he was waiting for was Nico to get in position, but Nico's gone down. CZ from that range as well. All the way onto Catwalk. That's 2 from the CZ that are crucial kills. And it's going to amount to them picking up the round because Steel's able to hold true to find Rain.
That was the force buy from Immortals there. 2 AKs and 3 pistols. I have to say, Faze after getting that man advantage as well. Kiyoshima, a bit of a fumble from him overall. There's no real reason. You know they've got limited buy. You've seen the pistols and a couple of AKs coming out as well. The fact they get that kill and he's still boosting up above his own smoke to try and get something going towards the underpass, it wasn't really required in my opinion. Karrigan then, the only player towards B, he's aggressive towards shore, giving that CZ the range it requires to actually get an entry towards that site. And now this is a horrible situation for FaZe going forward. You can see the money's been fully reset. 3 players, well, 2 players on sub $2,000. They still can't buy. Alu's got just above that, the Orpa. That's not a great position. And I think they'll take a tactical pause here. They will indeed. So time to reflect on what's been happening. I think some overzealous plays from some of the players there, especially Kiyoshima that last round, was what led to Immortals getting back into this. That was a very unlikely round for them overall. So let's be calming down. I'll have Robin to have a little chat with them. Let's see what's going on here. Maybe it is getting a bit antsy and just need a chance to calm down and give too much away at this point, which they have been doing. Back into it. What have we got? This is going to be the force play. It was going to be a double eco situation anyway, Matt, so might as well give it a go, right? We've always talked about FaZe being very skilled with the weapons like the Desert Eagle and Karrigan's on a CZ as well. 5 players towards B, though. This is an orthodox, and you know they're going to be eco. Could run into a stack. They're fully committing. Molotovs and flashbangs in.
That nade.
Damaging.
Orc nade. Keo is able to capitalize. Now, so is Karrigan with the bomb, with the UMP picked up. Swing wide, go back to the window.
It breaks my heart, Matt, when teams rush B when they've got up against an eco. It really does.
Up against a Nico?
Yeah, that's sick.
Jump. Was that a jump shot from him in the last one?
I don't know. But
I think it was.
It's such a poor decision, in my opinion, tactically. As an in-game leader, when you know you've just fully reset them, right, just go, should we just go all in towards B? Like, sure, it can pay off. If they're doing a standard setup, right, you think, okay, yeah, we'll just run in, that'll be easy kills. But the fact you've just run into Deagles, the FaZe players, so strong with those weapons, if they are stacking there for whatever reason, you're going to have a real tough time. Such a tight choke point coming out there. You've got to jump out a window. You'll be airborne for a little bit. You're trying to come out. A lot of vulnerability to grenades as well. It doesn't make sense in this sort of game. Best of one to take those kind of risks, in my opinion. And to get punished for it. And now they will be force buying themselves, and they're going to find an exchange towards Connector.
And he swings up, techs underneath the underpass. FNX trying to find a shot with whatever weaponry he could work with. Deagle toward B, as Alu has to try and fight back for Connector, in fact, because Lucas has done well to pick up a weapon here. Pick up I thought for sure he was going to pick up a second kill. He got the jump on Alu.
Yeah.
But he takes him down to 22 before the response comes in from the AK.
Kiyoshima in a nice position here from that vent. Can get a nice little bird's eye view towards middle. If he shoots it out, he can take them down, but they seem to be aware this could be a possibility. Very patient at this point. Knows this could be a risk for him. It's going to be a 4-on-2, but low HP for Alu and Rain as well. FNX trying to make something happen here with the Desert Eagle.
Oh, that's making something work indeed. Pre-fires Connector, expecting a repeak. They've got a man advantage out of this. Are we going to start to see these rounds where we see a force buy win and then a careless rush to B loss against a force buy? And now another round that could be pulled back. Double M4 picked up on the T side.
Yeah. Well,
Smokes to go off at CT. They've given themselves some room.
The eco factor is not a problem here now. They've got armor and picked up 2 M4s against UMPs. They actually have the advantage, all things considered now.
Certainly do. Oh, the UMP's tagged out as well. Rain's on 5. He could still try and get above this smoke as it dissipates. Bomb being planted. He's a little bit off. He can't sit any further. Tracer's shown. A single bullet will take him down, so too a nade. He's going to go for more, finds the information, but that's the best he can do for Karrigan at this point in time. Karrigan knows there's one at A main. Flash will help him confirm that, but they've found him. Echo located based on the noise cues, and they're going to play these peaks very carefully. Together they go, together they win.
Big round there from Immortals. Another force buy victory in this crazy best of one on Mirage. FNX there, they're up against it. They're in a 3-on-2, and he's being very patient indeed. He was waiting for a mistake to be made at CT. Not necessarily a mistake comes in. He gets up towards short, pre-fires Kiyoshima with a lovely 1-dig, picks up the M4, and at that point, like we said, they get the advantage, right? Because the FaZe clan, they had 2 UMPs, and they were separated as well. The T's can stick together. FaZe had lost track of them completely. They go towards A, nice smoke towards CT Spawn. Ray can do nothing about it. And another force buy comes in, this time for FaZe. And that Molotov keeps missing consistently. They need to work on that one a little bit. I think that's the 3rd time it hasn't hit. But still, into round number 11 here, we have a Mag 7 for Karrigan. Wasn't a problem before. Rain with the M4, and Alu, he's down to the SMG once again.
Rain will start to get back inside of the connector. Do you know why they call it the connector?
It connects 2 worlds together.
2 worlds?
Yeah. You, like
you and I are from other worlds.
Yeah. Which world are you from again?
I don't know. Arrakis.
Okay. All right, moving on. Back towards A we go. So this is a safer bet, right? Like I talked about fast B executions not being a viable strategy really against these sort of force buys, but A executions certainly are. You can eradicate a lot of risk with the smokes and Molotov towards Shadow, for example. I think they'll almost certainly do that considering Rain, that's where he's been playing from. And you can take the close range positions with the manpower here. And this should work out for Immortals. They go in, Alu does find the first frag, but Henny really strikes back.
Bolts needs out. Trying to do damage where he can to assist the fact that Steel needs to enter in from the connector and that FNX is very low. Bolts as well is only on 43. Shotgun from Karrigan isn't having much luck. We had a good round from it. Again, the first shot's not there, and Bolts is able to collect on Rain. You're right, it could very well. Look at the HP! That was the opportunity they needed. But is it gone, or is it still around? Because Keo finds 2 on the Deagle.
Oh, you can see a sigh of relief there from Karrigan. Another very tense round, a force by working out once again. This is just so back and forth. No one running away with this game. And FaZe keep their heads above water for now. And I'm almost certain that the force buy comes in from the Brazilian side once again. Kiyoshima holds his nerve. He knew they were both low HP as well. Misses the first shot, but recovers. And I was very impressed he actually managed to win that. It was a full spray from FNX. We didn't see it from his POV, so he couldn't really adjust too much there. Force buy comes in indeed, 6-5. Oh, this has been a crazy game so far, and I'm loving it. It's going to be Deagles here and a Galil for Bolts. They have got a couple of smokes to work with. Let's see if everyone can actually break the serve at this point and FaZe can tie things up and get to 6-6. A much weaker bar. We had a lot of utility for Immortals before. It was underpass for now. Kiyoshima did push off towards short to get some early intel, but decides to fall back. Let's try and get the crossfires established. You know it's another weaker bar here. Don't have to give single jewels away at this point.
Bomb down so they don't take it into the window. Spotted, though. Steal by Keo, pushing up, getting away, 62 HP. No need to re-peek, though.
Yeah, it was a nice calculated risk there from Kiyoshima. He got a sound cue from his teammates, and the bomb had been dropped towards the window. It suggests they probably are going to boost one player up. He gets off towards short, and this looks like a nice, easy round now for FaZe. Finally, someone will start to build their bank accounts. Karrigan's still on that Mag 7, and it's going to be a 5-on-2. So Henny and Bolts trying to do what they can. Technically should get nothing out of this. At this point, the CTs don't have to hunt for frags whatsoever. And Nico through the smoke, all right. Fair enough. He might have got a radar key where you hold your crosshair in particular areas. When through a smoke, you can't see it. But still, very impressive all the same. He would have got a sound cue as well once he dinked the player. So that's why he was so certain he had done it. But Henny now with the bomb, 30 seconds remaining. Doesn't have much chance of planting it, but let's see what he can do.
Trying Deagle Henny. Nico's going to grab it. 6-6. If we had a third 6, we'd have the Devil Henry. That's how that works.
Yeah, relevant, I guess.
I usually talk about relevant facts.
Yeah, it's true. That's what you're known for, I think.
Yeah, that's my catch.
Especially on the analyst desk. That's where you do your finest and most relevant stuff.
I think I'm underrated on the I'm surprised they aren't putting me on there more.
I've been told we're going to have a little appearance there this week.
Are we?
Yep, like we did last time. We did it here.
Did we?
Yeah, it's going to be one day. They're going to see if we can hold our own on that.
Great.
So look out for that.
Yeah, I would tune in for that. Maybe mute.
Strong segment.
But yeah, it'll be a good time. I'll just be there so I don't get fired. Run boost. I really wanted to do it at EPL and do the entire segment. Look at Nico go, though. Oh, he almost got the ace. Keo robs him of it. Doesn't matter. They get all 5. The run boost to try and get some presence with the pistols in mid. Doesn't really work. They're set and ready. No smokes in mid. No smokes anywhere in the window. So
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. But yes, I tried to do that at EPL, and I just felt rude to Jason, so I had to back out of it.
I think that's fair enough. I think it'd be rude to everyone on the desk, really, just being insufferable.
I'm insufferable every day, though.
Yeah,
it's not like
that's
I'm,
a new level for you.
It's not like
Even
I'm
for
changing.
You, that's bad.
Maybe.
Anyway, Nico there, like you said, very simple round. Let's not get too excited. Glocks and one Deagle with no armor. It's going to be easy to play like him all day long. And we do have a difficult buy for Immortals. 5 AK sure, but only 4 smokes, so that's about it. No Molotovs, a couple of flashbangs, and this has to be a contact round, really. I think they need to find a frag first and then maybe think about doing something after. Smoke comes in from Carrigan, taking a bit of the peppering there from the AK through the smoke, and he's trying to just get some map control, which he has established. He's got a nice close range angle at this point. He can hold that by himself. He's very happy to do so. Alu's back on the AWP, and he'll be towards... Where is he? Is he dropped out of the window? From what I can see, it's very difficult to tell.
It does appear as though he has.
Yeah, he's watching underpass, and Nico's got top and middle.
Yes, indeed. So he'll back off now, go toward the connector. No one in mid at all, but he just double checks that with the scope poised and ready for anyone who wants to round the corner. But they're going full 3-2 split, likely wrap underpass and hit A.
Yeah, well, that's what the bomb is, so that makes sense. But at this point, it's hoping they can find a frag. Just work, get something going towards the B apartment, show some presence there, maybe force a rotation if you're lucky. That's a very nice smoke to come down. That slows down Immortals considerably here as the time ticks away, and they're quite separated at the moment. So they're going to have to start thinking about repositioning and working out what the final plan is here. Towards B. One player sent in.
It's a nice little smoke above that
cool.
antenna off the skybox, cover the arch. Easier to throw than the actual one that goes directly off the top skybox. Good play. Kiyoshima holds his own, but he's got 2! Good shot from Alu. Bomb is going to go down. Nade will do damage, only just to Bolts. Actually quite significant, 53 damage onto Bolts. As Alu continues to try and find an opening, rotates, just coming in now. Alu gets Bolts, that'll do, and they'll grab the round to go 8-6. So we'll head into the last round. They've secured the half, but will it be 9-6, Henry? That's my question.
I'm not sure. I would say at this point probably yes, because they were unlimited by that round. It looks like it'll be even more so going into number 15 here. Carrigan, we've been pointed out he's on 4 for 8, but he has been limited to a shotgun most of the rounds, to be fair. The economy game has not been working in anyone's favour. It's been back and forth Deagle rounds working out, and he normally orbs on this map as well. If they had been actually having a very good economy, he'd probably bring out the double orb setup. That's when he does his best work, I think, on this map especially. But it hasn't really been working out. It's been quite a strange game. Here comes the double orb setup finally. This is what they wanted to aim for, but this wasn't possible. Kiyoshima, little auto sniper there as well. Normally to the downfall of most teams, they brought us out, but let's see if he can do anything with it. Nico spraying wildly through the smoke there. Doesn't land any damage just yet, and Henny's trying to find the reply as he boosts himself onto the box there. Interested to see where the auto sniper is. I assume he's still towards short. Yeah, there he is.
Not bad.
Makes a lot of sense there, right? Because normally that smoke comes down in front of him. Obviously can spam through it. Try and find the players crossing over to the mid boxes. Doesn't find anything just yet. But no grenades whatsoever, Matt. And we're 1 minute 20 for Immortals. They have to just get pure frags here, and that's not going to help. A lovely pinpoint precision headshot there with the auto sniper. That was so silly then.
Yeah, I really did. Done. How easy. Yeah. How easy is Counter-Strike, guys? It's a simple game. Steal. We'll try and make it a simple take onto the B site as they start to walk down the apartments. Bomb still in Horseshoe will be picked up. And they'll head that way. Bolt's the one to have the bomb now. It's Kerrigan as well is going to reposition with that AWP toward the apartments.
30 seconds. Carrigan was guaranteed a frag at this point. They've got nothing to flash him off or actually do anything about this. He'll get 1 kill, stay alive. There it is. Done.
Easy. Gets the lineup, nails the shot. Molotov down a little late for the first player, so he'll be able to break in. Kerrigan's got to be efficient. They've rotated over, but they're just arriving now, and already a kill for Steele, but Kerrigan, he answers that well until Lucas is able to wrap around. And they're held up inside a checker. There's a chance they could hold off these choke points. Bomb for sure goes down. But how does the retake go at this point? Bolt's very limited, still manages the shot on the rain. And Lucas is going to peek again. Alu, though, is wise to it with the AWP. It's now an AWP and an auto sniper to try and take back the site. The auto sniper certainly works, and it goes 9-6.
An unlikely retake, that combination, the auto sniper and AWP. But it was a simple round for Faze overall, if you think about it. No nades at all at the 1 minute 25 mark for Immortals there. They were clutching at straws throughout that round. The pick from Kiyoshima to kick things off as well. doesn't work in their favor too well. It's going to be 9-6 to end the half there. A very interesting half of Counter-Strike, Matt, I have to say, considering all the force fires we had and the back-and-forth action. Quite exciting overall. It was Immortals who picked up the pistol. And, yeah, I guess at this point we'll take a little break, shall we? Why not?
All things considered, not a bad half from either side. A bit back and forth to open things up, but Faze do lead 9-6, Henry.
Yeah, and you have to say, Mav, you think about it, Immortals got the pistol and the 3-0 as well. They won a lot of force buys. I can't think of many gun runs actually won there. It's actually Faze that looked like the better team towards the end, actually closing things out more convincingly. And as we get to the second half, let's have a look at the buy for the T's here. Superman purchase for Kiyoshima. That means he's got the Tech 9 and body armor. We have 2 smokes, very standard stuff. It'll be the smokes towards jungle and steps. Maybe one towards CD spawn as well. A little mix-up here. This is a little bit unusual. They might focus towards a connector area to see what they can do here. As the smokes come in, the flashes wildly going towards CT spawn as well. It's going to be Henny to go down first as Nico finds him with a Glock.
Does indeed. Shots from Rain can't land on the Glock as they boost above the smoke, but bomb planted safely. He's picking up this pistol, puts them on 10 and in a good position.
Yeah, very good, considering they've got jungle control as well. CT's got to think about this.
No, Rain's already got the cutoff. Rain's able to walk back out, get the information that they're entering through spots 2, and then he just tries to do damage. Does great damage. Oh, Halu just barely gets the kill out from under him, but Nico's closed out on Lucas.
Pretty brutal round there from Faze. Didn't drop a single frag there. I like the idea. They smoke enough towards CT spawn and jungle as well. That eradicates 2 risks, and you're focusing towards the steps with a flashbang. They get that frag towards jungle, and then Nico actually gets a very good position there. The fact he can get in there and stop the rotations. A lot of teams focus on CT spawn. That's quite standard. But you had the disadvantage at that point. If you're at CT spawn with a Glock, rotating CT players from B have the USP. They have the range advantage. If you can actually lock that down with a smoke grenade and you're watching towards connector, that's actually really interesting, as you're going to have the advantage at that point when they come through the actual vent. So, really nice little round from Faze. Very clean. As we get into number 2 here, it will be a slight force buy from Immortals. Henny and Steel, though, not going with the body armor. I suggest they might want to go for a double AWP setup here. Obviously, Henny will be aiming for a single AWP. We'll see whether Steel can join him. 3 AKs, 2 UMPs as well. No B rushes, thank the Lord.
Thank the Lord.
Just keep it default.
Praise be to God, hallelujah. My name's Henry.
That's what I'm getting into these days.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Trifecta of doom and religion.
It's a nice combo.
Kerrigan takes down Henny. Bolts will start to work back in toward the window with a deagle.
This is perfect. This is textbook Counter-Strike. You go default at the start, you wait for the aggression, bait out any utility you have, work out what kind of stance they're in, what kind of buy they have, get the pick, 5 and 4, then you go into a position together, trade frags. This is beautiful stuff, man. You love to see this happen.
Love to indeed. Certainly love that Kiyoshima's going to walk around and very clinically take down FNX.
Let's look it up.
Sometimes you do have to just sit back and look at it.
Yeah. Perfect. Everything's covered. It's all calm. And nothing that Immortals can do at this point. Bomb planted. They might just want to save their armor.
So fall off from the vents and do exactly that. Looks to be the case for Steel. Done. And as you would say, dust redded.
I would say that, yeah, indeed. So there it is. Like I said, as I built it up, I was being a bit silly there, but it was a really nice anti-eco round from Faze. Just perfectly done. Holding the default at the start, find the pick, wait for the reaction to come in, stick together, simple execution, nothing too flashy. Don't want to be caught nades out or running in with Molotovs in your hand or anything like that. Get in there, have everything covered. One player watching middle as well who comes from connector for the pincer. He takes the steps player down. They're focusing on the bomb site. Beautiful CS overall from Faze. And they will be trying to save the armor at this point. Immortals can't really challenge here. Might as well take the Deagles into the next round and see what they can do with those. But solid start here in the second half of Faze. 2-0 for them, 11-6 overall. That's round number 18 here. And yeah, this is the losers match. We should remind ourselves of that. Both these teams had a bit of a fumble. I'd say Faze more so, losing to Hellraisers. To be fair, Hellraisers looked very good online recently. And it's nice to see them transition that online performance to the LAN finals here in Kiev. Faze, also to be fair, have looked very poor online recently. So for once, online kind of correlating to LAN play, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. It's, anyway, I'll come back to that. Rain's going to push, take down FNX with a good flash as he tried to get top middle, had no support as they were already smoked off by the short smoke. I think that it's just because the landscape slowed ever so slightly. We don't have as many LANs that perhaps people are more rested in actually playing the online games with more sincerity. Maybe there's a bit more practice. We've just gone through a month where we haven't been to a tournament, and that's a rarity in some ways. So maybe that has something to play into it. I'm not sure.
Well, as it is for this round, it should be quite a clean-cut affair for Faze, and they will be having a ton of money going forward as well. They haven't dropped a frag yet this half map. That's kind of interesting. The fact they're going in, everyone is 0 deaths, they're going to have a ton of money, and even more so if Karrigan keeps finding frags with that UMP, $600 a piece for that weapon. Just Lucas now, and the next round, Faze know a force spike came in that second one. They're going to have a ton of money. They can afford to be a bit more cavalier going forward to the first gun round here. They've got a ton of money, maybe go for a straight-up rush here. I don't mind the rush in an Easter round. I actually like it a lot. The fact that you know they're going to be limited, they wouldn't necessarily have incendiaries. They will have an AWP, that's for sure. Henny went with that full eco. So you've got 5k, that comes out. I'm interested to see whether Steel picked up one as well, considering he didn't get body armor. He will not, he gets the M4. But yeah, this is the round where you can expect them to be a bit faster, try and abuse them a little bit. In fact, Henny's got no head armor as well. Those UMPs become a lot more viable going forward. And this is always an interesting round. It's my favorite ones to cast, to see what kind of mentality the in-game leaders have and what they want to bring to the table.
Now set for the smoke that goes short. That's already thrown. Set for a smoke as well that goes in toward back connector, I think that one is. Toward the Archie jungle, I think. I'm not 100% certain. Okay, so it bounces, does connector. Lucas, either way, is going to start pushing up toward the Molotovs and try and get position against Faze, who's already in the kitchen.
Just to note as well, the reason I said this is the round you can afford to be a bit more audacious and such, you can see at 1 minute 30, look at the grenades remaining for Immortals. They have one smoke, that's it. That's why the rushes are a lot more viable in this sense. Stickers to fire don't really have to hold you off, but it's bolts to find Nico. He's done considerable damage towards Rain as well. We're going towards B.
Careful, trip over each other. That was quite a lineup we saw walking in. Lucas gets one. Steel's going to try and catch them off, and exactly that by getting in the corner, and they have to commit jumping down. Bomb dropped in the site. They have to commit low HP, and just Kiyoshima remaining. Bolts with 2. It goes Immortals' way, so they go from getting no kills in the half to picking up a round quite quickly.
Yeah, well, they had to be aggressive at that point, take the jewels as much as they could. They knew the AWP's unlikely, considering they haven't found a single kill yet. It's very rare that an AWPer who's got a weapon like a UMP or an AK ready to drop it over, especially if his teammates haven't died. He's going to keep that for sure. So they know he can at least go for some frags at the start of the round. Problem is, though, there's going to be a nice full buy for Faze for sure this round. Like I said, they didn't drop a single frag until now. And they're more than likely bring out the AWP for Alu. And this is the real test now for Immortals. They lose this round, could mean a double eco going forward, although they did keep 3 players alive in the previous round.
Good shot. Keo takes down Steel.
Things in the process, but yeah, he gets the man advantage nice and early. That's a nightmare now for Immortals. They, like we discussed in the first half, someone needs to step up here. You can see Lucas trying to react right away on the minimap. He's trying to get something happening here. Uses the smoke to get some positional control, but he knows he needs to find a frag now, and he could find it with Kiyoshima there as well. Spots his head and says good night. That's perfect. He gets to fall back at this point.
Kerrigan spotting in toward the underpass position. Steady for Lucas. 4 versus 4, though, with 56. We talked about lack of utility last time. Again, this time it's a single smoke and a Molotov, both in the hands of Henny, that remain for Immortals. And they've given up B. Fortified onto A, with Bolts considering the opposite and going back over. But they've got one player who's going to sell everything, and that's Kerrigan. He makes it up through connector. Good position as well, because he's already deep inside of the site. With, I believe it's FNX. Yeah, pushed up toward A main. So doesn't sell much, just the single Molotov. They've lost the pick to Lucas. If he'd gotten a kill, they may have forced Bolts back on rotation, but they're just going to commit to the B site instead. And Nico is going to get a perfect opportunity to find 2, but only gets 1 from it. Lucas, good reaction, good response. He'll dance inside of the site as well and evade the AWP back toward the van. That's Alu, who spots him late, but he's already wrapping around. Kerrigan instead, he hits it with the AK and the bomb to be planted. 2 versus 2 means Alu doesn't have a lot of time to find a post-plant position, but he knows exactly where FNX is coming from. However, still goes down, and Kerrigan's left in the open. FNX just needs to stay alive, let his teammate come into the fold. Does the work himself instead, and they'll get their 8th.
The bomb does get planted in Faze in a winnable clutch situation there, but you could see great positions there from Immortals. It was almost impossible for Kerrigan to pick up that round. He knows he's got a player from Kitchen as well, can hear him coming in, knows the players are short as well, tries to get back into a reasonable position there on the corner of the bomb side, but caught out, and it's going to be 2 rounds in a row for Immortals. A much needed round, as we said. They would have been double eco if they didn't win that, but still comes down to a tight situation. Still plenty of money available for Faze. Alu doesn't have quite so much after buying the AWP in the previous round, but he still gets the UMP. 4 AKs around him, they have a full array of utility as well. So still a chance to get Immortals on the ropes. They pick this one up, but no AWP to play with this time. Henny, of course, still on his. Tendry to hold him at bay there at the start of the round. Smokes off towards this position as well. Still challenging towards middle with his A here, trying to do some damage through the smoke there.
2 toward the boxes at mid. Smoke out. Kyoshima now can safely walk out from the underpass and head toward the connector. Bomb will go back through T-spawn and get ever closer toward the A site. And with 1:20, I know it's a lot of time still to work with, but all signs point to the fact that they'll try and split A from mid. Gotta make a call at some point if you can't find the picks. FNX again will play close up A. Did this in the last round, wasn't required. They went over to B instead. He never really had to fight. Played rotations instead and did well. Found the last 2 kills. This time he might find the opening. As Rain gets close, very close. Steps made. FNX knows it. Just waits patiently. Nearly went down. Missed the shots. Takes him to 19 HP, but Bolts will get Nico walking in from Palace. The rest coming in from middle. Kyoshima, has killed his teammate because they jumped through in such a close fashion that he has no choice but to fire in to get the kill. Takes his teammate as well, but Kerrigan's still in this. 13 HP, 22 on Henny. Spots his shoulder as well. It's a one-on-one with 19 on FNX. Bomb down inside of the site. And 31, Kerrigan's got to go. He's got to go.
I thought he was going to try and go around T-spawn there. Didn't have the time to work with. And FNX is in a pretty dire situation here. He's in the open. Could get caught out. And luckily for him, got a bit confused with the split screen there. He does pick up the shot. 3 kills from him in total. And Kerrigan, like he said, 3 versus 1. But certainly had grounds to win that round. And you could see his decision making. He's going towards top middle. I'm sure he's baiting out the sounds, suggesting he did it. I think he didn't realize how much or how little time he had left. Comes in, finds the right lineup for FNX, but gets beaten to the punch. And it's 3 rounds in a row for Immortals. That's surely going to be the money gone now without the plant coming in for Faze. And now we really do have a game on our hands. Immortals up against the Eco at this point. Should get to double digits, and we'll see whether they can have a clean round here. Still on towards the Mag 7, so that's really the economy there. He gets a couple of kills. Pays off their gun and then some.
Good shot from Bolts. Kerrigan goes down. It's through the edge of the smoke as well as they try to get some mid-presence. So things have heavily turned. You went from saying, as you mentioned, that there was no kills from Immortals in the first 3 rounds, and then it's now been 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, turned it around very nicely. And this should be quite a clean round for them. Ali takes a bit of a peppering there towards the top of middle. He goes under 41 HP. And there's 3 CTs now towards middle. They're going to be finding these kills all day long. So take on Ali there. FNX chimes in as well. 5 on 2. Nico and Kyoshima with deagles, but no nades and armor. So this round is over, I'm afraid. Let's see if they can find anything from this. It doesn't look like they will.
Certainly not.
Ooh, there's one.
Okay. Sorry, I spoke. Prediction game on point.
So he picks up the bomb. Well, leaves that for now. Gets the M4 at least. There it is. The final kill comes in. Quite a clean round for Immortals.
Do you know that my predictions in this event are a solid 50% still?
You just...
I was 4 and 4 yesterday and 1 and 1 today.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
I am
Stream.
killing it.
Killing it. I think I'm 100% today. If Faze come in today, we're on a hot streak going forward.
Listen, you got to pick first the other day. I don't think that's what everyone knows.
That's good, though, and you can see what I've picked and take my notes and then use them for your benefit.
No, but see, that's the problem. Why would I want your notes? Thing is, I
Don't
can't just be the
complain then.
same. There's no fun then. So I had to take all the upsets.
You can pick whatever.
No,
you
we
like.
would have been the similar. You know, you took the easy.
And you
kids.
picked first today, by the way, and you went with Power 5.
Yeah, well,
Club 5.
listen,
Power Club 7.
Don't even know their name. Power S Club 7.
Let's go with
They're a
that.
team. Ain't no party like an S Club party. I mean, look, I had to do something desperate. Okay.
It's true.
I'll go easy from here on out. I'll even pick series scores, and I'll beat you.
That's from the playoff days, yeah. And that's when you can pull it back.
I'll pull it back today.
Anyway, let's see if Faze can get back into this one after losing 3 rounds in a row. AW for Alu, very limited in the economy, though. You can see they've only got a few grenades to work with here. 1 smoke at the 1 minute 10 mark. Alu trying to find something towards middle. Doesn't get anything, though. Not much aggression here from Immortals at all. You can see Kirishima looking out for it towards the connector, or the underpass position, I should say. And they will be going back towards A. This will be an A split. They've got connector control. They're coming back in. They'll probably smoke off towards CT spawn. They've only got the 1 smoke remaining. Flashes in. Have to be more of a contact strategy at this point. Holding up. They've dropped the smoke and then seeing if there's a reaction at this point. Rain hoping to push through here and get to the steps. Flash comes in. Let's see if we can get anything going here.
Try. Good shot. Kiyoshima started off very well. FNX will take down Rain. I'll try and swing back in, but FNX is holding it from the CT stairs very well, and Bolts is gone undetected at Firebox. Bomb will go down, but they'll get the kill immediately after, and they're in a very good spot for the post plant. Great shot, Alu, though. Yeah. That'll buy them some time and space, because Alu's able to burrow back in toward the A-man stairs as the bomb continues to tick. And things get a little awkward, because a shotgun and an op. Thankfully, Steel's grabbed the AK. Alu waiting for the high peak. That's where Henny waits from. Doesn't really need to peek the bomb just yet. Still has his teammate Nico, who's rotated all the way around to try and do so. Good position. Alu gets the first kill, but Nico goes down. He gets some information, but oh, Steel thinks there's a player inside the smoke. Watch the wide peek.
Okay.
He did stay alive. This 1v1 camera,
yeah, not a fan.
I've never been a fan of it in CS for that reason, because it throws me off every time. However, it will be
that was
the
what's
win
confusing.
for Alu.
It was like, who's won there? Okay, the thing is, a 1v1 cameras, right? I'm going to say it right now. It's only useful when they're so separated and you have no idea as to what they're doing. If you have time and it's like, you've got a 10-second window, let's drop it in then. Let's not do it right and they're about to defuse the bomb and they're doing fake taps and stuff. I don't want to see that. Just a little shout out, just in case you are listening. Anyway, that was a little bit tense, but there it is. Alu, like he said, stepping up tremendously there. And we again pointed out, this one's on 9 frags. Something for you. Alu, the shot he hit towards Shadow, that's so influential. He was like a split second where the flashbang comes in as well. He nails it. Like he said, buys him a lot of time. The rotations have to come in at that point. CT is trying to do what they can. Didn't have the smoke. Well, they did, but they didn't actually land it correctly. And Nico, a rare miss from him as well. Towards the short position. He gets his head blown off by Steel. Made things very exciting. And I can't really remember how it went down after that.
Well, Steel started knifing in the smoke, which was weird because his
couldn't
teammate
really
just
work it out
died to
once
Alu. So I'm thinking the comms broke down because Alu just killed his teammate. You'd expect him to know exactly where he was. But Nico's bullets were hitting the metal behind where Steel got the kill onto him from. And maybe he thought that he heard a knife. And it seemed very confusing to me.
Anyway, round number 24. CZ for Bolts. It is a bit of a weak buy. Steel did survive in the previous round. He's got that AK. But if they lose this round, that could spell GG, I'm afraid. The money will be in the complete bin. Yeah, as you would say.
Yeah, that's all me. Shout out to Chad.
I'm sure he's watching.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Probably a nice day in Germany. He's exploring the countryside.
Exploring. Rain and Co. actually towards the underpass right now and take a nade to the face. Rain goes down to 60 HP and FNX. He's having a very good half on the CT side, but he does get taken down eventually by Rain. He's towards the connector. It's a bit of a brawl here towards middle as Henny finds him. 4-3 in favor of Immortals, but it's only Bolts with it. I say only with CZ every time, but he gets it, and it's going to be Nico to step up in response.
Nico does indeed to the 2v2. And watch off for the rotation. Steel heading towards CT stairs. The other position watched from Catwalk all the way in deep at the site. Henny with the op through connector. A nade from Alu to clear out jungle. Slow but steady. They want to get this 14th round. Put this game to bed. Safest plant possible, not surprisingly. Then Alu will run back to A main once again with the AWP. Nico is going to sit at sandwich, make sure there's no flank potential coming in. They have left enough time that it is a possibility, so he watches Palace momentarily. He's low enough on HP, though, that he needs to go aggressive. That's not the way to do it, and he's got the shot. It's 2 with 100 HP versus that of Alu on an op, and Alu goes aggressive first. Tag onto Steel, 2 HP, clipped him through the boards. Now they know exactly where he is. He's got to stay on this. Oh, he's in the smoke, but it's the 2 HP, and Alu makes it work. Up close, double headshot, the op miss, and that's going to be enough for them to get 14.
So he legs him there as he's crossing the site. You think, damn, he's missed out on his opportunity there, but the leg is enough. The Glock shot comes in through the smoke, and he manages to finish things off as well. That's a massive round for Alu to pick up, and like I said, presumably now, giving his team the win at this point. There'll be no money left for the CTs, and that's amazing. Pulls the Glock out at this point, spams wide. The Glock's probably the perfect weapon there. The player on 1 HP in the smoke, starts spamming that in there, and it looks like he had no head armor. He goes down as well. Fantastic stuff, and they have to submit at this point. Immortals, like I said, money, horrible situation right now. PT50s, no armor, CZs. It's going to be match point for Faze, and won't be much money to the next round either, so maybe even the GG at this point. We'll see what happens. Maybe a miracle comes in for Immortals in this round as Henny pushes towards lower ramp.
Good shot from Nico. Push indeed. Desperation sets in. It could be map point for Faze after this round. How do you feel about that, Henry G?
Feel pretty good.
It's good. I don't really care, but I thought I'd ask for a formality.
Yeah. At least you're feigning politeness.
It's true. I try, right? Sometimes it's all about making the appearance of an effort.
Yeah.
Well, either way, Kio's waiting. FNX should be the next to go. Ooh, shoulder peeking. That's as close as you like. That would have cut off the bottom of his earlobe. As it's Kerrigan to take out Bolts, and this is, I'm afraid, pretty straightforward. Decent damage, I have to say, onto the 2 UMP players, but all good.
Not really enough at this stage. Needed to find desperate kills there, but Nico, he finishes things off, and it's going to be 15-10. That was the full eco. That's such a bitter pill to swallow when you know you're so close to match point and you have to take a full eco on the round number 14. It's a bit tough in that respect, but just pick your poison time, either force into it and just completely give everything away, or try and get 5 rounds in a row at this point. I don't think they'll have the best of buys. They might get 5 rifles, maybe a couple of UMPs chucked in there. I have no idea where the money sits specifically. They do get the 5 rifles. You can see it's quite limited. So 4 M4s and 1 Famis to steal. No kits. And Faze will be aware of this. They'll be holding up and waiting for desperation pushes to come in. Trying to get a flash over towards ARAM, get a 1 frag in their favor. Don't have to do anything too drastic at this point. Faze just hold up for a while. Full execution will be perfect. And we do have the Alu AWP once again. Towards middle and see what he can find.
Right click, pop, flash, throw. No one there for it. Instead, he just throws it deep for whatever reason. Not sure what his plan is with that flash, but he's going to push up now with the FAMAS. The famous FAMAS. Just gets in the corner. Keo starts to look inside. 2 here. Spray down, but Keo gets both. Forget your plans. They're thwarted. That could be enough on its own to close this out. FNX wants to try and burrow his way through A main to get aggressive and compensate. Nico says no to that. I'm afraid, Henry, we may have reached the end.
I think we almost certainly have, unless Henry can go absolutely wild here. He gets 1, but Alu's waiting for him, and it's going to be Bolts now. In the 4 versus 1, it will be GG at this point. I'm not going to even allude that he could maybe pull this one off. It's not going to happen, but you never know, man.
Things you never know, you never knew. Keo sits in the doorway. That's pretty much the perfect position. Oh, does gun barrel shot? No, X-ray misled. They turned it off, so it's, yep, dead now.
Of course.
And 16-10, so Faze definitely rebound from yesterday's performance, the struggles that they had.
Yep.
Hellraiser's able to beat them. They take back Immortals. Thorn made an interesting thought that Faze could have gone through this from 0-2. They've got the skill to do it. He's not sure Immortals will. Well, they're facing elimination tomorrow in their next match. They fall to the bottom of the bracket, and Faze will head into the 1-1 matches.
Yeah, that's rough for Immortals. It's a tough matchup for them, but Faze looked very good today. Much better than yesterday, I have to say. It was an interesting first half there with the 4 spies back and forth, but I have to say Faze did look like the better team. I can't remember many gun rounds that Immortals actually picked up there in the first half, and then it was quite clinical in the second. Very good stuff overall. Kiyashima with some great performances there. Alu looked on form, and they seemed to pull it together in the CT half, and Immortals will be going 0-2. So There it is.
Well, with that said, 0-2, about as good as my predictions, although this one I did have Faze. Alex, it's your turn to talk. Already transitioning to me.
A strong eyebrow game from Matt. I like it. I like it a lot. Thanks very much, boys. Yes, indeed, we do get to see FaZe do what they had to this time. Jason and Yanko are giggling.
Yanko was ready to go at something. He looked like he had some fire.
If only his prediction game was this strong.
All right, so not as good as I thought it was going to be, but it's still not bad.
It wasn't
Well,
bad.
I
It
had
hasn't
to
been good.
bring it down a little bit.
Yeah.
I like that. You turn it down.
Take it away from the edge.
Yeah. Had to cool the flame a little bit. Either way, let's move into how we break this one down, because Immortals have put themselves in dire straits. It's 0-2. Jason, we're going to open with you, because the Brazilian side and FaZe, so far the success rate, Immortals versus FaZe, has been abysmal as of late in an offline environment.
Like 0-6 now.
This
or
makes
something
it
like that.
0-5, I think. 0-5 offline in 2017.
This is, I mean, even the first half, like, it just didn't. Well, it was kind of, it's always like the fun game where like it's not great Counter-Strike, but like it is so like back and forth. It is just like a boxing match where it's just like who's going to get knocked out first. And I mean, listen, FaZe proved me wrong. I said you couldn't go into matches thinking you were going to win like 2 to 3 of these eco like forced by pistol rounds, and they're proving that they can be one of the teams that can consistently do it. And you can put them in like, you know, the Fnatic category of last year, or even like LDLC with their force buys they used to have. They're starting to gain that little bit of a reputation. And when you have a match like this that comes down so much, that's not about any kind of like good-looking Counter-Strike fundamental play or anything like that. It just comes down to the clutch rounds, right? And who did we see win at a magnificent 1-on-2 at the end? Is Alu. Great performance there. And when you're winning those clutch rounds in the brawl, it's just huge, because going back and forth like this, economies are always going to be on that edge where like you're just one round away from being broken, and that one clutch is what does it.
Yeah, and sitting there with 14, staring down the barrel of 14 rounds, and then you're going into a full eco. Brutal stuff. That was a pretty sexy clutch from Ali.
It was. I mean, the game ended 16-10, and it felt like it was 16-14, at least to me, with the amount of like close rounds, clutches, force buy wins, and so forth. I agree with Jason. I don't think it was necessarily like good CS or like beautiful to watch, but it was what it is. It was a grind, and it was interesting to see how both teams actually had a good amount of like set execution.
Get to see some of Nico's restraint as well. 20 bullets managed to find 4 in the end of that one. This was hilarious as well. Just one bullet to the brain. With
Have you seen the kill from Henny? Killed Henny from bench with a CZ, got a kill on Nico, who was coming from Cat. And Nico had like 60, 70 HP, so he like dinked him and hit him with another bullet. Like, that's just
absurd.
Why does this happen to me?
Yeah, but I mean, I think watching this match as well, one of the big threads we had during the pregame was Henny as a player, and I actually thought, I mean, no necessarily criticism against him, but I thought if you look at like the AWP battle, which is always something that we talk about with the AWPers of two teams, I think Alu pretty handily won that kind of like performance battle. I don't, you know, head to head, I don't really have too much to say about them going against each other, but definitely in terms of impact, Alu was the one who came out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing a whole lot of one name in those highlights. In fact, finishing the game for FaZe was Keo. Top of the scoreboard as well, alongside Nico. 26 for Nico, 23 for Keo. So good to see that he is providing. He's a fragging presence. He truly is.
Galloping out to the front.
He has transformed somewhat, hasn't he? From what was, I mean,
White Knight of FaZe.
We used to have these discussions about him being like a support player. I think he's kind of broken somewhat. Broken that habit, broken that trend.
He's a support player in a sense of he's kind of been forced into that role because of the fact he's been surrounded by the likes of Nico, Rain, Alu as well. But I mean, when you remember Kirishima from his time in LDLC, he was no support player. He was like the second guy coming in.
We have to get to the point where that this concept of a support player just kind of goes away. Like it really does just tilt me when I hear it, because if you're a professional player, you know, no matter, you're going to be put in situations where you have to be the support player in just that situation you're in.
Sure, of course.
You have to know how to do that and designate someone as a support player. I think role player is way more accurate term in the sense that he's not the one.
A bit of role play.
Let's just remove all things that tilt Jason, and let's just use whatever he wants to use for.
I would like that. That actually that wouldn't be bad.
Oh, Counter-Strike broadcast.
Yeah, big fan of that. Yeah, no, I
great role player.
I think support player is just awful. Said it for like 2 years now. But no, I mean, it is kind of a situation where he's not the player that's being set up for all the kills. And like, you know, even if you look at who he's playing with on the French teams, not only is he with Nico now, but you know, when you're playing with guys like Shox and Kenny and NBK over the course of your career over years, Happy, I mean, you're not going to be the star player in those lineups either.
So you say role player over support player, but what is Kyo's role? Is it to support?
Oh, Yanko, he's put you in a box there.
Yeah, he hasn't. He just completely ignored the conversation we just had 30 seconds ago. I can't handle this.
All right, okay. So support and role player aside, you can, of course, let us know on social media where you stand on the topic. I think it's always been stated that there is not necessarily, I am a lurker, I am a supporter. There are things you do better, some things you do worse, and definitely there are some roles within the team that are filled. We have seen Rain as well, who's been a very consistent fragging presence, started off the pistol round well, and just continued to provide everything FaZe needed to pick that one up. A big win for FaZe. I mean, considering the fact that there was a discussion started by, I believe, one of us on the desk, if not, it was Duncan, saying that FaZe have the potential to do that full 3 wins, but he's not sure if Immortals do. And I think that's where we take this conversation next, right? I mean, does this mean it's curtains for Immortals? 3 consecutive wins necessary to make playoffs now?
I don't think they'll win 3 in a row. I mean, they can get very, very lucky with the draw. I mean, this is the thing. They can get very lucky with the draws and actually get like 2 pretty easy matchups they have, you know, in the next map and in the second game. I mean, next half they can get what? They can get Ouya.
Yeah, but
5 power.
This is where it's also very interesting.
Very.
As well.
Okay. Almost how much Jason earns in a year.
Yeah, all right, money aside, we are going to go ahead and remind you guys as well that there is some sponsors that make this tournament possible. It's actually none other than Hellcase that enable you guys to grab yourselves a free case. It's SLTV, that's the code you can enter and have a go. Some case openings, some neon lights, and a little bit of fun while we do take a break. When we do come back, though, what's up next? I haven't actually taken
North
a look.
Astralis.
Oh, it is the Danish
Derby. Yeah.
Woo! And it's the first time. For anyone that's sitting there at home like, why should I stick around? Not only is it Astralis North, but it hasn't happened in an offline environment.
Can't wait for this rivalry to be done and dusted.
Done. Oh, stop it. North Astralis, yes, is up next. Then you've got G2 Hellraisers, Fnatic, Na'Vi, NIP, MVP. And we end our day with quite a biggie. Virtus Pro SK. Could be coming to you about 8:30 local time. Right, we are going to go ahead and disappear. When we come back, it is time to talk all about North versus Astralis. Do not move a muscle. When we return, we get to see which of the Danes will prevail and continue to go undefeated here in Kiev.
Gaming Bets, online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2, make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO, guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quest for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Yeah. Jackson.
Burn with the too many wrongs. What have I done? You've forgotten the words to our song. Now it's gone. Take it back just for one night. Take all the wrongs and pretend that we're alright. Feel the rhythm in our songs, let them entwine. 'Cause you know what you do to me. It's not fair, I don't care. Take you there, make you mine before we're out of time, out of time. Let's synchronize. Let's Don't be so distant. Don't be so distant. So distant, distant from me, from me. You're so close, and yet so far. So I fight it, I fight it. And here we are in each other's arms. Take it back just for one night. Take all the wrongs and pretend that we're alright. Feel the rhythm in our songs, let them entwine. 'Cause you know what you do to me. It's not fair, I don't care. Take you there, make you mine before we're out of time, out of time. Let's synchronize.
It's finally happening. Yes, indeed. Denmark are about to do battle in the derby. It's North and Astralis meeting offline for the first time in this very shape and form and in this very tournament. Second day here for StarLadder I-League Final Season 3. I'm Machine, joined by Thorin and YNK. And I mean, yes, it has finally happened. They have been drawn. We saw the draw yesterday. We were actually kind of theory crafting as the draw was like, this could happen. And we got what we wanted and what I'm sure you guys wanted as well. But there is a lot to be discussed. I think, you know, we start off by saying, how on earth has this happened, Duncan? These guys have been, if have been in these shapes and these teams for a while now. How have they managed to avoid each other? It seems kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, if you look at the storyline for the two teams, exactly the point when Dignitas, originally when they got Config and Magix together, really, really got good was before Astralis actually fully got going, before they got Glaive in the door. And then when Astralis finally got to the top, Dignitas had that weird little slump where the best they would ever do was like round of 8, etc. And now North, as they're called, has started to become better. It's just that they never get on the same side of the bracket as Astralis, bizarrely. They're always on the other side. In fact, they're usually meeting VP, etc. And then later on, VP meets Astralis. So it's just been one of those strange things where somehow they've never passed, you know, crossed each other's paths, whereas you think back a little while and Astralis has played Na'Vi in a bunch of best of threes, a whole bunch of times they've played them.
Yeah, and there is a lot of reasons to make this matchup all the tastier as well, Yanko. I mean, we could start with the kind of the players and where their histories do lie. I mean, the likes of Cage and Kierby, they've been tossed around, and both seem to have settled relatively well. I mean, where would you start in terms of making this matchup even more appealing?
I mean, it's true. Initially, we had that swap between Dignitas and Astralis, Cajun going to Dignitas, Kirby going to Astralis. And back then, even if they would meet online, perhaps, then it was like, okay, these two teams know each other also well because Cajun played with Kerrigan, Kirby played with MSL. Now Kerrigan is out of the picture as well. He's in Faze. So, and an extended period of time passed, so you can't really even apply that. What I would put like as a good storyline here is that for way back, Dupree and Device were known as the Danish duo. But then as Astralis during the summer started slumping and Dignitas became like a very good team, then it was like, well, are Config and Magix now the two best players in Denmark? So obviously after that, Astralis with Glaive started coming back. So you have that battle for who is the best duo right now in Denmark as well.
Absolutely, you do. And I mean, there was a discussion for a while, not only about the best duo, but the best team in Denmark. I remember that was a very, very real discussion topic as Dignitas took their rise. I think it was around that Moscow epicenter, do you think, when that conversation peaked?
Well, I mean, at that point, yeah, I think most people would have given it to Dignitas, yeah, because they were getting top fours, they won a big tournament. Obviously, it had been quite a while since Astralis had won.
Sure.
We were thinking back to 2015 at that point in time. So, yeah, I mean, that just shows, unfortunately, what life's like if you're Dignitas and North, though. When you finally think you've done it, all of a sudden one change and then Astralis is back. And so that's one of the things. The North guys, even though they briefly got to that elite level, they still feel like they're chasing the other ones. They still feel like they want to take the crown from Astralis, I'm pretty sure.
And this is where we can discuss whether they have the capability to do so, the resources, the tools, and the players available to them to do so. What's your general consensus on this? Do you think that North do have everything available to them now, with AZ, and of course, being picked up most recently?
Yeah, the thing about the two lineups is I actually think these are two of the most skilled lineups we have in the game at the moment from any country. It's just that the interesting thing is, you can see when Glaive came into Astralis, and Key, it wasn't just him arriving, they switched around a few of the roles. Famously, Dupree and Kirby have kind of swapped positions almost. And then Device has kind of tailored in even more how he opts. The difference is they're getting almost the most out of every player in their lineup. Whereas you look at the North lineup, and as good as they are, I mean, still finished top 4 at Vegas, obviously, still making every playoffs. I don't feel like they're all unlocked yet. In fact, if anything, they've got all this talent, and they still haven't quite figured out. Like, we're still not sure. Is Config or is it AZ who's the second star? Like, where does Cajun fit in with all of this? Obviously, certain maps, certain halves he'll op, but then other times, sometimes he's just lost in the pack. So I feel as though, funnily enough, it's now MSL who's the guy who's working with all the talent, and he's trying to figure out how do I get the best out of him, kind of where Carrigan was a few months earlier, whereas Glaive kind of knows now the identity of his team, and that's the key difference between the two for me. So, yes, North absolutely has the talent in this roster to beat anyone, I actually think, any team pretty much. But the question is, how are they going to put it together, and especially with kind of the psychological disadvantage that I think will carry over, even though there's no longer, in my opinion, a disadvantage in the server.
I'm glad you addressed as well the discussion about whether it's a sure Magisk, but whether Config fits next alongside him. I mean, what do you believe about Config at this point in time, Yanko? Because there was a incredible build-up regarding, this guy's obviously cheating. Who is this young Danish kid? And then suddenly he turns up on LAN, shows everyone what he's made of, hacky boy, and he shows everyone that he is a very competent player and proved himself, got into a very huge organization, and yet we do struggle to put him alongside Magisk.
I think he became more consistent when Dignitas had their initial rise. The problem with him and Magix, maybe more him than Magix, is that at times they can be overly aggressive and throw away an advantage, overpeak in certain situations. And now that Config has had to change his role, he is the lurker on the T side most of the time. Sure, that can benefit the team, him being more aggressive, meaning he can have more impact in the round, even if his team on the other side of the map isn't like doing the job correctly. On the other hand, he can sometimes just do nothing, be overly aggressive and die, and then his team loses presence on that side of the map. So I still think he has some getting used to do to that new role. Besides that, it's also a question of AZ, right? It's been a very long time since AZ has been regarded as a superstar of a team. It's from that time in Dignitas, before he switched to Faze, that we know him to beat teams by himself. We haven't seen that except for an off game every now and then, right? So it's also down to AZ to kind of find his footing in this new team and be the player that we know he can be.
Absolutely has the ability to do so. And just final point before we do move to Astralis, I want to make it clear to everyone at home as to why we are regarding as Magisk as a clear star, indisputed star. And I know you're good at remembering these games. Duncan, does it ring any bells when I talk about a game when Magisk had like close to 40 frags and still lost? I'm trying to. Was at the major? Was it? I think it was in Atlanta. It was like 37 on Cobble and like head and hands lost.
Yes, this was in the quarterfinals against Virtus Pro, and it was where they went 12-3 on CT side of Cobblestone. But then VP did their own epic comeback, and yeah, Magic's it was like 37 kills. I think it was kind of a wasted effort from the team because obviously they couldn't pull through. But it's also Virtus Pro, and they were like pulling up magical rounds, you know.
It is insane to think that you had a 12-3 CT half against VP and you could not win 4 rounds. On the T side of Cobble, if you're North, because as Dignitas, they were at one point, even when we were like struggling to give them like a top 10 spot, we considered them probably the best team or one of the top 3 teams on Cobble.
Well, I mean, when we're talking about North, it'd be appropriate to hear what KGB has to say. Of course, he used to be playing with the Astralis boys, now found his home over with North. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of this Danish derby.
I think yesterday's match we started out really slow. Had to get the machine going. Obviously, it worked out in the end. I think they got a good start and they prepared some good stuff. And in the end, we just showed that we were the better team overall. Obviously, it's a really exciting matchup because it's the first time we're facing them in a LAN tournament. But it's still in the group stage, and I think that it's hard to say who's gonna take the win. It depends on the map veto, it depends on who shows up on the day. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter that much, but we want to show that we are the best team in Denmark and in the world. Not specific. There's not like a specific map I think that we should worry about or they should worry about. I think that our map pool plays into each other, and I think it's more about hitting our shots and them hitting their shots, and like instead of the tactical point of view, it's more about the firepower point of view in this game.
Now, we were looking for KGB, but Device still shedding some light. He's suggesting it's going to come down to individuals at this point in time, which we have spent the majority of our time discussing, so rather appropriate. But he thinks it's not going to be about reading the opponent, not about knowing the game better. It's simply going to be about who hits the shots more often. Does that seem to make a lot of sense? I guess the playing field is level.
Well, I mean, the thing is, because they know each other so well, like, first of all, they have played a lot online, obviously. I mean, you think of all the matches they must have played. And then you've got to add in, they almost surely practice against each other and play at least, like, other scenarios, players play against each other. So I think what he means by that is, when two teams meet where they only meet every 4 months and they play 1 or 2 maps, then it's tactical in the sense of people are just trying to out-execute each other and trying to make basic reads of past demos. When you've played someone a lot, especially if it's like a rivalry from within a country, I think then it just becomes a mind game on that level because they kind of have a sense of what you're going to do, you know what they're going to do, and then it's just like who's going to put in bluffs, etc. So in that sense, I think since everyone knows each other's game pretty intimately, it will come down to who has the better players. Like if you have the 2 players that go off on the server, you've got a very good chance to win this game.
And also, if you ask the players, probably 90% of the time they're just going to say, yeah, we didn't hit our shots or they hit their shots. You know, most of the time they're going to think that it's only down to that.
It does tend to be a very common excuse we hear over at the after parties. Either way, let's hear what KGB does have to say now, because that's what we were hunting for originally, of course, with that AWP primary AWP for North. Let's check it out.
I think we won because in the end I think we're the better team on Cobble. I don't know what happened in Katowice. We just didn't find our game on Cobble, and they had Henny, which had a really great match throughout the series. So I just think that we are better than them on Cobblestone. We have the better team play. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough match. Astralis is without a doubt the best team in the world at the moment. It's also a Danish clash, so it's going to be exciting, but we definitely want to win this match against our Danish mates. I'm satisfied with it. I don't really mind, to be honest. If you want to win this tournament, we have to beat the best teams anyway, so it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Well, I can already promise you now we will not be playing train against Astralis. We're going to veto that. Except that, I don't really care what we're going to play.
He doesn't care, but it's definitely not going to be trained, Duncan. There you go. Some of your work has been done for you there from KGB.
I mean, these 2 teams, this is also why it'll be good, because where we're going to end up is pretty obvious. Astralis always ban Cobblestone, and that's one of the best maps of North. Meanwhile, Astralis, fantastic on trainers, CLG found out, that will definitely be banned by North. That's always a perma-ban for them. Then the real question comes down for me later on, because this is going to definitely be train, is which one of them is going to ban Cash, because it's inevitable one of them is going to. I actually feel as though North has the edge on Nuke, so they can kind of flex that and make Astralis ban that at some point. Astralis takes out Mirage. It's actually a good map for them, but it's just one where North has played it a lot, and I feel like Astralis just aren't as confident on it.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see, because they did play online in Pro League, right? And Astralis did beat them on Nuke. Astralis beat North like 16-4, and North beat Astralis 16-10 on Overpass. I don't know the scores, but it wasn't a close game. And you can see the teams banning like those maps that they lost online, even though you would...
I'm pretty sure the reason they've banned Overpass here, which, by the way, Astralis is probably the best team in the world on Overpass, is just because they know MSL hates Cash. So they actually wanted Inferno here, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's actually the guys from Astralis saying we'd rather go to Inferno, which, by the way, Astralis quietly become very good on Inferno. It's actually been a map they've been playing a lot of the last few lands, and they've been winning nearly all instances. So very bizarre there, because I think most people acknowledge Astralis is probably the best Overpass team. The difference is, I think North is pretty up there on that map as well. I think that's why they don't want to go there. They want to go to Inferno instead.
Just about 15 days ago, that Overpass was played, and North beat Astralis 16-4 online. I guess maybe that's what Yanko's talking about, just in their head a little bit, after conceding such a resounding loss on that one.
Because you would swap those bans. You would think North bans Overpass and Astralis bans Nuke. But yeah, I think for in Inferno as well, it's a matter of Astralis seeing what North had to bring in some of those tournaments as well. Because the first map North played in Vegas was Inferno, and maybe they just think that they have what it takes to take them down on the map. Also vetoing Overpass, because Magic can be dangerous on Overpass even by himself.
And just because I'm perusing this and I have it in front of me, Astralis have never beaten North on Overpass. They've played it 4 times. So that's something else. So perhaps they're kryptonite on that particular map, despite being, no doubt, and undoubtedly, as Duncan says, one of the best teams in the world on it. This is the roster, though. You can see the world's best Counter-Strike team currently. Device, Kierby, Clave, Dupree, and Zipnix. And I do think it does bear repeating just how well these guys have formed now, given Glaive as the catalyst. This has been, like every single time we call them the best team, it's since Glaive joined. It seems to be the necessary asterisk when we say that, Duncan.
Yeah, because before they were a team that could be very good, certainly at times, but they were the perennial underachievers. They never really delivered fully on that promise, you know? You get teams that are less skilled that have the little streak where they win the tournament. I mean, Dignitas last year, for example, but then fall off, you know? They were the ones who always got close, and then something wasn't unlocked, something hindered them. And at the moment, that doesn't seem like that's a problem whatsoever. I mean, sure, Virtus Pro's beaten them in a best of 3. That's about it. You've got to go way back beyond that to E-League Season 2. You know, you've got to go like 6 months back before anyone's legitimately outclassing them in a game. So at the moment, I think this is certainly a chance for them to lose. It is that the local rivalry. It's people know them very, very well. But beyond that, there's a reason why this team is racking up titles, top 4s, finals, because they're just so tough to beat for most teams right now.
And Inferno is such an interesting discussion to have as well, Yanko, because I mean, there is very little evidence of either of these teams playing it repeatedly, right? I mean, we saw a result versus Faze recently for Astralis. I remember North picked it as, what did he call it, a Joker pick over in Vegas, but that was it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that Faze game in Katowice for Astralis, they won a couple of important force buys as well. So it's still, neither team has played it all that much. It's still a map that teams keep practicing on, want to iron it out. When you look historically under MSL, Dignitas didn't play the map initially, then they brought it in like this time last year before Columbus for that qualifier as well. That's what actually, they lost that map a couple of times. They couldn't qualify for that major. So historically speaking, I think Astralis is a better team on the map when we had it before in the previous version. So I think that gives them a small edge perhaps, but you could see when North played it initially that they had a couple of like set execute strats, but they didn't really have that much that they could improvise on. And that was still way early to tell. So this is going to be a good measure of what did the teams do in the meantime on the map. Do they have like not just executes, but you know, improvisations? How do they play out the 4v4s, 3v3s, mid-round situations? Those are usually the most important ones.
And there's actually one very interesting distinction between the two teams before, which I know I've heard Yanko discuss many times, which is that North have got this very strange philosophy economically where they'll do these like full double saves, and also they're actually Astralis is a little bit like this in as much as they will do saves very early in a round. If they know they've lost 2 guns, it's very unlikely you can get the 3v5. The difference is, Astralis, this is an area that they were never strong in the past on. They've become one of the best at like full-up force buys, like Tech 9 armor force buys and rushes. You won't see those out of MSL. He just very rarely goes for them. You know, he's very much conservative in his philosophy instead, right?
Yeah, very in a sense that he wants to have a good first gun round, wants to have all the buys. When you see like the T's don't lose the pistol round without planting the bomb, they usually force buy because you're going to have to eco 2 times anyway. You're not going to be able to buy with like 3,400. It's a pretty weak buy in general. Yeah. So what North does, it's like they go for a double eco. In the first eco round, they just get a couple of deagles. In the second one, they only have Glocks. Maybe someone upgrades if he got a couple of kills. But what that means in return, if the other team has a lot of SMGs, and if they play it like disciplined and smart, they can get 2 pretty clean rounds. Their economy will be at like 6 and 7K with the guns that they have from the people who survived. And that means you need to win at least 2, maybe even 3 consecutive gun rounds in order to pressure the CTs. That's obviously extremely difficult against any team, definitely against the world's best. So I'm not sure if North can keep up that style where they're not going to resort to force buying, you know.
Well, as a result, though, that's the key detail. As a result, I think North is much more reliant on those pistol rounds. I've seen Astralis, actually, in Vegas. They were losing, like, every pistol round. They still made it top 4 in the tournament. They still had a chance, you know. The difference is they can break people back, whereas North almost has the mentality that if we don't lose the pistol round, we just concede the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, they have to either put more thought into those eco rounds and just think of a way to get a couple of kills. You need to be able to keep putting pressure on the economy, because if you don't do that, especially on a map like Inferno, you know, when the cities have full utility, an op in there perhaps as well, it can be very difficult for you to play the T side.
So have we kind of identified a flaw in MSL's economic decision making? I mean, from what I'm hearing is that, especially given the power of the SMGs, there is very little reason to do that double save. Or I mean, what's his mindset? What's his thought process?
I mean, the
just
thing
having
is,
a perfect buy coming into that.
Here's the thing. On one level, if you break it down like this, it's not illogical, okay? Which is that if you really think you know exactly the right gun round to do, and if you're full utility, it will definitely work, and then it will work repeatedly. Sure. Then, in theory, this is one of the great things about Counter-Strike. There is no actual real concept of momentum. That's just a psychological concept of some people need it for their confidence. The great thing about Counter-Strike is you could be losing a game 11-0. If you just win every gun round from there on, you win 16-11. There's no advantage for having the 11 rounds once you get your economy up. So in theory, if he could execute every time, it would never be a problem. The problem is, as we've seen, first of all, it's exacerbated by the UMP, because people just farm with that and then they have even more economy. So you can never break CT economy. And then secondly, if you get a team like Astralis, who even when they're broken, they might come back with a force buy. It's real, you kind of walk in a tightrope doing that, I feel.
Yeah, I think it's exacerbated by the fact that I mean, I did a video on that, on the UMPs and how it affects the meta game and the economy game. North was playing SK, and SK is a team that plays like 5 UMPs after they win the pistol on CT side. So you could see like the worst case scenario for North in that situation. The problem is if you win the round, the first gun round, you win it, but you only have 1 player alive. He can only drop 1 gun. Everyone else needs to rebuy for themselves. It's still not an optimal buy, while the cities can have whatever they want. So it's an issue that the reason people force buy is you lose the force buy, you have 1,900 plus kills, you lose the next eco, you get 2,400, so around 4,500 on the T side. That's enough for an AK, smoke, 2 flashes, you know, a Molotov on someone who got the kills. That's still a decent buy. That's why teams force, because the gain from going double eco and just buying like deagles is not that much in the grand scale of things. You don't really get, and you can lose a lot if you don't get any kills with the pistols.
And we've seen, I mean, even over the major, where we saw what Dupree can do with that deagle, that incredible 5K, beautiful stuff. Was it Katowice? Excuse me, yeah. And we are seeing who won that knife round. I was too busy faltering about who won the deagle. Okay. Astralis have the choice of side, which means we can go ahead and get ready for our casters as well. We have a shaven Henry G and a not so shaven Sadakist who are waiting in the wings to be casting this one. We'll see the side choice right now.
Well, there we go. The side choice is done. Astralis go CT, not surprising. And we continue our Inferno Fiesta.
We do. We've casted it 4 out of 5 times now. Actually, I'm loving it. I'm loving to see the way the map develops, and these two teams are very good on it, especially. So this is going to be a great derby coming in. We've casted Astralis in this a few times recently, albeit online.
Yep.
They've introduced an interesting playstyle on the T side, especially if you remember a couple of weeks back. I'm not sure what that'll be implemented here, but it was a very loose and kind of 5-man formation around the map on the T side, kind of just choosing an area and swarming it with lots of firepower and fast plays at the start of the round. It was quite interesting to watch, and it was working very well for them. They were hitting all the shots that day. I'm not sure what will be happening here against North. I can't really speculate as to whether they'll be deploying that today, but it certainly was a different approach to what we've seen on the T sides.
Well, the odds on for Astralis look favorable for them over North, but as we know, a Danish derby could mean absolutely anything.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, Inferno, I haven't seen enough from North to make a compelling argument that they are prepared to take down Astralis.
Their CT sides are very good. That's what I will
always
say.
are. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that, but I don't know if I've seen enough to really say. Now, the one thing that I could say about it is if they know Astralis, like everyone does, but to the level that we expect, they'll be able to counter perhaps with a little bit more aggression and boiler early on. I would like to see that to be a counter strat to Astralis' default to take over map control.
Well, the thing is, that's where Dupree is normally playing on the T side. He's actually very strong in that position. To challenge him as a CT, especially the boiler room control, it's challenging. It's the fact of if you go in there yourself, you're up against an AK who's going to be pre-firing you, and you're kind of holding one angle. You've got to look towards 2 positions as well. It's a little bit difficult. You can obviously smoke him out and have the boost going towards quad side as well. I'm interested to see more on the CT side as to whether right now North CT side they rely heavily on config coming over to the B side of the map at the start. He smokes them in. He sometimes sticks around for the rush as well. And a lot of teams are starting to opt towards that sort of setup at 3 to start. But obviously the counter to that is going very fast towards A, which is Astralis, like I just said, have started to do as well. So do you risk sending in config to the B side of the map at the start and allowing him to not be part of the A side, and then all of a sudden Astralis is doing a fast apartment strategy straight up towards middle, knowing there's only be 2 players there? That's certainly going to be a lot of mind games going forward in this one, I think. I think this will be a very interesting game indeed.
Stretch it out, Device.
And just to note as well, the AWPs of this, I think Device, it's undisputed. He's going to be a better AWP across the board than Cajun is. It's I think that's a fair assessment, really. He's very good on the aggression on the CT sides, which seems to be coming in a lot more on this map. AWP on the T side of Inferno, it's an interesting discussion to be had. I think a lot of teams are opting against it. If you pick it up, sure, give it a go. But it seems like it's one of those weapons that doesn't seem that beneficial. Not many CT teams will give you the opportunity to get the picks at the start.
I think part of it was predicated on Dragon's play style in itself, but we saw how much trouble he had trying to duel Kenny on the T side with the
I think that was just down to the basics
well,
of
yeah, that's
that game,
yeah.
really. They weren't using the utility whatsoever. That's what really frustrated me on a casting that one. Like, just watching them make the same mistakes over and over again. And yes, there definitely is room for the T-side AWP. I just don't think... I've even spoke to Device about this specifically, and he's like, I said to him, okay, when do you guys decide to pick it up? And he's like, specifically, he says... When we pick it up and we can kind of see where we've kind of broken them down or the playstyle there, presenting towards is much slower and we can actually get some room to get some picks, maybe we'll consider it. But it's rare he'll ever buy one on the T side. They've just won the knife that's on the CT side. When that's a different kettle of fish altogether, you can be very aggressive on the CT side AWP. You can actually have 2 AWPs, as we've seen a lot of teams doing recently as well. G2 giving us a masterclass and how that should be done yesterday. That looks phenomenal with that sort of setup. Obviously, lots of options at the start. You can go towards apartments. You can feature second mid from bedroom, middle. Banana as well. There's so many different options to the AWP, and it's always an interesting battle on Inferno, and no less is the Danish derby itself. This is always a really cool match to cast in general. Zonic there, the coach, of course.
Yep.
A lot of resources behind this organization. They've got all sorts going on, helping them out.
Yeah, it's
some
refreshing.
Bananas as well seem to be part of the team.
Yeah, well, that's also refreshing.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, there's lots of stuff going on in all of these individual lineups. Obviously, FC Copenhagen behind North. I would say their pockets might be a little deeper, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be wrong.
Could be wrong. Depends how much they actually invest. We have no idea.
Yeah, well, they may not have access to that, right?
Yeah,
that's my point.
Anyway, well, it looks like we're getting ready to start. There's Glaive, of course, brought in and was kind of the final missing piece of the puzzle for Astralis, it seemed. They've had great success, obviously, picking up the major. Still the number 1 team, I'd say, at the moment, obviously, but I think until we get undisputed 1-1, I think back-to-back majors like SK did, that's when you kind of we can call this Astralis' era, right? They would take the crown from SK. I think that would be quite a cool prospect coming up in, is it the end of June or start of July? It's July, right?
Yeah, end of July. For the major? Yeah, it would be the end of July. The early July event, they're actually skipping ESL 1
That's
Cologne.
right, end of June is the
announced,
qualifier.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, in early July, they're skipping ESL 1 Cologne based on timing, based on schedule. They want to be ready to try and defend that.
Do you think that's a good move?
I think it's... I don't care about the move. That's up to the teams. That's up to them on how they feel. Certain teams would have different opinions on that, whether they want to use it to form up or if they want to skip it altogether. But I think that Valve needs to be more clear early on with deciding when the majors are, because we just went through a month break, and now we're getting into all these big events, a crazy hectic schedule, and I feel like a lot of these events, not so much this one, but a lot of these events were bids for the major that didn't get it, and we know there was more in play. Obviously, Malmo was in consideration, Cologne was in consideration, PGL obviously got it. Now you have all these big events stacked up over a period of time, and anyway, everyone's suffering from it. Look how hard DreamHack got hit with their events overlapping with qualifiers and minors, and so I think that needs to be more clearly communicated, and that a schedule can be built in accordance to that much more evenly. Fast play. North already inside of Boilers. Very fast indeed as Astralis has to back from the top of middle. Device will go all the way around to the arch side and cover off from Library. Dupree, fully blinded, knows that they've dropped it a pit, but it's Kiarbi that's done the work. Only for a moment, though, because Magic and now Cajun B, plus AZ on the assist, is going to be able to pull this back ever so slightly. And it just gets well inside of the site now. Bomb down. He's the last alive. And he knows still Dupree, despite being flashed off and overwhelmed, has managed to survive this entire time. Meaning he has to still try and go back to try and find him. Lock in hand. Quick peek. Gets more information as to where Zippix is. We're lagging out. Hopefully that's not the server itself. I think not. That seemed like it snapped to the kill. But it does mean Astralis pick up the first round. They go up 1-0. There's a bit of laughter. I'm wondering maybe if that actually was on their side as well. Hopefully not.
It seemed okay. We're on GoTV, obviously. Oh,
no,
headsets are off. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's 100% on their side. 100% on their side. Yeah. MSL's up. Cajun's up. They're all up.
He's had enough. He's out. Well, I'll just break that round down as to while we wait. Obviously, this could take a while. These situations are never great. Majors boy, he's going to argue that he had a chance in that clutch, and now he's fully lagged out, couldn't move, and he got taken down. So let's just talk about what they did in that round. MSL and co going towards the apartments very quickly. No banana presence whatsoever. That was almost at a full apartments rush. There was a little bit of delay waiting for the nades to come in. But Kiarbi, he's in the pit. That was such a sick setup from Astralis, to be fair. You see the way he's positioned in the pit? He's in that tight corner just where the hay bales are, and he's just watching the players to drop down from the apartments itself. He's got his teammate by the broken wall position as well. He takes all the aggro away. They're not going to have Molotov to flush him out there or even HE grenades. They're going to be focusing on him. So Kiarbi, he's been baited in fully at that point. His teammate obviously can take the aggro, then not even look at apartments and focus on quad. Kiarbi gets 2 quick headshots as they drop down, and at that point, the round was back and forth. There were some frags coming in favour of North, but Astralis looked quite comfortable there, Dupree to finish things off, and we did have some lag there, and that's always an issue. I'm sure this would be an admin's nightmare.
Well,
it's a pistol. Normally in rules, like...
That's what I was going to say. You need a black and white rule set. If it's the E-League rule set, if it's a minute in and there's damage dealt, it's played.
Right.
So we'll see if that's the case. What were you going to say? It's normally...
It depends. Like you said. It depends on the tournament. But sometimes they have rule sets where it says if 3 rounds haven't been played, it can justify a replay. But I think right now it doesn't make sense to have that sort of rule. Pistol rounds are too important to even.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's silly to have that rule with the important. Like you say, the 3 rounds could be equated to a single round in that case. So I mean, I think E-League's ruling is the best on it because it's clear-cut black and white. If it's a minute in and no damage, or it's less than a minute in and no damage has been dealt, you replay the round. If it's over a minute or there's damage, well, sorry, that's how it goes.
Well, all the headsets are off, so this suggests this could take a while. So if you're just joining us wondering what the hell's going on, the game has started. Astralis picked up the pistol round. I would say there was a bit of a dispute to suggest that Majors Boy could win the round. It was a 2 versus 1. He had full HP. He was in the pit. We had some server lag at that point. Well, I thought it was GoTV, but it obviously is going to be some sort of technical issue at this stage. The server did start going nuts, and we had full lag. It couldn't really move, and Majors Boy went down at that point. Conflict standing up would suggest this is going to take a while. So this is a bit of a night. We've casted a lot of these situations before. Matt, Columbus comes to mind, and
Here
this event last time,
actually.
right? Yeah,
yep,
NIP,
in the final.
G2.
In the final, no, we've had a number of these. It's what
and we had one at E-League as well, I believe.
Did we?
I think so. That's when we kind of come with that. We kind of that conclusion that was the rule they were using. It was in
one that's correct. That was in the qualifier.
Yeah, the qualifier. Yeah.
Yeah, that was way back in 2016.
Way back, December 2016.
Way back when I had the lumberjack and I had to match that.
It can be like quite tilty. If you're Astralis, right, this decision goes against you and they replay the round. You're going to be gutted at that, right? And then you go on to lose a pistol potentially. Like I remember that's happened to me in the past, and it's so tilting when that happens.
The other argument that they have in their favor is that they're going to say, yeah, okay, it was a 2 versus 1, but he had the bomb.
Yeah, and he had full HP and a good position, right? He's in the pit. That's advantageous.
Well, no, he wasn't in the pit. Dupree was in the pit. He was on the site.
No, Majors Boy was in the pit, wasn't he?
No, Dupree was in the pit.
Oh,
he
really?
was still dancing around default.
I thought he was.
Yeah, he was actually right behind the default box when he died.
Fair enough. Still, there's still obviously an argument and grounds to suggest he could win that round.
Yep, sure. I'll agree with that 100%.
So obviously there's going to be a bit of a dispute here. All the headphones are off. I'm assuming the coaches are talking to the admins right now and working out where they go with this one. Like you said, the rule set normally quite black and white in these scenarios. It should be these days for a Premier tournament. It should just say, if X happens, there's no dispute. This is the way we've got it set up, and all the teams would have been aware of that before.
I don't have Wi-Fi, so I can't even message the admins right now and see what the ruling is.
Sema was here looking after us. He normally has the rule set printed out. We should be more on top of things like him.
Nah, see, that's too much responsibility for me. And I don't like that.
This is the reason why he asked for it, and we never do.
It's, responsibility is overrated.
Yeah. But, yeah, so this is another best of one in the Swiss format. It's the Danish derby between North and Astralis. Inferno is setting up to be such an awesome match as well. It's a bit of a shame to kick it off like this. Who did you have your predictions on for this one, Matt?
Astralis.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I was boring on this one. I thought there was a chance. There's a world where North could win this. But now that it's on Inferno, I actually think Astralis are going to take this.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they're a very strong Inferno team, but I think North are as well. Like I said, I think their CT side's very good. They're very nice at actually holding that really passive setup. I normally describe in our cast, like the fact you don't even challenge mid, you'd other teams to fully have that. And you have 3 players holding the pit and the bomb side itself. You leave Arch a little bit exposed there, depending on where your AWP is placed, but I think that's a really cool setup to bring to the table.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's not... It's interesting how subtle the changes are. It's still very much Inferno in its essence. But there is some changes that have already started to be applied to the map just based on I think mostly the lack of pillars and nades toward Banana. It's hard to burrow in as a terrorist and actually get there early on and avoid the nades being thrown down.
Yes, indeed. Well, we haven't got an update for you at the moment, so hopefully we can just tell from their kind of personas on screen that's what's going on. Device and Co are laughing, so maybe they noticed this is going in their favor. I'm going to see, is Zonic there? No, he's not. So he'll be the one dealing with it right now.
Yeah, poor Zonic.
And Rugger for North will be on the other side, battling and arguing his case.
Starladder.com/Ticky.
Ticky.
I wonder if that says tickets. See, you assumed it. You didn't even see the S.
I said tickets.
How did you know that? I know, that's my point. How did you know it said the S?
It makes sense. You want to sell plurals. You don't want to be selling just one ticket. You want to be selling a lot. Suggest there's more than one.
You can come hang out with us here in Ukraine.
Don't do that. You won't enjoy yourself.
What do you
just
mean?
hang out with your friends.
We can talk about cars. That'll be enjoyable.
Yeah. Maybe.
Be a good time. Well, having a laugh. Oh, my Wi-Fi has decided to work.
That's a rarity.
It's true. Very rare.
You've seen some of the tweets coming out. It's pretty fun.
It's a good time.
Yeah. The problem with Ukraine, though, like every other European country I have, right, is I get free roaming everywhere in the world.
Not
Apart
here.
from Ukraine, apparently. It's the only country I've been to where I get nothing.
And
So
didn't you get absolutely wrecked one time for that?
yeah, like this is why I had to change my phone bill. The fact I was getting phone bills for like £400 every month. I was like, okay, yeah, maybe chance to.
Yeah, I get like $30 Canadian every
If you
month.
don't get roaming anywhere,
Exactly.
you don't even get phone access. You
yeah,
get nothing. There's
I
no
don't
point.
like
You don't even live at home and you don't have a roaming plan. Like, what are you doing?
What do you mean? That's exactly what I'm doing. I don't want you to freaking call me. Don't leave me alone.
Yeah, but you can't even get data. You can't do anything.
I don't care. I can get on Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay, it's much easier than having to find a Wi-Fi hotspot.
Well, yeah, but sometimes it's nice to have my privacy, you know? If I just want to slip off the edge of the earth for a day or two.
I wish you would.
Well, I wish I would too, Henry. It's very mutual. And by edge of the earth, I mean somewhere, well, I think you can figure it out.
Well, the earth is flat, so...
The earth is flat and protected by ninjas.
So here's the
don't wear pajamas because we'd all be in trouble.
Today.
We'd all be
North
in trouble,
versus
Henry.
Astralis, G2 Hellraisers. We'll be casting that one as well. Then you have Anders and Semler taking over for Fnatic versus Navi. That's going to be a hell of a game. I've got Fnatic to win that one.
Navi.
I think that's going to be nuts. So yeah, that's one of the ones we haven't agreed on. NIP versus MVP Project. MVP didn't look great yesterday, but they were playing against VP, and to be fair, NIP looked pretty poor as well. So that could be an interesting game. Who knows? The Asian matchup's always a bit interesting. Virtus Pro versus SK, another big match to finish things off as well. I think SK are going to take that one.
VP.
You think VP. So we've got some disputes there towards the end. Have you missed the earlier games today as well? Where have you been? Gambit. Very good game with Tylo, actually. Tylo actually looked great. And I think it came down to some 1v1s in the end. I've got some updates coming in.
Well, we're going to do... I don't like it. I'm not... I mean,
okay.
The admins have gone for it. I'm not in favor of it. I think the rules should be black and white. They're going to restart the round.
Oh, dear. So...
The round is essentially played out. It's 2v1. It's an unfortunate situation, but anyway, it is what it is. I'm not saying that because I have a favor toward either team in this. I don't care per se, but I think that it's just because there needs to be consistency in the rule. That's where I get a little bit miffed. But the teams have agreed to it, so that's my opinion,
Yeah,
and not
the
theirs.
smiles have gone off the Astralis face all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were laughing away a minute ago. Now it's all got very serious over there. Zonic's about to give them the bad news. Here we go. Watch the faces. The look of disappointment coming in.
Well, I expect. Yeah. Okay. Well, we missed it because he walked by.
I don't think they've been told yet. They have headsets on. I want to see how miffed they are. They should look okay with it. They must have been told by this point. We've been told.
That's confidence. I mean, look, I say I don't like it. That's not to nag on Starlight or the admin's decision. It's situational. I just like consistency. That's my point. There might be something here stipulated
As
in
in
the
the
rules.
game in general? Or as in
all of
events?
Counter-Strike. Yeah. I just think that rule, if it's going to be a minute and damage done, then it
Well,
needs to be
you're absolutely right there. The fact that, like, obviously we're trying to make Counter-Strike a consistent kind of esport, I guess if you want to go there.
Yeah.
And just make it like every single game throughout every tournament, everyone knows what the rules are, and we can keep it like obviously black and white, like you said. That would be very beneficial to the game in general. But they don't look okay. They don't look too bad. We've got 1 minute until we go live, Matthew. So it'll be interesting. This is always a bit of a nightmare. I've been here many times, right? When this sort of thing happens, and you're like, okay, do we just deploy the same strategy and be a good sportsman?
Exactly.
Like, and kind of be good sports about it and say, okay, we'll do the same strategy. We'll try and make it as close as possible, replicate what happened there, and maybe we'll see what happens in the duels. Or you go for something completely different, maybe you go for a B rush this time, and then there you're kind of like, that's when you start getting pissed as when you're a Astralis, right? Because you're kind of thinking,
do you ever
wow.
negotiate that?
What do you mean?
Well, they're over talking to the admin saying, all right, we'll replay it, but it's got to be the same.
No, you can't do that.
You can't,
Then you can't. You could speculate. Oh, we're thinking about doing one player towards banana at the start anyway.
It didn't work. Yeah.
So like, you really can't go down that route. But it's the mind games we get in this one. This is where you get stuck and really annoyed as a starter. It's like, okay, now we have to change our setup, right? Because KRB, they had that 6 setup in the pit, right? Like, we haven't seen that before. That was actually really cool. And now they're going to be aware of that. He just got 2 frags from it, and now North can do the same strategy and just check it this time. So that's why it's a little bit annoying for the defensive team, especially because obviously the Ts have many options as to where they can go. The CT setup on a pistol is always going to be like, this is what we do on the pistol round, this is what we're presenting to them, and this is how we're going to defend whatever comes in. So they might have to change, not be so comfortable. The Ts, that was a rush, right? They could just rush towards middle, they could rush banana. So there's definitely, I'd say the advantage goes towards North for this restart, especially obviously since they lost the pistol technically. But we sit 1 minute, about a minute ago. Hopefully we'll be getting to it any second now. There's old Major Boy.
Is playing as magician, just to make us even more confused.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that name. Doesn't
Magician?
really suit him. Yeah, it makes me think of like some old guy in his 40s, like wearing a cape.
Okay.
The classic magician look, you know.
Sure. I don't know about cape, but I think about a top hat and a little wand.
Cape, white shirt, black trousers. That's the classic magician look.
All right. Glad you thought that much about it. We're gonna start all over.
Here we go. So, welcome back. It's the pistol round, and it will be a Astralis on the CD side, of course. We are completely replaying everything, and we'll see whether the Ts do the same thing. That'd be very sportsmanlike of them, but we'll see what they decide to do. It's not going to be the same thing. Looks like they'll be focusing towards banana. They didn't send a single player to this position in the previous round. And it's going to be Dupree to find their first kill, but AZ strikes back straight away. I thought Dupree was aggressive there.
Yeah, I think he was reasonable. Dupree was very passive in the last round, remember, but Dupree gets very aggressive this time. It goes to 4 versus 4, and we are seeing a lot more banana pressure applied, so a very different approach on this pistol than the previous flashover.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point as well. The Deagle bought up. Flashover pushes them back. Xipix goes inside of the site. They'll set the crossfire. He's got Glaive to play with inside of B. And 3 players looked around the corner. Sun Device. Not sure. Looks down mid and confirms that they were at the bottom of banana, but he realizes as well that they are coming back that direction. And smartly goes to pit because AZ is inside of apartments. Still, though, they look like they want to go up toward B.
Oh, AZ, yeah, like you said, holding the flanks at that point. Instead of a smoke remaining in the hands of MSL, that would be smoking towards Spawn. Like, you obviously have options to smoke towards Coffins as well, but Spawn's such a strong position with the CTs. You want to be almost certainly smoking that one off. Flash over as well. This will be quite a simple play, but Glaive is in a great position. He can dodge a flashbang. He can do some damage here.
Glaive looking to try and pop out above the coffins, gets his head torn off, and now it really is boot on the other foot because they've got the round in the advantage. North up by 1 inside of the site. That's taken back. Xipix, great shot onto Config as he runs out to check Cathedral. Xipix will wrap around toward the coffins to try and play inside of the site. Cajun at Emo, not going to peek out just yet. Bomb's been ticking for some time. There's a kid on Device. If he rotates around fast enough, but Device goes down. That's inside of Banana. No, take that back. That's towards CT. So it's reasonably close to the bomb, but not identical to it. Kirby finds a good pick on himself. Far peek from AZ. Goes for the first one. Now they can try and line this up. One on the defuse, one directly in front to deny it. Take the damage away as AZ gets the headshot, follows it up, and North get both.
There it is. After a questionable round with the restarts and everything like that, Astralis technically did win that pistol round, and AZ steals it away.
To be fair, it was a 1 versus 2 that didn't get finished. That time they get a 1 versus 2, it was finished. That's about as close to replicating it as you could have gotten.
Yeah, it's true. You're absolutely right there. But still, AZ, great play there towards the end. You can see what Astralis are trying to do at that point. Like you said, the meat shield comes out, try and get that full diffuse into play. A Haddock kit as well. They knew exactly what AZ was. But as soon as he gets that first player, the one that's not diffusing, that's it. The round's done because the other guy's got to adjust. He's looking at the bomb at this point. This is so sick from AZ. Really calm. Boom. Nails that shot, and you can see Kiabi panicking at that point. Do I stick the defuse? But he had 2 seconds at that point. Let's hope he gets a couple of misses there. Doesn't happen. And AZ, he picks it up. And you're right, it's 2v1, almost exactly the same, and this time North do win the round. So, a bit of discussion comes in as to what happens in the second round. Headset off, device doesn't look too happy. That's what I'm talking about. That's why you get a bit tilted after that. When these decisions come in and you lose that round, you can start to maybe allow it to get to you slightly, but... they're talking about something now. 2 times he didn't have sound or comms. I'm thinking he's saying. I'm trying to lip read here.
Yeah.
It looked like he said 2 rounds he had no comms. That's what.
And now he's saying, "Come on, lads.
This is a bit of a nightmare, isn't it?
Let's get it on. Swiss system best of 1. Let's go."
Is that what you want to go down and tell them? Come on, guys. It's Swiss system. Let's just get it.
They are about 100 meters away from us on the other side of the theater. I can see who's in front of us. I think it's North in front. No, it's Astralis. I can see them directly in front of us, I think.
Yeah. So this looked like Kirby had
tell.
a team speak issue. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, from
No,
the
it's
lip reading,
North in front of us.
The lip reading I was doing, looked like Device was complaining that they didn't have comms on Kiabi for 2 rounds now. And there will be another technical pause, just when we thought we were getting back into it.
I'll tell you what we should do. We should replay the pistol.
That's a great idea.
It's
the only fair way to do it.
I agree. And if it doesn't work that time, we'll just replay the pistol.
Problem is that round did finish. It wasn't a server error. That could be down to Kiabi setting his PC up wrong or something like that. He could have done that himself. That could be human error. We're not sure. We have no idea. We're speculating right now.
Humans don't make errors.
Don't they?
No.
Fair enough. Looks like we're back into it, though. The unpause comes in. There was a bit of a technical pause, but it's now going to be the Force Buy, from what I can hear. A few bits of armor being zipped up there. So, yeah, there it is. 5.7s, Deagles, and some body armored Sun Device, as he's now known. Will be AWPing, of course, so he doesn't buy it. And 5 UMPs for
Is that like a sundial?
That's what I was thinking.
Solar panel?
Sun Device.
Sun
Maybe because
device?
it's sunny outside. He just likes the sun. He's enjoying himself.
Doesn't see it very often in his life, in this world of gaming.
Yeah, so maybe that's what he's going with. I don't know.
Black curtains in his practice room. He actually just wants to be the day man.
Oh.
Champion of banana. Whoa. Glaive with the 5.7. We'll go in toward Orange's 1. And Menjisk will smoke off towards CT. Zipix inside the smoke, may back through it, flash out, counter smoke off at the top of the banana. If they could find a headshot through, ooh, that would work. And they did get the dink. They follow it up. Glaive will get the kill onto MSL, and back down banana they will run and cower toward the A site, potentially. We're not 100% committed onto that thought just yet, but they are at least considering the option.
Yeah, well, still time to play with it. They tried to show their hand towards B, but it was Glaive that made light work of them. The 5.7 takes down MSL. And it's the problem with the 5 UMP buy. Now you're actually going toe-to-toe with the 5.7s, who can actually go similar range to the UMPs. Like, why it's beneficial, in my opinion, to have the AKs and allow them to get the opening picks. It's very difficult, this sort of angle, to get the UMP dinks in and maybe effectively open up the one-taps like you can with the AKs. And they're going to smoke, but Sun Device is boosted up towards that ledge. Deadly ledge.
Always got to be closer than that. Sprays the CZ. That doesn't work. Closer, and he may have spotted the head coming around the corner immediately and gotten the headshot. But now it's all about the smokes that cover off the rotations from Astralis. They won't be able to do much of the bomb going down. Low enough HP that the Deagle is lethal against AZ, and Cajun's gone. They'll go for this. They've got armor. I think the armor would be saved to the next round, but where there's a chance, you might as well give it a shot. And they've got a Dupree onto a UMP as well. Kiabi still trying to find an opening. Tag up. Just barely clips Magisk through the pillar. That leaves him with more than an ample opportunity to go back in, but it's a 1 versus 1. Low HP, and Dupree's got both.
Get on it.
He's got it. 10 seconds, lots of time.
Absolutely fine. So they come back there. It was Glaive to open things up with the 5.7. You could see North did do a decent job there with the UMPs. They got the entry frags acquired, but then it started to fall apart. Dupree wins the 2v1 in the end, gets the information from his teammate. There's a player in U-Box and Emo as well. AZ was low HP towards that back right position, so he goes down first, and then it came down to that duel. both of them with SMGs. Dupree comes out on top. So after losing that pistol round in the 2v1, they actually win one of their own in the force buy in the second round. Great stuff from them. Going to be in a fantastic position going forward. And with the bomb down, it's almost certain the North will force buy in return as well. So they'll have a mixture, maybe Galil, a couple of AKs and some Tech 9s. We'll see what they bring to the table here. Back and forth so far. These Danish derbies are always so good. So there it is. A couple of AKs, UMP, Deagle, Tech 9. Bit of utility to work with. Device is down to the UMP. Want to farm some cash, get the AWP out as soon as possible. We'll see what happens here. And they'll be going towards Banana once again. Not really challenging the CTs. They'll be holding a nade out and just seeing if we get anything going. Flashbang goes in to give him just a chance to get that opening pick with the AK, but he'll be held at bay with the incendiary grenade.
Just will shoulder peek toward the top connection point to the site. Xyp9x is orange 2 boost, I believe. Might be orange 1. I can't tell from the X-ray. Yeah, he was orange 1 backside of it. And we've got... Whoa, okay. That's not on, in my opinion.
What has happened?
That's a stop call, not a pause call.
Well, no, was any damage inflicted?
I don't think so, but we were decent way into the round, and I think an admin has to agree to a stop call, not a pause. Anyway, I don't know. This is where we don't know. So stop to the round called this time, and MSL's up and out. He's gone. He's had it. And I'll be honest with you, he's heading toward the bathroom.
Who left, sorry?
So is Magisk and MSL. They're directly in front of us if you look up across the room.
Oh, yeah. Okay, what the hell is going on now?
They're going to the bathroom.
Okay.
So Kiabi had the problem.
I was
the
right.
stop was called by North, I believe, so they must have agreed to it. I didn't see. I thought the stop came out from a T-SAD call. But you were right. You were right about his issues, Henry.
Yes.
You are a doctor. Your prognosis is correct.
It was 100% correct. It was TeamSpeak issues for Kiabi. So they have called the stop, and it's a chance for North to go to the bathroom, it seems. Sure, that's cool. You're not supposed to talk in technical pauses. You're going to have a chat in the bathroom now?
Yeah.
Doesn't really work, does it?
No, there's some
We're playing with the rules
here that are a little bit broad, I think, in my opinion.
A little chat in the bathroom.
Technically, TOs in the past have charged tactical timeouts for bathroom breaks. Do you remember that at Malmo?
Oh, God, he would run, Forrest, run.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nip sprinted across, and if he wasn't back in time, they had to go live.
Yeah, this is a bit of a grey area. You can't really deny people to go to the bathroom, but they go together. They can
Basic
chat. The phones are back out now? Oh, he must have his login to Steam.
Config.
Right,
oh, yeah, authentication. Yeah, that's
that
right.
Makes sense. I was going to say, what? You just want to go a quick WhatsApp message or something? No, that makes sense.
Hey, dude. Yeah, here's what
Can
they're
you notice anything?
How
can I win this
Here's their
game?
money.
Yeah.
No, that's a Steam thing, and the admin's sitting right there watching him do it. So there's nothing in that.
Indeed.
Calm down, pitchforks.
This has been a bit of a wild ride so far for technical pauses.
You know what? I like a wild ride.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like getting bucked around. It's my favorite.
Okay. I saw you getting bucked on a couch once.
Yeah, I beat you in that game.
Yeah. That was a fun one.
Oh, that was actually hilarious. They toned that video down so much. That was very non-PG when it started.
Well, Kiabi's got his headset back on, so presumably just restart the PC, got everything back to normal. I haven't seen the boys walk back from the bathroom. Maybe missed them, but
couldn't tell you. I didn't see it either. It's quite dark down there. You've been down there to those bathrooms yet?
No.
They're ginormous. You could have 100 people going pee at the same time.
Good to know.
I know.
If you have one of your famous parties, then you're in business.
My famous parties. I don't really go to the bath. I'm scared of public bathrooms. Remember, Henry?
Yeah, true. So am I.
Nah, just kidding. I go to blow my nose in public in the bathroom. That's actually the truth. I don't like blowing my nose in front of people. Anything else you want to know about my personal life while we're live on air, Henry?
What's your dog's name?
Spot.
Yeah, thought so. Anyway.
It took me a long time to name it. I actually think my next dog will be like Jakiro or Luna.
What about what's your character?
Nah, it's got to be a Dota 2 character.
Okay. Obviously.
I could name it like Zirel, but I don't know if Zirel really fits a husky. I guess it could. She's ashen-haired.
Well, it's been a bit of a nightmare to kick things off. You can see Kiabi looks a bit exasperated with the whole thing. I am a little bit as well. I want to get going. This is such a sick game on paper. And we've had, 2 rounds so far. Now we have another pause, a third pause. And it looks like this one could take a while as well. They're back from the bathroom. That's good news, at least. The headset's off, both sides. And Dupree's out of his chair. So this is a bit rough. But Zonic chatting to the admins is working out Where we go from here?
That's Panda, the admin, by the way. Very experienced admin. So it's not like they're just shooting fish in a barrel, or what's the word?
I don't know. That's not
shooting
right.
rounds in the night. I don't know.
That's definitely not the right expression.
Blind fire, you know, hip firing, whatever the expression is. Yeah, no, they've got Panda here.
This Panda.
Sponsored by Audi still? Where's the Audi sponsorship on these jerseys?
Oh, yeah. Maybe that is in the wash.
I feel like Audi had to drop them because the most successful Dane they've ever had is Tom Christensen, and Astralis was going to threaten that.
Oh, yeah. That's probably it.
So they said, nope, sorry, we've got to keep Mr. Lamar happy, and you guys are out.
Probably exactly up.
Maybe it was a temp sponsorship.
It was. Sure. They announced that. They said they were like looking into the future of it, and I think when it would be like I think it was like a 3-month contract when they first started it.
Well, that would be done now. So there you go.
So they were looking to renew it. I think Audi even had an interview recently. They suggested that we'll see how it goes and see if it's beneficial for us. It's a strange audience, target market.
But that's the demographic of the future. And in my experience in talking to a few different people in the automotive world, that's actually a market that a lot of people are trying to get into.
I guess that makes sense, right? If you target the 18-year-olds now when they grow up and do you have the money to buy a car like an Audi, that's probably what they'll go to.
Yeah, Audi's probably not like Ford and stuff like that would be. And Ford's been in esports before, to my knowledge, I believe.
Not sure.
Subaru just announced they're sponsoring a CSGO Cup.
So we've obviously had some racing games where they've been involved and stuff like that. I'm trying to think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Formula E just did their sim thing. iRacing's done a bunch with the Jetta Cup where you won the series online, you get to race in it the next year, etc. There's lots of stuff like that.
Yeah. Gran Turismo did that thing as well, where you could you become a driver professionally.
Yeah, Nissan Academy.
Yeah, Nissan, that's it.
Yeah, Julien Strauss still races worldwide in 24 and 12-hour races in the GTR.
Well, we managed to do it. Got back to cars as usual. That
was
sort of relevant, though. Sort of relevant.
Yeah, Norbert Michelis also races in the World Touring Car Championship. He started in sim racing.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's 3 months, that would be up. And apparently Audi said, I'm sorry, we only have 4 rings. You have 5 players. This doesn't work. KRB, too young to drive anyway. So really it does work. It's fine.
He's 18 now.
Well, what's the rule in Denmark? Is it
16? I don't think anywhere in the world you have to be over 18 to drive.
What? No.
What do you mean?
North America, it's 16.
That's what I mean.
So I thought you were saying 18 was the year. I was like, no, it's 16.
Oh, we've still got no headsets
And then
on.
when you're 17, you can be Max Verstappen and be in Formula 1.
Right, let's leave the Formula 1.
Yeah, I agree. Let's leave it all together. Let's ditch it for life.
Let's leave that.
Let's go to Formula E.
That's
more exciting. And Formula 1 is a ruin. And I think in the next 10 years, they may be a complete ruin if they don't smarten up.
I tried to get away from it, and you pull me back in.
I do it every time.
Even further. Anyway, back to the game, the old catchphrase. There is no game to go back to. All the headsets are off, up and Dupree, so this suggests this could take a while. Maybe, producer, do we go to a break at this point? What do you think? Well, how long is this going to take?
That or we talk more about F1. It's your choice.
Yeah.
Choose wisely. Choose wisely.
You made the decision, huh?
It's on you.
No feedback. All right. Well, I guess we're going back. We'll have to go into a podcast. Let me pull up some
if you
stats
can get
and
Wi-Fi.
figures. I got my laptop, so I can do that.
Oh, you have your laptop?
I have my laptop. I've got it recovered. I lost it in Vegas. Vegas consumed my soul and my laptop.
And then they lost your laptop.
And they lost it. Oh, got some information. Go ahead.
Well, we are going to go to a commercial break.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you all a moment of reflection to think about why Formula 1 is dying. And we will be back in a minute.
Online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Yeah.
Jackson.
Yeah. Bounce.
Gaming Bets, online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quests for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Yeah. Thomas Jackson. Yeah. Bounce. Yeah. You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown, 'cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you, 'cause you're a superstar, superstar, 'cause you're a superstar, superstar.
Well, now that we've had our break with Corella vomiting every available effect in the world onto our ears and ruining music entirely, we are back and we're ready to roll.
We are. We hope. We haven't seen the server just yet, but what we've been told is the game is ready to start. So KRB's had his PC replaced. So hopefully that will eradicate all issues at this point. And if you are just joining us, we have had the pistol and the second round as well.
We had the
North picked
pistol
it
and
up.
the pistol.
We had 2 pistols. There was a massive technical issue with the server crashing or lagging. Not really sure where you want to go with that. But either way, after it was rectified, North did win the pistol going towards the B site, and then a force buy in the second round led to Astralis picking that up. So currently at 1-1, and there was a force buy in return from North, and we started that round, but then we stopped it after about 20 seconds before any damage was inflicted, so that's fine. But hopefully we get into this one very soon indeed. Looks like they're getting pumped up now. Everyone's got the headsets on, good son. No one's in the toilet from what I can see. So I think we're okay, we're good to go. The coin is flipped again.
How many coins do they have?
Loads.
They keep splitting them in half, too. It's like crazy.
So here's the force buy I
want
was
that many money.
mentioning earlier. It's 1-1. Astralis of the previous round picked up. We're going towards Banana with 2 AKs and Cajun B on the UMP.
Well, hopefully the issues weigh one end of this game and don't proceed throughout, because this should be an excellent one once we get going. The fact that we've had an eco suggests that to be true. Glaive will back off. After throwing a nade out toward Banana, they still continue to press onward. Glaive, shoulder beat, baits out some shots. They now know they're there. Molotov goes down. That's going to force Majisk in. But they don't realize he's already gone through, and he catches both of them off.
Wow.
Zipix had no idea he was that close, so we could get another eco win, because just like that, it's a 5 versus 3, and bomb plant the default.
Astralis are known to save in these sort of scenarios. If they've got guns up and they still have an opportunity to force around it, this retake's very unlikely. B-site, especially when you're lacking diffuse kits, how these guys are, it's very unlikely you're actually going to have a chance of winning this round. So it makes a lot of sense at this point. To submit this round, don't give your economy away fully. You've got 2 M4s to save. UMP obviously very beneficial as well. You can drop some UMPs to the other guys in the next round and focus on that one. Instead of just taking a massive chance, you might win it. It's real low percentage at this point. I'd say maybe 10 to 15% you'd put it off, and then at that point, it's just not worth it. Keep these M4s up, and you've got a chance. You've got some utility in the bag as well. Dupree with Smoke, 2 flashbangs, HE as well. Kiabi with the illustrious little incendiary there, and a Smoke as well. So 2-1 for North. Great play from Major's boy, to be fair. So you can see what he's doing. Glaive, he's jocked his incendiary down. He said to his teammate, that's done. They won't be coming in. Don't worry about it. But he actually snuck in front of it before it actually deployed, and he manages to find that first pick and a second in CT spawn as well. Very nicely done and very sneaky from Magisk as they take the lead once again. 2-1. It was forced by Mania in the previous game we casted. I'd say it could be more the same out. There it is. UMPs come out instead, and Astralis gets another punt.
So Molotov will go to the top of Banana. The barrel's down. They'll double that up, actually. They threw it out for the CT side as well, but lay a foot. No one will challenge the corner. There is a chance for a boost on Glaive's head, but they aren't going to take advantage or try and utilize that. With Smoke's already down and jump up, crosshair placement's very likely to already be there. It's a bit of a risk. Config, slight damage, will back away as to Astralis.
They have Banana control at this point. Config will be pulling the bomb to come over as well. That's in the hands of KGB, on the back of KGB, I should say. And 2 players towards apartments. So they're going to be trying to sell something towards outside of the map, trying to do
I think it's on the belt in CSGO.
It's on the back.
Is it on the back fully?
Yep.
It's not like the backpack in 1.6. I missed that.
Yeah, it's on the back. This is the actual bomb itself. Yeah, you're right. The orange backpack used to have.
If you played with Digital Vibrance, it was more brown.
Yeah.
That's what their goal was. Yeah. Majisk will wait top mid, right side, cover off. See if anyone pushes back up toward Boilers. Standard formation from
Hello.
the CTs, but well played from Glaive. Molotov goes down. Config gets roasted.
Tried to pull out the smoke desperately, but a little bit too late, unfortunately for him. And 5 on 4, just what Astralis needed, all things considered. But RX2 comes in as an incendiary towards the new boxes, and great smoke deployed, but Emerson does find a crack through it.
Ooh, nearly a spray through from Zippix to find 2. Good damage done to AZ, but as you say, they found the kill through the smoke, and they'll get the entrance immediately after. Bomb to go down, 3 versus 3. This time, Astralis, they'll be in on it. They'll be trying to do what they can. They're close enough. They've got enough information early, but they've backed off down to Banana with the default plant. Device starts things off. Smoke in front. They'll wait for that to go. Dupree just checks corners without compromising anything, without leaving himself in the open before Device can start pushing in. He's got the lineup toward Banana. Molotov is, ooh, actually lands reasonably well. Dupree manages to get the kill in the back. Follows on Cage and knew he was there. Didn't anticipate the third player to also be out toward the Banana location. Now the hunt down is how they've got time to do it. Kirby gets the kill. I say they've got time to do it. Okay, they do. My game sounds are still very low in my ear. I don't think they do. I could be right here that they did go too far, and they did by 1 step. Kirby went in to make sure he got the trade, and they end up losing it.
That was very close indeed. You're right. We don't have the game sounds on fully loud. You're a bit back and forth there, but it kept things exciting, you know?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I was as unsure as they were.
Yeah, so obviously great work from the retake. It was looking very unlikely. It actually made it a possibility. There's a shot through the smoke. Emerson actually cleanly got it. That's actually massively did that. It was actually a perfectly deployed smoke. That time it goes down, just the execution comes in as well. Astralis are expecting to run away with that round. Didn't happen for them, and North pick it up. They get quite a nice lead now. And it's not going to be a force buy, but an AK is saved by Device. That works, Matt. I can hear a bit more now.
You can hear more of the game?
I heard more of myself.
This is why you don't leave a soundboard near me, because I will
this
flip every dial.
Maybe you should leave it for now.
Oh, well, I'm having fun, Henry. I want to be like Cruella.
Yeah, you did a good job.
All right.
Yeah, it was better. It got slightly better. Occasion B, AWP on the T side.
Do you want to go back up? I can go back up.
No, it's fine. Oh, well, no, leave it. It's fine. Before you kill the broadcast, we have to have another pause. Let's leave it, shall we?
That is something I would do.
Yeah.
And I'd laugh about it.
So
just because it would be
as I was saying,
funny.
Occasion B with the T side AWP, which is kind of interesting. We discussed this going into this game, and I love this position on the fountain. It's a little bit hard to see with the water, but you can just about get a little gap there. And smokes come in. It doesn't know they're committing towards the B side. We have one player waiting there, which is Config. He'll just be trying to hold the rotations up to see if anyone faces him. Obviously, he knows their eco at this point. So leave one there. Teammates go towards the A side. And the thing is with Config's position, he's waiting for the footsteps to rotate towards the A side, right? So the fact is, he's almost guaranteed a kill, and that player has to go through C-Spot. It's very unlikely to go through Ruins. He can be guaranteed a kill and just lock the round out for Astralis at that point.
Ooh. Good shot. Glaive's second one was perfect. Through the edge of the doorway, takes down Magisk. MSL's already made it through the archway, though, so Glaive's kind of stuck. Hope he's got a good book, because he's going to be there perpetually until the end of the round. Zippix will be ready for this wrap toward the B site. They have got the rotation early from Dupree. He's left A and gotten down into Banana quick enough that he may actually surprise them. He may be in perfect position to cut them off on the way through, but AZ responds.
A big cheer comes in as well. These guys are getting pumped up. This is the Danish derby. It means a lot to both of these teams as to who pulls it off. It's always a very exciting match. Nice pretty shot there at the fountain as well. But it will be quite a substantial lead now for North. I think it's 4-1, if memory serves correct. But to this point, that was a bit of an eco for Astralis. They did have a saved AK there, but a couple of Deagles coming out, some body armor as well. Have a look at what they've got going into this round. I can't see anything on the back. There's an M4 Howl on the back there, so it's just they have bought. I have as much info as you. I'm really sorry. There it is. Okay, so 4 M4s and Device with the UMP. So I do have a buy here. Limited, to be fair, but up against the AK is not a huge deal, not having head armor. As we get into this one, 2 players for Astralis towards the B side of the map. Smoked off, playing a little bit aggressive here.
Agent B will start to prod toward top middle with the AWP, but Smoke's still down. He won't find much. Molotov from Config. Gonna force Glaive back inside of the site, segregating him from his teammate ever so slightly. Zippix will stay in behind the bags. Big Config. Does he have an angle? Not quite. Ooh, I can't. No, I don't think he does. There's no angle toward top mid from there. Or top banana from there, rather.
Interesting little setup here. Not a stack, but one crouch, one behind, just trying to... Oh, it could lead to a double spray down. Oh, God.
Glaive actually... Zippix stood up in a panic, and Glaive put a bullet directly in the back of his head.
Yeah,
that's such a risk. That doesn't really... Yeah.
They're on the corner. That kind of makes sense. If the flash comes in, they can fall back. They're actually exposed, right? It's an off angle. They're trying to surprise the terrorists coming around. They're not going to be pre-firing that, but the flash ruins everything, and they dink each other, and one goes down. It's not as bad as it could have been. They inflict some damage towards Cajun being AZ, but the advantage still lies with North. But they have got 30 seconds remaining. This is what I was talking about before in the pregame. This very defensive CD setup, especially when you have the man advantage as well. You have 2 in the pit, 1 on the site. Then you have 1 in the library in this instance. But they're still in a great position here, Astralis. They can hold this off. It comes down to these duels now.
2 in the pit, 1 on this site. Kirby gets down config. Dupree trying to spray over to the right and left, does damage but no kills. Kirby goes down immediately after. It's onto Device, but he gets caught on top of the site. Haven't gone A often. The one round they do, things look well. Clave's got to make up for it. Shot his teammate in the back, gets shot through the smoke by Cajun, and it's 4-1 for North.
Hopefully the audience can hear the cheers coming. I certainly can. From the other side of the room, North already pumped out. It's a big round for them to win as well. That little setup towards Banana, I'm not a huge fan of it. Unless you're playing NIP, it's very rare a team will just come up with no utility whatsoever to face the top of Banana, and they get 1 flash, 1 player down. That's a kill for free, essentially, there. Like, there's not really much they can do apart from fall back and dink each other. So it's going to be North 5-1 here, and another eco for Astralis. PD50s 5-7s, and Kiabi's got the CZ and body armor. So they are very good on these sort of rounds, but without the body armor to work with, it's going to be quite the challenge. Booster towards quad. That's Kiabi going up. A little help from Dupree, getting onto these little balcony positions. I actually like this spot a lot. It's great for spotting towards Boiler Room. But Dupree's in there right now. Maybe he's just watching his back.
Possible. Config rather. At the car position as they try and peek out. Zipix gets a shot down toward Cajun. They've got MSL on 5 HP after that peak, so not a bad situation, but Astralis limited considerably on their weapons. Have to try and do better than that. They've got to get kills early on if they want to give themselves any chance, especially with rotations required and information needed. They do have 3 over toward B at this point in time. Bomb there. But it's early days, and if Cajun goes down here without a pick, I imagine it'll be a rush back toward the A side. Lots one at Coffins, no kill, further damage done.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dicey now.
Molotov, I think they can jump above that. Gotta be careful, but it's Magisk to get a kill on A. Does that convince them to go back? No, it's going to send them in. They're going to go B. Smoke off. Config gets 1. Glaive takes down Cajun. AZ gets Glaive. Big kill because remember, MSL's on 5. And a second kill not responded to go to a 3 versus 3 would have been massive. They do find Device in the smoke, and they'll get Dupree on rotation. 6-1 for North, and they are not letting off on the vocal cords.
No, they're certainly not. They really are getting pumped up here. So that was the anti-eco, essentially. Got a bit dicey considering the HP and committing towards that B choke point. Could go wrong for them considering there were 3 CTs waiting for them as well. But it was kind of neutralized with the kill towards the A side and then the potential pincer coming in as well. There wasn't really much Astralis could do there. But now, this is something they can do. The Device AWP, we spoke about it no end in the pre-game. He's going to be very influential here on the CT side. Finally gets it out. 6-1, it might look a massive scoreline, but still early days. Astralis can still win this half. And they'll be feeling fine now. They get the AWP out on Device. We'll see where he starts to play towards this round. He's towards Arch for now. And we have the same sort of smoke coming out. So look for that first pick in Astralis. Doing a lot of damage towards MSL there. They should find him. He's going to have to face at this point. Thinking about it. Does he commit?
Around that corner, flash out, thinks of it, but Zipix is able to dodge the flash and take MSL. Finally an opening pick and an exchange 1 in Banana for Astralis. It'll send Zipix back to the site. They still have 2 further in that location, and he's going to rotate all the way around to the A side. So they give up a lot in the A, waiting for this rotation. But a crossfire set for the apartment's entrance, and Zipix will make his way into Arch. There's no way around. Smoke off as well. Magisk is going to have to back off for the moment. We're 18 seconds, if you want to get technical, Henry.
And 50 seconds remaining, if you want to extend that idea. Anyway, North, for the first time, like you said, don't have the advantage in this round. And there's going to be a chance for them to get up towards middle once again. That very passive mentality. But KHB has got the AWP on the T side. We discussed this before as well. Looking for the opening pick. And this is the perfect time to do it. If he can face towards the pit and actually maybe the balcony as well. He's actually committing to walking into the site. And he could find Zipix. Certainly does. 4-4 just like that.
Good shot from Cajun to take down Zipix, but the crossfire still exists. It's a great kill to start, to be honest. Karabi's got to be efficient with his bullets. He's down to 15, half magazine gone already on the first kill. Hops in, gets to the backside of pit, tries to spray down 2, and he calls that AZ's there, and AZ somehow survives bullets from 2 players, gets both kills. He will go down now, but it's a plant for Config as a result. Smoke off, Device is low, he's got to be careful. Pre-fire from Config might have taken him if he was still peeking it, hence why he went for it. But Glaive's lost track of Config in this smoke. Decent position as well to be. Watch the edge of that smoke, though, because clipping ever so slightly Device. He's still inside of Library. He refuses to peek out. He refuses to go on this, and that gives Config the chance to move yet again. Get set, get ready, and now it's surely his round. Device, 12 HP, and Config knows he's got to be coming from CT side. Gets him on the way by.
Config holds his nerve in the tight 2v1 situation. A big round for them to pick up as well, considering Astralis got the initial pick as well. It was a 5-4. Cajun V was brave at the AWP, finds Zipex as he walks in, edges towards the side there.
He's going to pick North in this one too, Henry.
Were you? It's still early days, Matt. It's all fine. Anyway, here's the replay. Great awareness from Config there. And the fact Device is so low as well, he has to just walk in. The bomb's ticking away at this point. He hasn't got a kit either. I don't think he could have won that round. That would have been very tight.
I don't know why he waited in Library so long. He knows his
low.
teammate was already at pit,
yeah,
though.
You're right.
Like, at least give himself
At least
up.
he's the low HP player as well. He should
Go
go
down.
first, get the info for your teammate, and then he can come out and strike with the full HP in the M4 and maybe have more of a chance. I think you're correct there. That's actually a good point. But yeah, it doesn't work out in that fashion. Glaive goes in first, and they actually don't go at the same time. And Device is left looking at 6s and 7s. A bit of a rough ride. He couldn't have won the round regardless. The bomb was too far gone, I think, considering his position where it was, no kit. But there it is. North continue to apply the pressure here. 7-1, another eco. It's getting quite rough now. I was saying it was early days before. 7-1's quite convincing at the moment. Another eco. Should be 8-1. That's the half victory going in favor of North at least. Like we said, Astralis are very good on the T side. So as long as they post 5 or 6 rounds, I think they'll be absolutely fine. But this one probably won't be one of the rounds they pick up.
We've seen stranger things, but I tend to agree with you the way this game's gone. Down again, damage, no kill.
There's a kill.
Oh, they did get a kill. They did get him a assault. Looked like he got saved. But not even Config could save him.
Yeah. A few more vac shots required, I think.
Yeah, but I don't believe in any of that, so.
Self-indulgent jokes. Anyway, it's going to
pretty much our entire life. Good position from Glaive will get Config. That's better because now it's Config down. Agents, oh, good shoulder peek. I thought he was just going to go for the gun. I was going to say there with the op. Good shot from the op, good shot from the AK, and then they go. Shots are being hit from the north side, that's for sure.
Absolutely. They're looking fired up right now, and Cajun B making those words about the T-side AWP as well. He's been quite influential the last few rounds, actually getting the opening picks and recovering situations. He's left the server. Conflic's had enough. He thinks the job is done. He said, guys, you can do this alone.
I'm out.
You don't need me.
Peace out. That could mean we get more technical delays.
We love them. It gives us a chance to chat,
talk
catch
about
up,
F1.
And talk about F1, of course. Config's back. No F1 today.
2 days. There's F1 in 2 days.
Got it in there anyway. 3-on-2. Dupree and KRB trying to get to make the frag here. Dupree certainly has grounds to do so, but oh, no, that Molotov pretty much eradicates that. He'll be held out, can't face the angle now. It's actually a very well-placed Molotov. Actually, oh, okay. Dupree tries to find a little one dig there towards the end. They get another buy here. I can't tell you what they've bought. I'll have to look at this fountain. It looked like they had about 5k per player, and whether they'll bring out the device AWP is yet to be seen. Really wish I could break this down. It's a little bit frustrating. How can I do this, man? I need my own PC, don't I? We have got one. It's not turned on, though.
It's not turned on yet because there's no internet to it yet. And if there was, I'd probably be using it to tweet.
It's true.
I can't because my Wi-Fi's down.
Let's have a look at the buy then, shall we? I'll try and break it down quickly so you can start rabbiting on. Device Device does get the AWP power. He's got no kit. It is a full buy for Astralis to get the 4 and 4s out. Obviously up against Cajun as well. Device is positioned towards the quad side with the help from Dupree as well. So Dupree's being baited in a tight corner from what I can see. Maybe Bruce on the flower pots as well. But he's going to be trying baited in by Device, and it looks like KRB will be trying towards the apartment. So 2 players towards Banana this time. It's been a heavy point of contention for the terrorists. They get control of this every single time by the looks of things. And Glaive and Zipex now boosted up on the site. Glaive just ready like he normally is. Spots one with the shoulder peak, then smokes him out just so they show presence. But that smoke will probably force him to do something at this point. Changes over to the incendiary and actually rotates towards coffins.
Easy.
He's been looking great so far. Didn't really notice. I wanted to, but he looked amazing. Some of the frags he's getting on the bomb side just to pick up some of these key rounds.
MSL. Top of Banana will start to look towards CT position as Zipex will smoke that back off, at least not CT, but top of Banana, so he won't be able to see it through. They'll spray instead. Config hoping to get a little bit lucky. Device started things off. Took down AZ, the man you just mentioned, so thank you for cursing him, Henry. Because it's the first time the op pick has gone in favor for Device. Not that he's had many opportunities to have it, given the money, but it's the first time they've had it in the opening rounds.
Perfect smoke again. Do they run through it? They certainly will. Ooh, flashed off. They're actually going to be running out of time at this point. Come out.
Config's going to go. Wrapping around. Double Molotov kill. 2 of them in the round. Glaive gets down Magisk.
Yeah, that's the problem when you execute so late into the round. Obviously, there's going to be Molotovs and smokes left. This plant somehow comes in.
I'm surprised it does end Config. Does he? Oh, yeah, done. 1. If he had kept going, Kiabi would have been there, thankfully, but 2 others were just around the corner. That could have been interesting to at least do economic damage. Double up, pick up.
On his knees, that was pretty cool.
On his knees. That's the way you like them.
That's how I like him, that's true. Anyway, so let's talk about that round. So Astralis there, actually getting the opening pick, like you said, and actually, that's why I like Glaive on this bomb site in particular. He's so smart at just keeping hold of his utility till it's actually required. He's not being baited out like I suggested with that smoke initially. I thought, okay, he's going to have to throw the smoke at this point. He waits until he knows they're going to be committing. He still has Incendiary as well. They stack them as they're running through the smoke. And the good thing about that as well, like I said, he deploys the smoke at the correct time, but they throw the Incendiaries in front of those as well. So not only do they have to commit through the smoke, they're running through a massive amount of fire damage coming through there. So double Molotov comes in, and it's looking very promising now for Astralis. A decent round.
That nade. Oh, no one
what
around
about
the corner. There was a nade strike.
Yeah, but no one was there.
I know. I thought they were going around the corner, all right? I was really excited.
You were. But they have been smoked out.
Don't run Christmas. Glaive to try and fire down Banana. Zippix will go in behind the sandbags. And off the barrels, they jump across to see if anyone's there. Zippix wouldn't be spotted from that position, so he still has the element of surprise to his name. If they don't flash him off, they're going to back up anyway, though. They have been losing Banana a lot early. North's done very well to take that.
They have indeed. They are getting reasonable control almost every single time. The HEs are designed to stop the rush, but North smoked out, decide to bide their time and don't take too much damage. MSL gets on the 79. Magician or Magician Boy at 62. This time, after running out of time in the previous round, they'll probably be trying to bait out the smokes like they have done effectively now. Show some presence to that corner and get rid of Glaive's smokes. They won't be getting wrecked by the Molotov this time. It's actually quite a lacking of utility for Astralis. You can see they've only got flashbangs remaining here. Plenty of time for North to wait up and do a full execution. Look at their grenades. 4 smoke, 3 Molotovs. They can go for the full execution here. Magisk and Cajun on the other side of the map, though. There'll only be 3 players fully committing with 30 seconds remaining.
Bad. Good shot. Zippix takes Config. Knows there are more following in the footsteps. 22 seconds. Dodges out. They swing. Glaive goes aggressive and makes it work. He goes down. It could be a huge problem, but now they have bomb, and they're going to take this round surely. Cajun. 2 versus 5, excuse me. Still got Magisk to work with, and now it's just Magisk. And well removed from the activity. 7 seconds. Done.
Yeah, not really much you can do here apart from save the AK, maybe try and cheat or kill here, but doesn't look like it'll be working. There's a broken terrorist. Disappears now, but there it is. Astralis starting to rack some rounds together. It's been a rough start for them going down, I think it was 7-1 before Device Orb came out. And now they've got some money working together. This is where Device can actually start taking a few more risks, calculated risk, I should say, like facing towards T-steps, maybe apartments, and I would say this round, taking the AWP towards Banana. Now they've shown this sort of setup a couple of times. Now with Zippix boosted up and Glaive smoking them out every time. They've been getting Banana control easily, like we said. I think he sent Device towards his side, and there's 3 players there, and Dupree with the AWP. He's been double AWPing now. Ooh. He's been doing this a couple of times. It's interesting. They don't actually have a secondary AWP, but Device has been giving it a go recently online. It's actually cool to see
Dupree,
him.
sorry.
Yeah.
You said Device has been giving it a go.
I meant that as well. And Dupree's been giving it a go.
Yeah, no, okay. Sorry.
No, I wasn't thinking. No, I did make a mistake. No,
I tried to save you.
Yep.
It's fine. I get the point, though. It stands. It's a good point because a lot of teams have that in their arsenal. You know, it's something a little bit extra that they used to actually be one of the best teams at in terms of depth. They had Kerrigan and KGB.
Yeah, right.
And now they don't have anyone. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess someone has to step up in that instance. So this is a very good double orb map on the CT side from what we've seen so far. And yeah, Dupree has to start stepping up. And we said Device, now they've got a bit more money to work with. He can start taking those picks. Picks T-steps, takes down Cajun. That's a huge scalp to take in the grand scheme of things. Smoke there towards the A side of the map. A couple of them as well. This should be a commitment. Can't tell you right now.
That's a massive... It cuts off Pit, which is all fine and dandy, but it's a massive opportunity for the AWP to try and fire down the lane. They do get into Pit, though, hence why the smokes are there. It's Magisk that's going to try and take advantage. Stack up in the corner on the box. I believe we're looking at Dupree that it's going to be Kiarbi in that corner. So he'll try and catch them all. That's a lovely shot. That is beautiful to take down Glaive. Dupree does get one back on the EWP. Just goes down, missed shot on Config. But as they round into the site, this is where Kiarbi, oh, they spotted him. has a chance. AZ backs off, and he knows Dupree's close, but they get both. They're so good at actually isolating the players in the A site, but they don't anticipate Device's arrival to be so soon. 6 HP for AZ. He's denied the plant temporarily, but AZ has grabbed the bomb. And Device knows he's likely in the site, but an AWP is going to make it 9-3.
Another massive clutch there for North, just as the Device had done everything perfectly there. I think the bomb must have slipped away slightly. You could see it was the default plan on the right-hand side of the bomb side there, but the bomb must have slipped like off the curve a little bit, allow AZ to pick it up. It seemed like he had no chance of getting that with the time remaining as well. And AZ with the AWP, he only had 6 points of health as well, and he managed to finish it off. I'm sure we'll see this. Okay, so yeah, the bomb fell in his favor. Look at that, man. That's actually so lucky it landed there. So lucky. That's insane. It landed there. He couldn't have won the round regardless if that had dropped where it should have done. Anyway, it's going to be a 9-3 and another difficult situation for Astralis. They do get a reasonable buyout. 5-7 for Zipex, Glaive on the SMG, and the Device Orb. This is where pressure's on his shoulders. Like I said, they've been having an easy time towards Banana, so that's why he's going towards this round. And unfortunately taken down through the wall by Cajun. I want to see that from his POV after we can. That looked amazing. And now the pressure really is on for Astralis.
Yeah, this is so much going the way. And again, Glaive's going to be isolated. Like, to get the first kill, that's fine. But he's stuck in behind the bags. Flash goes his way. Can't get out yet once more. Thankfully, the smoke will go down, but stay there. He's comfortable. KRB going aggressive. Gets one, goes down. Another trade that favors the offense.
Yeah.
Astralis are trying very hard to make these work, but oh, that flash, if they rounded into Dupree, would have been huge. This may actually favor him, though, because they go by him, and he looks left, not right.
Yeah,
smart read from Cajun. Better than that. Takes down Glaive on rotation, and Zipex has got to bow out of this. No way.
Oh, this is rough now. 10-3. There's no money left. Money's done, Matt. There's nothing left at all.
This is incredible.
This is looking very convincing from North. This would certainly be an upset, but the Danish derbies always prove to deliver those. And they're running away with this right now, 10-3, and I think they might have to take a pause at this point. Let's just work out what's going wrong here.
Well, we're going to keep things rolling all the way through because this is, I think, a slow burn, fast bleed for Astralis in this case. I think that maybe the start messed with them a little bit in the fact that they had the double delay and then won an eco and then got countered right after, but still, this is not what we expect from them. They're an experienced team. They should know how to rally back in these situations.
You think back to all the clutches, like every clutch has gone in favor of North. Unfortunately for Astralis, they've looked outclassed in that respect in this particular game. Config, massive 2v1. AZ with the 6 HP taking down Device as well. It was a 2v1 against Device, to be fair, but he had the advantage, in my opinion, in that situation. He got taken down. There's been a lot of influential rounds that have led us to this scoreline. Well, back into it. It's going to have to be the force, but I think Astralis know they need the 10-5 here. They can't really afford to take an eco. So they're all in. 3 grenades and a smoke towards the bottom of Banana there. Not too much damage, and Six goes down. And Dave gets one back through the smoke, to be fair, but he takes a ton of damage in the process. Marcel will pick up the AK-47. Like you said before, terrorists, with the trades, it favors them, but that's not a trade. That's a clean kill for Kiabi, and now they have the 4-on-3.
Jump through from Kiabi to at least get Cajun down. Doesn't realize that AZ is still back toward T-spawn as well. Infuriating, no doubt, but it's now going to be, hey, good job, Magisk, hoarding those chickens. It's going to be their chance to actually win this back. Dupree getting very deep inside of the alt mid and apartment's position. Look right, look right, look right. Oh, doesn't see AZ. He's not going to either. That's a problem. Do they assume this clear? Device, good shot, though. That helps, certainly. Bomb still up, AK still in hand. AZ could still win this, I have to emphasize, but he's spotted. That's going to help a lot, especially with Device waiting on the angle, getting that information at the right time.
Yeah, that's a perfect bit of intel there, and a much-needed round there from Astralis that keeps their head above water. 3 players alive as well, can upgrade to AK-47s, potentially an AWP as well. Device with some fantastic work with a CZ-75. It was a desperate round, but I don't think they could have taken an eco there. Like, the 12-3 or 11-4 wouldn't have been enough. So 10-5 here, it works out for them. Kiabi, very influential there. Kill for the smoke and then get flash through towards T-steps as well. Finds Cajun. And Device to finish things off. 10-4 as we go into the last round here at the first half. It has been quite a long half of that, but Device looking to get aggressive here, taken down by the Tech 9 no less. And it will be a fast play towards the A-bomb side.
Kiabi's ready for it this time. More poised, still can't connect. Multiple spray downs, and they seem to be overwhelming and winning that position every single time. Pit not favorable for Astralis thus far in the game. It'll be a go time. down by 1, around 15. They've got to make a move toward the site, and Xyp9x, he'll play this in from quad. And it does appear that Glaive has elected to go with him as well, instead of going all the way around toward the library. Flames down, smokes out to extinguish, gap in them, config set with the box, but he's blinded up surely. They've spotted him, but they don't see Cajun above. This is done. Glaive completely, what was it, trifecta of doom? Is that what you called it?
Trifecta of doom.
11-4.
A classic Counter-Strike setup. There it is. So, and we'll be North with a substantial lead here as we get into the second half. Astralis well and truly on the ropes here. That's a rough ride for them overall. It took them a while to get the device on AWP. They got a few rounds there, but the key moment to North's victory there in the first half is down to the clutches, I think. They had a great presence from Config especially. AZ looked amazing there. And to be fair, I think Astralis looked a little bit rattled on their CT side overall. The fact that they weren't actually challenging Bernardo that much, you're allowing North to have full control of that almost every single time. The times they did challenge it, they're losing the duel every single instance. It was very difficult for them to really sink their teeth into this half, but still not over yet. They win the pistol, get the 3-0, they're straight back into it. So not over yet, but they do need to win the pistol here to have a real chance.
Yes, I agree. There's no question that this pistol is going to matter. We've had a practice round pistol to start things off, which they looked comfortable on. The next one didn't quite go their way. AZ's been great starting things off in that pistol where he got a clutch 1v2. We get right back into it. No breaks. They got to get us rolling in this game. Both teams want to just continue on. Double smoke setup for Astralis.
Indeed. So that would suggest, I'm trying to think what the ones we've seen so far. Probably smoking towards the A side of the map, towards that library smoke that lands between the bomb site and just in front of library. And then maybe one of the pit as well, just to give them some protection. Smoke just get him up the middle as well. We'll see where this second smoke lands. Xyp9x has got it. But AZ about to be challenged here. He's been great so far. Can he find the headshot required? He cannot.
Maybe Dupree and Glaive, all headshots, all with the Glock. They'll swap to the USPs. They've cleared as well the wrap side at Arch by running around and making sure they've got time to set their post plant accordingly. Deep position toward alt mid as well from Xyp9x. And he'll spot Magisk immediately. No chance for him to go anywhere near the site. Magisk has a PT-50 and a flash. They've got a USP and armor on MSL. Not often you'll see a save immediately called in a pistol round, but this time they're thinking well ahead. 2 rounds ahead. And thankfully they'll at least keep Magisk up.
Thankfully. Not much, but it's something. He gets a PT-50 and a flashbang, but oh, okay, now he's starting to farm some cash. This is actually getting, that's $600 now. And if he saves a PT-50, he can drop that to a teammate. He's trying to stay alive. I don't think he will. Dupree is hungry for blood. And he does take him down. It's going to be the pistol, a much-needed pistol, Matt, we should say. And going in favor of Astralis. Quite clean as well. Didn't do any set smokes really there. Just a smoke towards the left-hand side of middle to give him some protection from Arch, going towards quad, and then the apartment split with one flashbang as well, and then using the smoke, the secondary smoke towards that library to stop the rotation at that point. But they hit all the headshots required. AZ there, in towards the pit position, couldn't get the headshots required towards apartments and quad. Overwhelmed. Now gun is going to be the force buy from North. Quite a heavy investment here. Like when you have these sort of leads, it might be beneficial at this point just to consider, okay, should we just get the full gun rounds out here and then make sure we have the kits and the incendiaries, the orb coming out. And then you've got a really strong chance of just closing the game out as quickly as possible. This has got like, well, these sort of buys have the potential for the 5-0s to come in, right? That's when you start opening a door of opportunity for Astralis a little bit here, but it's still quite par for the course in terms of CSGO meta at the moment. 4 smokes as well for the CT side, so just trying to lock out Astralis as long as they can.
Config, ooh, flashed off, has to back immediately. This will give Astralis a bit more room to work with. They spot him as well on the site. They'll follow that with an additional flash to pit. That'll allow Xyp9x to drop down, try and take over some ground. He's not gone all the way down, actually, still on the balcony. Now he goes and reads the fact that AZ's in the corner. Config's managed to get a kill on the site against Glaive, but they've got the bomb planted default, and it's backed off, and I think, again, heading toward a save. So 4 players staying alive thus far. They may get tracked down, but more importantly, they want to keep the UMP.
That's fine. That's a calculated decision. You think, okay, we definitely can't win this round. We've heavily invested into this one. We've got a UMP picks up after taking out Glaive there. AZ's gone down. Let's save these guns and see what we can do in the next round. This one's gone. So that's a wise and informed decision from North there. They managed to save a Molotov and 2 smoke grenades as well. So that's actually quite a cool decision. I like that a lot. So AZ the only player going down. Astralis will be sitting in the pits. We discussed this yesterday. Device is making sure no one's sneaking about. They'll go a little bit hunty here at the moment. Oh, Device just wants to die, apparently. Well, I guess he was 60 HP. He would have died in the pit regardless, to be fair. He wasn't getting away from that one.
Yeah, no getting away.
So, 2-0 comes in, but we did save some significant weaponry there for the North side. And with that saved as well, Matt, they could be in the opposite word, force around this. I don't think they will at all. I think they'll just keep those up, maybe drop a PT50 over. It wouldn't make sense considering the mentality. They wanted to close this game out. Didn't really find enough damage there in the previous round to justify the force, but Config has got the UMP. They haven't really brought anything else to this fight. AZ Bride's a PT50 as suggested, and the rest of them stay on exactly what they saved in the last round.
Slips up as they get sprayed down from alt middle.
Scary though.
It's kind of cool looking. Zippix is trying to get closer on the back of it. Pre-fire as he checks the corner. No one there.
That Molotov makes a lot of sense now. So you have that little cubby hole on the left-hand side, and obviously you have to check towards the boiler and the right-hand side. That's what I'm saying. That occasionally does find the first pick, and surely we reply with Dupree. Does damage, but can't find the kill just yet.
Imagine that. Low HP as well. AZ Config, the one with the UMP, swings back out and gets Dupree down as he tries to retreat. It's now a two-man advantage for North. This would just be punishing, wouldn't it? Shot, dink, Glaive down to 13. Everything goes from bad to worse. This is troublesome. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. With Glaive dinks, you're right. This is problematic. Kiabi knows he needs to step up here. MSL playing it safe, doesn't want to give anything away, and Mage's boy with a lovely shot towards Device. This looks like it's going in favour of North now. Kiabi trying to find the frag, but he can't do it, but there's two. Something to work with now.
That was such a long shoulder delay. Two indeed, but two to find, and 24 HP for Kiabi. 13 for Glaive. Not much in it. Cajun has been waiting toward the ruins the entire time for his team to relocate toward the B site. In doing so, they'll bring one from Banana. That's the high HP of Config, who has the UMP. Yeah, the two both have armor. I take that back. One has armor. AZ does not, but both have pistols and limited HP to work with. That pistol, that 5.7 could be enough, though. They've got Config down. They've got AZ. The last remaining found as well. Astralis hold true.
What a recovery that was. They do hold their nerve, and that's a big round. They could have conceded that quite easily. But Kiabi stepping up there. It was a very awkward duel as well to the first in his position. He goes down to 20 HP, but the crossfire works out for them. And North give it up, so the 3-0 comes in for Astralis. That's what they needed, and you can see how that influences the scoreline now. Now it's looking possible for Astralis to get into this one after the force buy in the second round from North. I don't think they fully invested. They didn't have head armor, so they do get, it's not the worst buy in the world, right? Sometimes after the force buy in the second round, you get head armor, 5.7s and nades and stuff. You have almost no utility. They got body armor, so they get some M4s out and the UMP. They have a bit of smokes to work with as well, and an incendiary on config. Kiabi sat in front of the fire there, doesn't quite spread to his feet, so he's absolutely fine. And Dupree, we discussed this before as well, very good in the boiler in position.
Waiting and trying to run back around, gets taken down. Glaive and Device able to equal out all of those kills which were dished to them, and this what would be the first gun round. Slight deflection of that.
Still worked out though.
Perfectly at the apex. Yeah, I was like, that's such a slight grazing of the roof that it still made it far enough.
Well, there's a justification to suggest Device could have committed fully to B then and said, well, it's not going to be the site anymore. I could force a rotation here. He has forced a rotation, but he'll be playing the safer game at this point. 3-on-3. So just one player towards B, that's Cajun. Problem is he has no real utility. He's got one flash, which sometimes could be enough to hold them off, to get one frag and give his teammates a winnable scenario. But it looks like Config is feeling it might be a B-side attack, and that could be correct. You can see with the bomber's position right now. And Dupree, he's going to try and sell something to North on the A side of the map, specifically from apartments. And he's waiting for him. It's AZ, who has been great so far. Smokes towards B. Maybe trying to sell some sort of double fake here or listen out for a rotation and see if he can get the play in the pit. This is a nice time to bring out the picture-in-picture. Let's see whether he can actually influence anything here. But he's just holding control for now. So it is like the double fake at this point, seeing whether Dupree can get something rolling here. Flashes in. Molotov towards the pit as well. And he knows what AZ is after he extinguishes that.
Drop down, smoke covered, trying to spray into it. Nothing available, but he's back there. They're still trying to find him. They're coming so close.
No!
And AZ makes it work, but Zippix is there to respond. What a catastrophe, though, because now it's a 2 versus 2, and it creates a massive opportunity for North. They've got one kit. Cajun B is the one to wield it. And they've got a can of flames. Config. That could be thrown towards Zippix and force him out into the open. It could be thrown toward Device as well on the stairs, to be fair. But they've got to figure that out first. And as they throw the flames, Zippix already finds a kill, trying to just bait in his teammate, and Device does it perfectly.
That was scary. AZ was being a nuisance there. They knew exactly where he was. Like I said, Dupree, Molotov towards that pit area, exactly where AZ was. He has to extinguish it and sit in that smoke. And he somehow survives just long enough to find a kill and make things awkward. But well held by Astralis. Matthew, I need to cough quickly, so you got to take over.
Do it, cough. I dare you. Don't choke, though. Please don't die. But yes, Astralis actually, you said it, are decent on the T side, and they're starting to wheel together the rounds. The problem is now that the economy's gone for North. And this could actually end up, I mean, 2 rounds the difference here, but win another, and you're going to force them back on another reset because you're not building that much in the bonus. No, we are. Yeah, no, sorry, I take that back. This is why I need my own computer, because it was 11-4, so it would be a max bonus. They should only have to save 1.
Well, yeah, we 4th stage at this point and 5th at the next one. So, yeah, this is justified against some Deagles. Because of body armor, they're fine. But the 5-0, very likely at this point. And there's the Molotovs to give them some banana control. And Astralis certainly closing the gap at this point. Some big clutches now finally going in their favor. It was a nightmare in the first half, but now they're finding some justification to say they can pick up Inferno here after North had an amazing first half. Another 11-4. So Deagles and damage inflicted, but map control gained by Astralis. It's going to be Kiabi. He's looking to the wall for a specific reason, right? There's a lot of teams that will flash over and try and find the pick quickly. So Glaive will be there to get flash and fall back, and then Kiabi can turn back from the wall and take the spray down there. And that's a nice shot there. That's lovely. You like the chickens, so looking after him.
Yeah, chicken protecting the eggs, if you will.
Yeah. So there will be a B execution, but things that's the smoke towards coffins.
Bestiality is not something we condone here, by the way.
You had to go there, didn't you?
Yeah. Leave the chicken
Smoke
alone.
towards coffins, and then one towards spawn as well. They might wait for the reaction to come in, or just fully commit. Looks like it's the latter.
Smokes down on both of those key positions. Magistic and Cajun, though, are set and patient, not waiting, or rather, excuse me, not peeking. Waiting, rather, for MSL to do the peeking. Good headshot. On to Zipix, tag to Cajun, down he goes. Magistic not countered, not covered, nearly does further damage as well. The HP is extremely low, but it is just AZ remaining in a 1 versus 3. So even with the HP low, they should be able to figure this out. Don't peek that again, Dupree.
Be careful.
As AZ tries to walk back up, smoke will go down.
Lucky to not bring that down to a 1v1. I'm not sure what Device was thinking there, taking the challenge.
I would say he wasn't. That was Dupree, to be clear.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's all good. I just thought I'd help you.
Double Ds trick me sometimes.
They trick everyone. Usually it's because it's a push-up rod, not real. As AZ's going to try and swing out. 13 HP for Glaive. The Deagle could still do work. I think he spotted the gun barrel, but this time they're just playing time. They're trying to make this an impossible situation for AZ, which I think they've already done with a 10-second defuse. They have, and it's Glaive to win it as well, and he goes down. So they actually were so far into it, the bomb does detonate.
So, like we said, maximum loss bonus. A pause coming in this round. Hopefully not technical. We've had enough of those this game. We're done with that. So it might be tactical. Just as the first time we can get the orbs out for the CT side of Cajun wants to do that. It's actually quite promising on the T side, like we've discussed. It wasn't really viable going into this iteration of Inferno to bring that on the T side. But he actually did a very good job. I'm sure we'll be bringing on the CT side here. So a tactical pause indeed. So just a chance after going down 5-0. How do we keep our lead up here? It's got to 11-9. Don't want it to get any closer than they have to. It's still being decided whether it's a CT or T-sided map. I would say, if you had to push me for an answer, I'd say it's CT-sided just for the benefit of the double orbs right now. And the T-side not really having that option, and you have to go for the map control, which is heavily contested towards B with the grenades and stuff like that. You can be smoked out. I think right now, in my opinion, it's the CT-sided map, but it's still very early days. No reason why teams like Astralis can't run away with the T-side like North did.
Back into it immediately for Astralis, and this time against the M4s. It's all rifles, no AWPs at all.
Indeed.
It's like going into a modified deathmatch server.
Yeah, it's exactly like that.
Not at all. Start with, we're not on Dust 2.
Yeah.
We're not spawning all over the map and killing each other instantly.
This close. So that smoke comes down. That's what I was talking about. The config goes over the start of the map. Normally, they might have changed things up. Config's actually playing towards the quad side. They've actually changed the position. Config used to be the one throwing the smoke from CT spawn. They might have been adjusting things slightly as they developed their game. But it's a fast play towards quad.
Smoke down on the left. MSL's going to rotate hitting into the arch. That means Cajun can get closer to the site. But look at Astralis on entry. We said North was good coming in this position. It's now going to have to be returned, and North's going to have to clutch back. But they've done it before the bomb goes down. MSL's done a great job. They know where he is, though. 3 HP, and it's going to be the round done. Just pre-fire. They know he's in the corner. I think he's further back, but Zipix is still there to make it a one-round game. 10-11. North, they're a little bit silent now, aren't they?
Yeah, 6-0 now, and we did say Astralis like to present quite basic strategies in terms of they're not doing full defaults and working map control and then doing full executions. They're quite happy to say it's a 5-man unit and pounce on opportunities. As soon as they hear a footstep or a reload potentially as well, just stick as a unit. Very good at getting these entry frags. Dupree, amazing work from him there. MSL, like you said, decent job to come back into it, but with Sorry, Sun Device is getting me off. Device holding
Sunda apparently is who is it.
Yeah, that's right. That does make sense.
Yeah, that's from Lurpus.
Yeah, and the fact that he's holding Banana as well, that round was over regardless of what MSL could do there. And it's going to be an eco here, 6-0. One round should tie it up, and this really will be it. Bring us into a... as we go to Deagles and Cajun B with P250 here. Suggest he might bring the AWP out, considering we haven't seen it yet.
Dupree has started things off well. Oh, I was going to say North with MSL sitting wide with the Deagle. Gets flashed off and can't find much, so he has to rotate back in through the ruins. And bomb down at the bottom of middle will be gathered up by Glaive. I remember around that a certain 5 people were playing the other day that someone left the bomb toward T-spawn, and it meant that they had to go back and get it, and it was too late. Don't know who would have done that. Probably you, wasn't it, Henry?
So, yeah.
Yeah, thought so.
Biding the time this time, and I know it's going to be Deagles and pistols. You don't want to be running around into stacks like they were in the previous round, like when it's going to be a default setup. You always have to kind of be a little bit careful in these scenarios. They've got the first pick, wait for the reactions, got to the 35-second point, the bomb's heading towards Banana. Decent flash, great teamwork there as KRB strikes and manages to bring it to a 5-on-3. That should be the round concluded. You can see no one's towards B, but they're not going to go there. They've actually forced the rotation. It's going to be 6 of one, half a dozen the other. It would have been an open B side, but they're rotating towards A, where it's going to be open as well. But apparently, North have got some intel, and they'll be falling back towards the A side as KRB pushes through towards spawn and finds MSL.
A side is correct. As you say, falling back correctly. It's AC getting a shot on Device over the top. Careful as they put the bomb down. No. He's got another dig. He's taken 2 guns away, but they've had enough of it. He'll go 11-11, Henry.
Yeah, it's back.
It's back.
Not a single round picked up for North on the CT side of it. Yeah, is the AWP coming out? Config might do. To be fair, I seem to remember him AWPing a few times on this map in the past, and Cajun won't be either, so it will be 5 M4s. We do have a full buy here. The loss bonus continues to ring true for them. But it has been tied up. We're all level now. It is interesting. 7-0 here. The second half, round number 23. To put it back into their favor. They're looking incredibly sharp right now. We did say Device likes to pick up the AWP from time to time in Inferno. We'll see what he can do here as he does do that here. Glaive with the flashbang towards Banana. I haven't seen that before. That's actually quite cool. Way to eradicate risk towards the Banana area before you face it. Make sure you there. And gap in that smoke. MSL can see towards T-steps. That could be beneficial.
They're going to throw another one, which I think is going to have an equal gap. Oh, maybe not. It bounced just deep enough. So MSL won't get to take advantage of it. Decent rise to the top again for MSL when you consider where he was a year and a half ago. He's done well with this North roster. Smokes and flashes set to A, but it looks to be a fake. Bomb's already heading back down toward B. They've got 4 players over there as well. They'd also cleared out Arch side. That's traded back, but what a spray down from Magist to get 2. Everything on the minimap was indicating they were going to get a perfect split to the B site, and North completely annihilate it.
And they erupt once again. That was a lovely play from Mage's Boy as well. Boosted up on that broken wall position outside the B bomb site and managing to get the double spray down. Cajun B's patrolling towards Arch as well. You could see Astralis presumably trying to bring in the banana split at that point. Was what we called it when you go through the archway and get towards B. This was a great spray from Mage's Boy. A nice opportunity for them to pick up their first round here. And they keep a decent amount of players alive as well. So there is still reset potential here, but it's not as bad as it possibly could be with only 2 players going down there. I think only 1 potentially. Couldn't tell you. Tactical pause.
Not surprised.
Just subside whatever happened over there. You can see the game pumped up and back into the game as their first round of the CT half. So just let them think about it and calm down and work out what they're going to do next. That was a slower pace round from Astralis from what we saw before. And we'll see whether they go back to that faster pace and see whether they can start finding kills towards quad side and splitting the A-bomb side.
Try and do so. Splitting the A-bomb side. Again, that round looked so promising, and then it was just a great individual performance.
Yeah, they did everything right, to be fair. It's just got outgunned there. It's a nice position for Mage's Boy. They didn't really anticipate that. He's playing the tight corner as they ran around. They had knives out. Time is ticking away. And this is actually interesting. Astralis, after winning so many rounds, they lose 1. Here we are. They're just down to UMPs and the Tech 9 here. So the rounds have been close. Getting to round number 24. A chance for North to really get back into this one. If they win this, almost certainly get a Vinico for Astralis. The bomb doesn't get down.
Dupree starts to get through the smoke nades, going in toward tree instead. If they'd gone to the right, or bounced off the right to the left, they would have had a better chance. The lineup's there. Magist gets 2 more. Oh, and he's going to get a lot more than 2. Okay, 1 more than 2. Looked like he was going to get 4. He gets 3. It's still the advantage. HP low on Device, reasonably low, 55. He's going to go immediately onto the plant, though, as they smoke off CT. They know the rotations are like to come in. Molotov as well. A bit early, because they're still waiting for, although little does he know, but they're waiting for AZ. Good not to peek it, because Cajun knows that Molotov there. He very well could do. He's got the ops set to wait.
Huge round.
Very important round in the context of this game. It's been as close as we would have expected between these two teams. Device and Xyp9x. Cross set from Oranges 1 and Emo, meaning Xyp9x can watch Ruins, but can also get taken down immediately. His shots have to be perfect from Device. They're going to round the corner onto him, try and deplete all his ammo, and a 3-man lineup.
Yeah.
But they did it for that reason, so they could all get shots in. It just looks risky. Do they have it on time? Yes, just barely.
That's a huge round. So the bomb does go down, but the 2 versus 3 comes in. Device and his teammate had to find at least 1 kill before the full retake came in. North were very calculated there. They waited sure everyone was in position. They had players in Ruins, CT spawn and Banana as well. Very good flashbang. Takes the vision away from the terrorists. They find that opening kill on Device. Did get the 3-man lineup, but you're going to do very well to get all 3 kills with the AK-47 with the full spray. And should be an eco from my calculations for Astralis to the point, considering their last spy. They got the bomb down, but they have been forced down to the second loss better. So yeah, it's going to be an eco. So Tech9's some head armor for Dupree and Kiabi, and this could bring North 1 step closer to bringing the victory in their favor as we get into apartments play. 3 towards this area. Looks like a burst. Actually, 4 players here. There's going to be Glaive, who's got a flashbang, but he's going to be flashing him out. There it is. Flash is good, but AZ even better. He gets the first headshot.
Shot as well from Configs to follow those up. And it's down to Glaive. North may have just held on. At 11-4 at half, they go to 11-11, and now they'll be 14 and 2 away from the GG. So I think they've done just enough, Henry, but it's not done yet. Astralis, this will pretty much be last chance.
Yeah, they should have a reasonable buy going into this one. We'll have a look at it. So AWP's there for Device. AKs as well. Dupree's down to the UMP, and Xyp9x yet to buy. Brings out the AK-47's Occasion B. He's got a decent spawn towards mid-map. Does he take it? Does he try and go for glory at this point? Maybe face towards second middle, or go for the straight up T-steps pick here. Let's see what he decides to do. Looks like he's going for the T-steps face. We'll see where he gets it, as Device is waiting for him.
Device wants it. Oh, he's so close to it. Config was there, but gets the kill on Dupree and gets away. That's a problem. Massive problem for them. That works out because MSL gets too aggressive, but the nade makes up for it temporarily. And now it's a race to B.
Yeah.
And it's, no utility at all. Kirby gets caught by Config.
Have a big clutch here for match point for North. 3-on-2, it's Xyp9x and Device. Bomb is actually separated from Xyp9x as well. Device can't really opt to go for this challenge. If he goes down, the bomb's given away. But we have got Xyp9x making his way to look towards the banana split here. CT's are going to be aware, and Cajun B punishes him for it. And now 3 versus 1 once again for Device.
This is a problem. They haven't won any of the clutches in this game. Flash out. They know he was last spotted into Banana, but they know likely he could go back as well. The fact that Xyp9x is trying to rotate through CT would suggest to me he's probably still somewhere toward the B side, but they want to take no chances in this. Just close it out, make it map a point to go 15-11 and 2-0. Good shot to look through the fountain, the water. And it'll put the bomb down. Maybe finally a clutch. Is this going to happen this late? He's going to try and rotate in through Chapel and get a lineup. They're both going to come from CT, so he'll confront at least potentially a kill here and then fade off of it to set into a one-on-one.
Yeah, this is actually promising for him. They've got a smoke. Why did they use it?
And here they go. Ooh, they actually bounced off his teammate Eddie. Didn't see the second one cross, but he hears now AZ inside of the site. Good opening pick, but AZ's on it. AZ's on it. He's holding it. Device just barely gets back in position.
Oh, that's what we've been waiting for from Device. An amazing clutch from him. 3 versus 1. Great shot to kick things off as well. That fountain play. Not many players be pre-firing in that position or pre-aiming it. He rips the head off the player there. And the problem for North is both coming from the same position. He took a bit of a gamble Device, and assuming that was the case, hits the shots required, and he phases out the player who's defusing at that point. Manages to take him down. It was AZ to finish things off. Here's the initial shot here. How sick was this? Boom. That was his opportunity to really have a chance to win this round. A much-needed clutch, and he evades match points for North. A chance for them to get back into this now. It's exactly what they needed. And this round will be very beneficial going forward as we Into round number 27, 14-12 now. Wish I could see the North money. It's starting to dwindle, I'd assume, after this round. It might be one more bite just about left. Into round number 27 now.
So Device start to work up inside of middle. Agent B has the op set to wait. Top mid. Smoke off, though. And MSL's already cleared out all the way down Banana. Does... Ooh, I'm thinking this means a one-man hold to Banana and a four-man onto A. Problem is there's about to be three busting through the smoke. And they're going to try and confront MSL, take him down. And now it's a race. It's a straight-up sprint to get back to B for Magisk. And he's already smoked off, flashed as well. They'll cross in. He thinks about putting a flash into that smoke, but thinks better of it. And what's the call?
I think you save.
Yeah, I think you have to at this point.
Yep, there's no chance. That retake when they've got another smoke to go as well. And Dupree, he's just been relentless now. He finds another pick. They're trying to damage the economy. That's exactly what they need to do. They can force an eco at this point and get to 14-14 themselves. That's amazing. So I think this hunt is justified at this point. It's a bit of a Hail Mary play, right? But if you can get these picks, you could find yourself the win here. These last two kills are very important indeed. Dupree knows it. Their money's not exactly great at Astralis. You can see they've got UMPs into this round. Magisk point, he's towards the middle, and Dupree spots one, goes to the challenge, AZ takes him down. And presumably, Magisk will find him more. I think that will kind of cancel the hunt at this point. He's towards Library, but he's only got the UMP, he's going to think about it, and actually comes out on top as well. Nice work from him. The AWP's there in his reach, but he doesn't really want that. The Device has already got one, so AZ, the only player surviving this point. I wish I could tell you if he survived. Really need to keep it game at that point, boys.
Because he's in behind the wall at pit, and I don't think there was any.
Yeah, but it's still like it's nice to know, to confirm. It's built up the anticipation, you know. We'll find out. I assume he did. You're right. But there it is, a massive round after the huge clutch from Device. Astralis now making this very interesting indeed. They're one round away from tying things up, and after finding those kills towards the end, yep, here it is, an eco. And it looks like AZ did survive. He's got the M4. Indeed, he's going to have to make something happen here. Good flashbang. I like that a lot. And Zipex goes down. It's a risk, guys. Normally going to have T players on the bridge, but now they know exactly where AZ is. I would suggest let's get in towards B as fast as we possibly can. Doesn't look like there's any utility to hold them off. Stares a unit, smokes in, just get the trades if required. But there are two players making three now waiting for them.
And they are. Kirby gets in close, has his teammate with him. Dupree's got the kill. Good read, good headshot to confront. Cage in on rotation. Dupree takes Magisk. Straightforward. AZ's going to be nowhere nearby. Save the M4 yet another round. We're going to go 14-14, so Device is clutch. Has brought us back a match.
Yeah, you said it just as they're building that clutch up. They've lost most of the clutches here in this game, especially in the first half, and he steps up a phenomenal 3 versus 1 to actually potentially win the game here. They've tied it up at 14-14. The money's still going to be poor for North going forward as well. The loss bonus certainly hasn't really accumulated for them as of yet. I think they'll be on third stage after this. Don't quote me on that, but AZ trying to save onto his M4 desperately. Needs it to have a decent buy going forward. He gets that first pick towards second middle. Zipex goes down. That's a great call from Glaive at that point. So you know that's the only rifle available for them. Oh, nice. Look at the money. So we'll be third stage after this. So they're going to go 2,400 on top of what they've got right now. It'll be a decent buy, especially if AZ saves his M4 as well. He can drop a weapon. So that'll be in good stead going forward. But here we go then. Astralis tied things up. What a great game this has been so far. Very back and forth. And Device, the man on screen right now, he's the player to bring them back into a advantageous situation in terms of the money and now the scoreline.
14-14, and Astralis now the team with momentum and change. Money's at the start of the round quite even though, all things considered.
With the third stage loss bonus and having about 3k player, they're actually a pretty decent position here. 3 towards Banana, occasion with the AWP as well. There's the Molotovs to stop any sort of push from the CTs, and occasionally just watching the logs position like a hawk, hoping no one jumps up. Find the early frag here. It's going to be a more calculated round for Astralis, nothing too quick at the moment. 2 at the bottom of Banana, smoked out. Yabi with the bomb, trying to get some reads towards middle.
Agent wants to peek this. You know he does. Oh, that lineup, that's so close. Straight between two. MSL will get up to the cubby at least corner of Arch. Flash over there. He's got a line. He's got 2, but he goes down. Eventually, Device will line it up. They'll have to grab the bomb, but this is more important that Glaive cuts off Magisk. Gives them a 3 versus 1, and Cajun is well removed from the action. If I'm him, I'm going hard right and down toward T-spawn, but they're already pursuing down middle.
He has to save this orb. He can't not. Oh, God, that was close. So the thing is, they get fourth stage, $2,900 on top of what this full investment they have. They have no money saved at this round. Cajun B, if they want a chance taking this to overtime, he has to save it. He needs to tuck himself in a corner here, and Astralis know it as well. This is worth the hunt for sure. Zipex coming in. Big frag here. I know the round's over, but this is so big in the context of actually finishing the game. Cajun B hits another headshot, takes down Zipex, and now it's just Device. He's on the M4, and you can see he dropped the orb and think, I'm going to go hunting myself. And Cajun B should survive at this point. Nice little tactical smoke there, and Device is removed. So there still is hope for North. Like I said, fourth stage loss bonus, $2,900 on top of the AWP. Device still hunting it. He doesn't want Cajun B to save that weapon, but good shots from him. Zonock will still be happy to win the round, and they've guaranteed at least overtime at this point, but Cajun B, a lot of pressure on his shoulders now.
First lead they've had since the opening pistol. They bookended the game. What a better time to lead.
Absolutely. Here's the odds for the G2 Hellraisers game if you're looking to the future.
Coming up next.
That's going to be a good one as well, I think. G2 in amazing form right now. And Hellraisers...
Wow, okay, calm down. It's been one game on land.
That was good. You're not saying that was good form?
It was a great game, but...
I said right now, good form.
Okay, fair enough. It's me taking right now to mean like they're on a streak.
No.
I know yesterday was a great form. There's no question.
Like, the players look hot at this event, and like normally you judge.
Just the way I guess the way I interpreted the way you phrased it made it sound like they were on like this crazy streak. Like, oh, they're looking
obviously
so
got to be
good lately.
sensationalist to a point.
All right,
I'm a
that's
commentator.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. But I'm being a skepticist for a reason.
Anyway, let's.
This was a big round.
That was phenomenal from Device, and. We do get match point for Astralis, 15-14, and Cajun B, that was actually worth the replay in my opinion. That the fact he saves the orb gives him a chance here. You can see it's a bit of a mishmash in terms of the buy. Orb for Config, interestingly enough. Maybe he had the decent spawn, he goes, let's give it a go. I think that's their go-to secondary orb. They have a similar situation to Astralis in that manner, and good damage, MSO. The flashbang's great though, and it's going to be an equal exchange. Mages boy though, finding 3, that's huge. Overtime, very possible now.
Good spray down again inside of Banana. Zipex and Device have to pull this back. Device with one great clutch in this game. Zipex with 13 in Katowice. He's going to try to make this work. Device still picking his weapons here, picking his battle if he goes back to the AK-47 rather than keeping the AWP. Just a few flashes and Molotovs thrown up to the top mid just to keep them on their toes. But walking into an established crossfire at the B site is going to be highly problematic. The bottom spot on the hinge. In between the two clouds, cover off coffins. Water in front of Magisk. Try and wipe this clean. Wipe this back to a dead even position and go into the overtime. It's just down to Device. He's got massive damage, goes to the Tech-9. Massive damage as well on Config. Jumping above. Good movement, but can't find the shot. That could have been enough. And he baits it out, knows Config is like to peek, goes for the fight instead. He's got 2 more to find, but Cajun's too close. He's going to hold this, and Cajun's just going to line it up. That's going to put us into overtime.
Just about get there. It was a bit of a mishmash buy, but the saved orb coming in. Cajun Beats patrolling towards the A side of the map, and Mages boy stepping up once again. The 3-man spray down at Banana almost guarantees a situation there. Device made it interesting for sure. Some intelligent play there. The fake plant taking down one player towards the ruins. But it wasn't enough, Cajun B, to finish things off there with the deny of the plants. We go to overtime, Matt. Everything's been reset. A chance to calm down. What a game this has been so far. It's been a roller coaster in terms of technical delays, clutches, force buys, and now overtime. Living up to its name, the Danish derby always delivers in terms of excitement and hype. It's always going to be a great game.
Fantastic, hasn't it? You can see Hellraisers getting ready across the room. G2 up next versus them. Overtime, really? This could go double or triple, I'm calling it right now.
Yeah, definitely. So if anyone's unaware, MR3 10K, and we stick on the sides, we finish on there as well. So Astralis will be staying on the T side, obviously North on the CT side here. And if you're not familiar with overtimes in CSGO, you can see why. There's no head armor now for North. They're trying to keep their money at a reasonable level. The head armor costs $350 more, and it can be, if you lose 2 rounds on the CT side when you're buying orbs as well, it can slip away from you. Interesting enough, Config, like I said, I have seen him open Inferno before. He's taking the role over here as we go into overtime fully by the looks of things.
Bree will sit inside of Boiler, try and spot down toward the doorway, see if anyone wants to retake that position on the CT side. Sub backs off, so passive play at Banana. Device get his op in a little further as he sprays through the wall. Try and hit the corner position. Set as well for a smoke over toward the arch. There is set smoke. See it on the mini-map, it's a straight line defense. Connect the dots, 7, 8, 6, I guess. Doesn't really go in a line, didn't really work. But the players on the A site being very passive until now. Config getting back up as the smoke dissolves. Dupree's made it around the corner and up close in the wall. Have to consider it, and he does. Makes no mistake to take down Dupree, and MSL has taken device. Momentum seems to have shifted back in the way of North. Money no longer an object in overtime. Smoke down, knows they're going through. What a shot from Glaive, though. That's incredible. To hit him inside of the archway. There is one in pit. AZ's got a kill. Cajun's followed it up. Bomb goes down. KRB last alive. Bomb is inside of the flames. 1 versus 3. He's going to grab the bomb with the flame still there. That gives a tick to AZ to know he's approaching. Good shot. 15 HP though. No, no way. No time. And even if he does, capitalized.
Yep. Unfortunately, that was a nice little attempt, but the crossfire was so perfect from North at that point. They had the man advantage, and yes, they spotted Cajun B in the pit, and they were so focused on taking him down. AZ tucked himself in the corner as well. He's watching Apartment, and as they're trying to jump out and try and find Cajun in the pit, AZ sprays him down and stays alive just long enough there. It was touch and go, but the plan would have come in just as it ticked over 3. The clock has to read 4 for the plan to be possible, so wasn't going to happen there. As we go into round number 2, North pick up an early lead here in overtime, 1-0. And it's always very beneficial on the CT side, like we said. If you lose that first CT round, money going to be stretched going forward. So they're in a good position there. So much on the T side, but KRB dying after the time, I believe. That does limit him somewhat if they lose this round.
Sal getting ever closer again inside of the smoke. Flashed off completely. Good, easy kill for KRB. Sit to wait for his teammates to figure out, based on that kill, what exactly is going to go down. Bomb way down toward alt middle. 2 in Banana, 1 in mid, 2 in alt mid. In fact, if you want to go beyond that, say Boiler and Apartments for Dupree and Zip.
Yeah, you could do that.
Dupe and Zip. Thought that was just going to be Glaive shoulder peeking out for no reason.
Well, for now, the bomb's down in second middle, right? So we're just trying to see a reaction of Astralis, trying to see whether they're going to be poking towards Banana potentially, try and work out if there's a rotation being forced towards that side of the map. North are not giving anything away at the moment as the bomb collected.
Can I just say that that Banana sign that they put up to say tickets here wasn't well thought out, because the board that's there literally covers the link to the tickets here, and then you can't see it. It's kind of funny.
30 seconds now, though. In terms of the utility left, one smoke and a few flashbangs, and they like to stick together, though. They like to play contact play on the T side here. You see Debris. That's not contact, though. That's running around the grenade out, and quickly rectified by KRB, but it's up to Cajun Bino, who finds 1.
Dropping down, though, KRB does manage to find him just barely through the edge of the A bales. 2 plays on to 3, and the 2 well over at B will start to rotate, or will they? They're going to save it. They're just going to hold on. I mean, it's overtime. You don't need to. They won the first round, but there's no point, so you might as well strengthen the economy ever so slightly.
I guess so, yeah. If you know the situation is impossible, I guess just leave it and make sure you have full utility on all diffuse kits, I guess. And that's what they're going with. So Astralis pull 1 back there after KRB. He finds all the kills required in this round. He's going to get 3 in total, but that's enough to actually force a round victory. He gets the initial one towards Banana and opens things up towards the A site as well. Very good round from him. Dupree, bit of a blunder from him, running around the corner with the Model Survival. Obviously, his intention to throw towards the pit. That's where AZ has been showing a lot of presence in that area, but he changes position up and gets 1. But good trades coming in from Astralis. Brings us to an equal scoreline now. Round number 3, this will be the final round of the first half of overtime. This has been quite a marathon of a game with all the technical pauses.
right from Kirby.
Trying to go aggressive towards Banana, but I think Glaive is throwing that same flashbang from T-steps. So you sort of line him up earlier in the game, all the way back at T-steps, throws it right over the top of the roof, and it actually blinds anyone getting aggressive. It's actually really cool.
Ooh, that's aggressive. Magisk starting it off with one of the 2 AWPs in hand, and they'll put down a number of smokes, Molotovs, flashbangs, etc. to slow the push.
It makes sense now why they said that previous AWP, right? They said, no, let's adjust to the double AWP setup, and now it's actually worked out for them. P90 for Device. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, run a gun. Don't sleep till the work is done. He is the sun, Device. Could have gone full freestyle, but I'll leave that to Gilbert.
Yeah.
Stack, though. If MSL thinks that running back down Banana indicates that they're not there, oh, he's thinking about it. This is interesting. He does know, they know. Smoke dissolves, he tries to hit the shots, can't quite land it. They've already got the man advantage. They've done some further damage on those 2 players. Kiarbi's down to just 50. But they'll bring Device into the mix of things with his AWP to see if he can find a pick instead. If they want to play aggressive, let's smack them down with the op. That said, Magisk still has his inside of the site. Smokes go. Device wants to line it up. Magisk still manages it. Flash doesn't fully blind him. It gets just around the corner. Slightly too deep. Good find from Kirby. MSL, though, still at orange. Just 1. Looks above as well. Kirby manages to go over the top and take him down. But there's still 3 up. And Config, ooh, has the lineup. Got it that time. They're both low enough, but they're not quite in the site yet, waiting for the rotation of Cajun B. And Kiarbi's perfectly positioned to try and take him down, but it does leave Device in the site alone.
The skill decides it pretty much.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's see if we can get him.
Yeah, he's gonna oh, I thought he was going to check it. It looked like he was going to keep swinging that crosshair. But now it's a 2 versus 2. Banana covered off. Bomb planted, default, smoke down on it. It's got to be watched, but the smoke down on it. Device missing a shot. They're going to continue to push onto him. He goes down. Problems now for Kiarbi because Config's already on it. They know he's likely in Banana. They've got it. They'll take 2 rounds to the 1 of Device. Of Astralis in the first half of overtime. That means they need 2 more to win this. I suspect double overtime.
That was quite smart there from North, I have to say. Great usage of the smoke. And Config doing some damage as well. Didn't find the kill the AWP initially, but gets him through the coffins. And Major's boy, not known to be an AWPer, manages to get the opening frag there. Flashing towards Banana, gets 1, falls back while blind once again, gets the 2nd kill, and really sets his team up as well. He's been phenomenal so far, you have to say, in terms of the impact frags he's been getting in tight situations. Like to get them to overtime as well, the triple spray down and picking up an AWP in overtime as well. That's not normally part of his characteristic to be an AWPer. We don't really associate that with him, and he manages to put it off and show why he is one of the hottest properties in CSGO right now. So, a chance to reflect now. 2-1 in favor of North. 1 round to tie things up. 2 on the T side will bring them the victory here. Pressure firmly applied towards Astralis. They do swap over to the T side, the CT side now. They did have a rough time on the CT side of him in regulation time, but the AWP comes out. I'll have a look at the bias and work it out. So 1 AWP, no double AWP setup from what I can see.
Quite see. I see the 1.
I see 1.
See the 1 on the back of Device.
Yeah. And an AWP for Cajun B once again on the T side of Inferno. We've had Cajun AWP, Config, and Magisk, so interesting to note. Get into another Banana situation. It's going to be North once again getting control of it. This has been a problem for Astralis, giving it up way too early. And Config, he gets the first headshot. He's going to get 2 here as well. He certainly does, and that's almost round over at this point. How do you recover this?
Tough ask. Very, very tough ask indeed. This would put them onto map point, their first map point. They were 1 shy of getting there in regulation. It went to 15-14. Good shot from Config to get inside of the site and catch Dupree off. That makes it 5 versus 2, so write this one off. They can still go because we're not going to see a 3-round spread. If they lose 2, oh yeah, you have to save. It doesn't matter. If you lose 2 right now, you're done anyway. So it's a 1 versus 5 for Kiarbi, but he is going to sit towards CT. Maybe they, he doesn't have an op though. Maybe, I was going to say maybe they go for the double op next round, but they could do it either way. So spell disaster for Astralis. North could go 2-0 with one more round and continue on in the winners. Astralis could go 1-1, which has the meaning of potentially meaning Faze, which could be a problem. Of course, there's many opportunities and opponents by which they could meet. It's a random draw at the end of the day once we know everyone in that 1-1 category, but it is possible that you could have someone in that realm of skill.
We have tied things up. Config there towards one. This has been a massive problem for Astralis, to be fair. They allow themselves to, they're challenging it, but still not really enough. I think it's going passive at this point. They've lost it so many times in a row. But there we go.
Map point.
Indeed.
For North, Config will push all the way up toward top banana. Glaive backs off, smoke in hand. He's got Zipic still inside of the site with him. They play again passively on this CT side banana, which is very different. You said it, very different from what we thought we would see at the start of this game from Astralis. We know they've got some crafty setups in that position. Cajun B, meanwhile, just bounced perfectly to blind him up. Has MSL to back him, though, and MSL's going to find the kill. Glaive's got to be careful. He goes down here. It could be game. They'll rush into B. It's going to be a full retake. Bomb down to the bottom of middle. Does mean someone's got to grab that at some point in time, but who's it going to be? They'll smoke off top, make so that Magician can do it without being caught, and then it's all to the site. They've just got to hold it from Devices, retake, and Dupree. If they get in before the bomb does, maybe there's a chance they make this work. KRB does pick up easy. That gives them somewhat of a hope to get up banana. Additional smoke down himself, just gets the planting. Dupree still manages to find MSL inside said smoke, but KRB's gone. To Magisk, plan a default. He's got position. Cajun B's got the win. 19-16, and North are pumped.
You can see what it means to them as well. What a great game that was, Matt. The Danish derby always delivers, and this one was no different. Amazing game overall. Very exciting. It looked like North were going to run away with it. The 11-4 first half as well, but Astralis brought it back thanks to that amazing clutch from Device. And unfortunately, it goes towards overtime, and North, they looked like the stronger team throughout that T side especially. That's where they'll be starting on overtime and managing to finish things off as well. Here's the final match score, 19-16. After all the technical issues, that game was worth the wait, I think.
It was long. It was a long game, which means we've been waiting a long time to speak with none other than Alex and his boys.
Gaming Bets, online betting for every esports fan. Dota 2 and Hearthstone, CSGO and Overwatch, StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quest for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Yeah. Osiris Jackson. Yeah. Bounce.
Yeah. A spectacular game of Counter-Strike, a full overtime, and Astralis and North does conclude. We do get to see the rise and fall of Astralis, managing to push it into overtime, but North quite the roar from the Lions of North as they picked up that victory. One map, though, and I'm joined by Thorin and YNK to break that one down. It took a while to get through that game, admittedly, with all of the overtimes, the breaks, and everything all combined, but I mean, probably the best game we've seen so far, in especially on Inferno, Duncan.
Yeah, especially because obviously it's two high-level teams
Incredible,
playing a very good game. I actually, from most of the games I've seen on Inferno, I still think it has a slight CT side bias, but fantastic job on the T side. That's the key thing I want to emphasize here, because I know both of these in-game leaders did their homework for this game, researched, were ready to play, and I actually think if you watch this game, that first half just shows me that MSL read them like a book. He just knew exactly where all the setups were, what a flash coming out meant, and it was fantastic. But then they go over to the other half. You think you've done all the hard work, you know, and Astralis, they just go to that slow, methodical style, and it just works.
It was spectacular to witness. I'm trying to think about where we start this discussion, Yanko. I'll let you just kind of jump in with what stood out most to you in regulation before we do get hung up on OT.
It was what we mentioned in the pregame, right? The tendency of North to go for those ecos, but actually we saw the opposite. I mean, there were a couple of pistol rounds replayed, so there was a lot of force buying in the beginning, and they realized they can't just let Astralis run away with it with a strong start. So what stood out to me was the way they approached banana control, like how many times they were able to get control of banana fairly early on the T side, which is something that we see a lot of teams struggle with, pretty much. And it is an incremental part of the map. You need to deny not just control, but information from the cities. That's what's keeping them honest.